Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Fanfiction podcast. I'm so excited to have you here. Today, we're diving into a brand new story, True Terror in the World of Heroism Part 11 by HYPN0S. Before we jump in, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and drop your thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to hear what you think. Chapter Summary: Normality, a glimpse on the lives of Class 1A in their path of becoming heroes and those who oppose them and want to see the world burn. Chapter Notes: Hey Yule. It is I, HYPN0S. And boy am I late. It took me a while to get this chapter done, mostly because I was basically done with the world at this point. Mental exhaustion is real and it can mess you up. Also in the last week, I decided to play a fan-made game that was a basic dating sim because I wanted something light to play, and this fucking game Doki Doki Literature clubbed me in the last part. I was in a funk for 2 days because of it. Thankfully I got over it by the force of Master of Puppets and seeing NFTs and cryptocurrency fail. The downside is that the world seems to be going on the same route, so yeah. So to avoid the depressing thoughts, let's get this show on the road. If you can't tell, I went bananas with this chapter to make up for the delay, so enjoy. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 5. Normality. A week later. The Aomori Prefecture was literally on the other end of Japan, to be more specific at the north, coastal by nature due to its location. Warehouses and the like, but it also had mountain spots within where small towns thrived. It was these towns that Jackal and Toga ended up traveling to, an unamusing town nestled on the mountains, secluded of pretty much everything the modern world had offered. Heck, there were no heroes, there was hero merchandise, but that was about it. The police presence was minimal, like 10 officers for the low population, a small clinic with 3 doctors and a small school that was more like a glorified small warehouse than a school. It was picturesque. That made this entire operation far more delicate than it already was. Toga, who was used to hunt in the dark and leave a mess behind to be discovered later, felt her entire style being cramped by this town alone. A body being discovered in a peaceful town in the middle of nowhere where the craziest thing that could happen was a birthday meant that Jackal's suggestion to her to ghost this entire operation was no longer a demand. It was a necessity. Himiko actually bit her lip as she walked alongside Jackal towards the forest via a path. No one noted or cared. It was early in the morning and a Sunday to boot, so everyone was lazing about. Had they arrived at noon, they would have been observed because they were new elements in a town where everyone knows each other. This is nostalgic, Jackal said to himself. How so? She asked as they entered the forest, taking a turn away of the path and into the forest proper. I am quirkless Toga, remember? Yes, Shigaraki's super creepy boss likes to remind us that, she said, not wanting to invoke all for one by mentioning his name. I grew in a quirkless town in Okinawa, he suddenly said, making her blink, dirt, rocks and twigs breaking on their path. Wait, she began, looking at the man. Like those towns that formed with just quirkless and pretty much chase anyone with a quirk. Those kind of towns, she asked. Yes, never liked that part. It is the reason why the town failed to begin with. One thing you got to realize is that those towns thrive because there are other quirkless towns in the vicinity and can trade with one another, therefore cutting any dependence with the outside world. Ours didn't had that, he replied. But the environment is the same, a picturesque town surrounded by mountains and trees, peaceful. Where everyone knows everyone, a perfect place for the most radical members of the MLA to hide, he said, motioning with his head. Toga looked where he had motioned and her eyes narrowed, instantly stopping alongside him when they saw it. A lone man leaning on a tree trunk, apparently asleep, but the nature of quirks, he could be asleep and patrolling at the same time and they would not be aware until it was late. The fact he was dressed like a normal person, instead of a militant, something Himiko imagined, made her slightly drop her guard. She was about to rush and end the poor sod's life when Jackal pulled a pistol from his jacket, alongside a silencer, fitted it and fired. At his left. Instantly something dropped of a tree to their left. Himiko looked at the corpse that had just dropped out of the tree like a fruit, then looked back at the leaning man, seeing it flicker and then vanish. How? Toga was a hunter. She knew that. Her quirk before the mutation had ensured that. Her slitted pupils were that of a night predator. Her nose was sharper and her taste buds were aimed to taste what she wanted of her prey, their blood. Jackal pretty much made her look like an amateur. It had no shadow, and I was paying attention to my surroundings, Toga-chan. I could see a foot sticking out, he said simply. Awareness, Toga-chan. It is crucial for everyone, not only heroes and villains, to be aware of your surroundings, he said simply, motioning her to follow him. They must know we are here already, Toga muttered. No, Jackal replied. He had no radio or cell phone out. Literally, he was taking a small nap and had his quirk active on instinct. That was why he was on watch first. Dissuasion, he replied. But that plays to our advantage. This means the entrance to their hideout is nearby there. He stopped, pointing a small plateau that formed a small rock formation resembling a mountain, if you could call a 3-floor high formation of rocks a mountain. On the base they spotted an entrance. Must be man-made. Look at the edges. Too smooth for being done naturally. Someone with a quirk did it, Jackal pointed out. Now here I leave you. Toga looked giddy at the prospect. To be let loose, to embrace what she is, her normal. Remember, no noise. Not a single quirk can be unleashed but yours. They must be asleep and currently have minimal guard. How you approach this is up to you. But you must ensure none make out alive, Jackal declared to the smiling girl who made a beeline to the body on the floor. Kneeling to it, she lifted it, exposing its neck, then opened her mouth in trepidation. This was it. Then she bit. Himiko Toga. Original quirk, transform. Mutated quirk, vampire. Toga's quirk could originally be described as a pain to the user, as it changed Toga's original diet. Basing it on human blood and making Toga uniquely immune to blood-transmitted diseases, she spent most of her childhood and teenage years suppressing it at the urging of her parents, no one knowing the tremendous damage they were doing to her. Until one day she couldn't suppress the urge and attacked someone. This psychotic episode ended up making Toga who she is today, as her original quirk. Transform allowed her to drink the blood of whomever she wanted and assume their looks, down to almost the perfect detail, fingerprints included but unable to use their quirks. The gas changed that. Prior to the gas, Toga's quirk had endowed her with some predator-like qualities. Her eyes were close to one of a cat, allowing her to hunt with minimal light. Her nose sense was sharper, allowing her to smell her prey, and her taste buds permitted her to taste the blood of her prey and even identify if they had some sort of blood-based disease. That alongside her sturdier immune system would allow her to taste someone to find diseases by taste, the only caveat being her constant need for blood to feed on. Her need for blood remains, everything else changed. Every time she drinks blood, she not only can adopt their forms but their memories get transferred, increasing her infiltrator skills by a factor of 100. Also, her transformation is no longer temporal. She can switch forms at will, and even mix and match looks to create a unique face every time. The mutated quirk still revolves around blood. More importantly, blood manipulation. The more blood Toga drinks, the stronger she becomes, permitting her feats of strength she couldn't do before. She has access to people's quirks without the need of transformation, but temporarily. For just an hour she can use any quirk of her victims, but the moment she starts the timer begins running. Once the timer hits the hour mark, the quirk gets lost forever and she would need to ingest the blood of her former target once more to permit her usage once more, and actually keep them in stock for usage at any given time. In addition, she can grow blood-like claws as sharp as diamonds, laced scalpels, and armor-like protection around her forearms as hard as tank armor. And as an added bonus, if anyone is bleeding near her, she can basically suck in the air and the blood will come to her mouth. This is especially dangerous if someone has many cuts, open wounds, or is bleeding profusely. There is a reason Shigaraki asked everyone for a vial of blood. Yes, even Sensei's own. No, he didn't give it. He did give 5 vials of other people's blood. Thought. The moment the blood touched her palate, she felt elation. The moment the blood passed her gullet, her brain lit up like a Christmas tree. Information flooded her system as her skin began to expel goo that covered her and her clothes, these ones taking the appearance of the recently deceased Nomura. Yeah, that was his name. She had to remember it because they call him by his given name because he has foregone his last name due to family issues, as in he got into a fight with his father. A fist fight with his father. Layouts, patrol routes, and plans going onward. They are planning an attack on UA. Toga, now with the voice of a male, blinked. Hey, if Shiggy finds out about it he might. Jackal, pass me your phone, the assassin complied, passing it to the transformed girl who immediately called Shigaraki. Who is it? Yo, Shiggy is me, Toga-chan. The fuck? No time, wearing someone else's skin. Listen, I just found out the MLA Radical Branch was planning an attack on UA. Oh hell no, that's my gig, what the fuck? Yeah, look, I think we can use this to our advantage. Okay, how? So, remember that I gain the memories of whomever blood I drink, right? Yes, I know who the heads of the MLA are. There was silence over the line. This kind of information actually shocked Jackal. He shot a sleeping guard. What were the chances this guy knew the identities of the MLA higher-ups? Okay, fantastic. I think you and I are in harmony. Use their shit, masking our future attack on UA as an attack sponsored by the MLA, ensuring that any flak aimed at us is aimed at the MLA instead, diverting the hero's attention from us and allowing me to drink Izuku-kun's blood. God fucking damn it, Toga, you were so close. Toga rolled her eyes at Shigaraki's small tantrum. Look, first do your shit there, then we do the planning. If in between we can squeeze you squeezing the kid out of his blood, then sure. She lit up like a kid on a candy store at that prospect. Oh, thank you, Shiggy. I won't let you down. And stop calling me dash, click. The call ended. Toga gave the phone back to Jackal, a smile on her transformed face. Now I'm motivated. Be back soon, remember. No witnesses, she just shot him a cheeky grin as she made her way to the cave. With a sigh, Jackal went to the corpse and started to move it. The less visible the corpse, the better. After moving the body to a nearby bush, the assassin pulled his phone once more and dialed Shigaraki. Toga, I swear if you're calling me to say that you found a way to drink that brat's blood, I swear dash. It's me, the Jackal answered, hearing a small silence on the other end of the line. Oh, so what? What Toga blew up this time? Nothing. I am calling you to ask you if you're toying with her idea, he asked. He heard silence on the other end of the line. He hears Shigaraki admit. The very concept has its appeal. I hate camping by principle, but I have to realize we are not ready for an all-out war against the heroes. The MLA is, they do have the numbers, and if the talk in the underworld is real, they have a city under their control and some heroes on their payroll. Okay, I'm just learning about the last part, what the fuck? Never mind, Jackal could hear Shigaraki sigh at the same time he heard a goat scream coming out of the cave. Oddly enough, the only scream he heard. But it has its merits. Darby overheard the conversation and he seems on board, but considering he's on board as long he gets to burn Endeavor, we could do this while dressed as pink flamingos and he wouldn't mind. I look terrible on pink. How the fuck do you think I look? Anyway, it would need fine-tuning, but I think we can add it to the overall plan. Basically, troll them both into attacking one another, and when they are weakened we strike. Yeah, I like that. I really do. There is one issue, however. Jackal heard Shigaraki groan over the line. At the same time he heard footsteps coming out of the cave. You say All Might, I swear to God dash. I was going to say Leviathan and the troop, Jackal replied smoothly. Whoa, truth of the matter. They are both unpredictable variants. Leviathan is, in itself, a force of nature the troop was unable to fend off effectively. His actions caused the fall of the organization in Japan and crippled the Asian branch, sending ripples across the world, Jackal replied. Then there is the troop itself. I know Gadget has new toys thanks to Sensei. Troop toys he broke during our initial outing. Not to mention they are an international terrorist organization with advanced weaponry and access to apparent cloning tech and labor. Not to mention the biological armament they possess, Jackal reminded. Then there is their attack on Japan and the massacre they orchestrated over the youth of the country. Shigaraki, I am no fool. The troop is filled with sociopaths that makes you and Toga look like well-mannered examples of what men and women should be. And kindly fuck you too, but go on, what the point? Jackal sighed, rolling his eyes. It means that those two unknowns can throw a wrench in the plans you have set upon. Leviathan is in UA, honing himself. Before he was a club, now he is being honed as a sword. The troop still has assets across the world. Ignoring either and underestimating them would be folly, Jackal concluded. Then what do you suggest? The idea of diverting attention holds merit, but instead of diverting it to the MLA, let's divert it to the troop. Let's make them believe that UA is a target. No, let's make them believe every single academy is a target. Yeah. Okay, I get you. It would delay us for a month. I will have to run it with Sensei and the doc. But it is a solid idea. Finish up there and then come back. Give those creeps at the MLA what they want, and have Toga drink everyone's blood to see what she can scoop out of their brains and see if you can copy data of any computer or phone they might have, yes. Also a good idea. We have the knowledge. Let's hoard more. With that, Jackal ended the call. Hearing soft steps coming out of the cave, he turned around, only to turn back for modesty's sake. He's an assassin, but also a gentleman. Toga, I hope there is a shower in that place. Are you done? He asked as he heard her giggle. Of course they have a shower, silly uncle. Gonna look weird with men's clothes, a total sausage fest there. Also drank a lot of blood and got some weird quirks out of it. Found something to give them to the doc. He might appreciate them, she spoke with a giggle. But Jackal noted how the slight edge that usually accompanied her voice was subdued. The beast was calm, for now. But whatever monster that had surfaced when Toga had her first psychotic episode wasn't so easily chained. What she did today, what she did to her victims, was just a teaser of the true beast lying underneath Toga's skin and starved for blood for over 10 years. She could drink the blood of the world and the beast within would never be satiated. So you done? He asked again. Yep. Might want to call Shiggy again so Kurogiri can portal in. Found some interesting things we could use and I'm sure the MLA won't miss, she clarified. Such as? He asked. Well, they asked for death radicals, never for their gear or the intel in their computers. Or that they have tank in there. Jackal blinked. Excuse me 10 minutes later. What the fuck? Jackal stared in silence or at the tank, an actual Leopard 2 German tank, or better said a Leopard 3, sitting on the biggest hole in the man-made cave, in pristine condition. Well, as much pristine as a pre-quirk tank can be. Most tanks in current times were relics of the past considering superstrength exists, and so metal manipulation or God forbid molecular acid. The point stood, they packed the firepower, but if they get caught in an urban setting by a quirk user way too close for the tank to do anything and by default, the crew is fucked. They had a secondary entrance Toga, now washed and clad in a white t-shirt and some unflattering beige pants and a pair of pink Crocs, explained as she did her buns. Found it as I chased the last guy, a jerk with a goat head. Ah, that explains the goat scream I heard, Jackal said as he touched the metal plates of the tank, and looked around, actually being horrified by the fact the MLA somehow had access to tanks and the munitions for one. How in God's green earth they were able to acquire this? He wondered just as an inky portal manifested nearby. Okay, you two this better BWHOA. Shigaraki actually took several steps back as he stared at the machine he just walked into. Where the fuck are we? Did you assholes break into a military base? No, this is the base I was hired to clean by the higher-ups of the MLA. This, Jackal explained as he pointed at the tank, is what Toga found during her cleanup. How the hell? Shigaraki said as he stalked the tank and poked it with one finger. Why the MLA has a fucking tank? He asked as the portal began shifting, allowing more people in. Toga, this better be good or IAY caramba. Gadget screamed as he rushed to the tank in sheer shock, Magna and Mustard not far behind. You guys found a tank. In a cave. How the hell those MLA chuds have a fucking tank? Mustard muttered in disbelief as Yuiko walked around the tank with an open mouth. We are taking this, right? She asked to no one in particular. We are taking everything not nailed to the ground, right? She asked again, seeing the shells used to fire. Hell yeah we are, Shigaraki said with a grin that was matched by Darby's disbelieving look over the machine in front of them. Kurogiri transport this, we hit it big, he said with glee. Shigaraki Tomura, the warp user, said with some apprehension. I think Sensei won't like this at all. You're kidding me, right? Shigaraki asked. We get a fucking tank. This is intimidation roll 100. You want me to leave this to those jackasses on the MLA? Leave this price. This shit autoloaded, Shigaraki added. No one here knows how to drive one, Kurogiri said. So? Gadget asked. I can make this remote controlled, the kid said simply. Fuck yeah. Twisted Metal ain't got shit on us now, we are living the dream, Shigaraki said with a grin that Yuiko was mimicking. We have to fire one shell at least once, she said with a smile. Dibs on it. Fuck you, I'm the leader, I get to fire it. You mean your sensei gets to fire it because technically he's your boss, making him our boss. Fuck you, you're not using logic on me, I am way separated of it. Enough, Darby snapped. I can't believe I am the voice of reason here. Kurogiri, get this thing to the base, alongside the ammo and anything we can use it to repair it. We are not firing this at all, we are trying to hide, not give our position because one of you assholes don't know how to aim, Darby snapped. We can use the shells as bombs, those things are designed to fuck tanks. Imagine them as bombs, he added, ideas forming. Yeah, Shigaraki muttered with a grin. Like using them to make the hero academies believe they are being attacked by the troop, that drew the attention of everyone. Excuse me, what? That's fucking awesome, and as usual twice provided passive-aggressive answers that Shigaraki liked. No, we are going to make Japan, the MLA, and the fucking troop fight one another. Whoever wins gets to deal with us. Us well rested and trained against the tired and demoralized survivors. Toga groaned. I don't get to suck Izuku's blood, she complained, making Shigaraki groan. For the last time I wait. Brain blast, Shigaraki proclaimed. That's probably an aneurysm, Gadget stated over the top of the Leopard 3. No, idea, Shigaraki said with a grin, turning to Toga. I feel that Yue might be getting a little cozy. How do you feel about leading an attack on them on the premise of a random villain attack seeking glory? He asked. You're coming with some crazy ideas here, Shigaraki, Darby muttered. Oh, don't get me wrong, they are half-baked and held together by duct tape. They need fine-tuning, but I'll be damned that so far crazy has been the theme. It's too crazy. Fuck it, we just found a tank, Shigaraki pointed out. No one had a way to answer to that. Besides, Shigaraki said, seeing Mr. Compress finally arrive, doing some trick with cards, only to the trick fail him when he saw the tank he just walked into. Who dares wins night, Musutafu, Japan. Often referred to as a joke as the Hero City, due to the fact UA was based so close and the number of hero offices in the city, Musutafu earned itself a reputation for it. However, it was also known as the Young Blood City, as many heroes were either newly graduated and were starting their careers as heroes under the wing of a veteran hero in one of their offices, or had decided to strike on their own and form their own agency. Because of this, most new heroes decided to pool their resources and rent an office building, and each one takes a small office for them to use as their agency while leaving 1 or 2 rooms to be used as either a rest room or a storage room. This usual setup for new agencies and heroes who wanted to save some cash for any amenities possible, being a hero paid well. It also costs a lot. Collateral damage is still a thing, and heroes have to cover those expenses, alongside their own, which include their own hero suits, their agencies, and the people that work under them. It would explain why heroes tend to have a recognizable brand attached to them, toys and the like. True, the government still paid them by incident resolved. They were after all a special rescue and law enforcement unit, but by the end of the day, they depended mostly on any deal they make on the side to pay the day-to-day expenses. It was one of the reasons the hero business was so hard, aside from the fight against villains and natural or man-made disasters. The pay is good, but you have to work for it. This was a truth Inko learned way before she began to work for Magma Dragoon and Frost. Her son being the font from which all hero trivia spawns had that effect on her. That font of information also tended to spew the grim details of hero life because of course he does, the reason why she tended to worry for him, even with all the power he had now. Inko, she looked up from her work to see Magma Dragoon, already out of his hero uniform. He looked like an average pre-quirk man, with brown hair and brown eyes, and he was painfully average looking. That is if you didn't look at the palms of his hands, the source of his quirk. Yes, my Arma-san, she asked, using his last name, as he requested when he was out of the costume. We are closing for the day. Are you sure you want to stay? He asked. Don't worry, my Arma-san. Hisoshikuin has the fort tonight. He said he wanted to spend some time with Eri-chan and Miko-chan. You know, bond like a father, she chuckled at that, lifting one of the papers. And I do need to stay. Thanks to Hawks making Frost miss an attack and freeze a car, I have to fill the paperwork so the owner doesn't sue for damages. Direct the payment to Hawks' agency since he was the one who caused the misdirection. Inko replied smoothly. Mayama just rose his hands in surrender, showing the palms to be glowing red. Okay, then I'm not getting between that, he said with a placid smile. How you even convinced Hawks' agency to accept the damage pays? Hawks may be layback, but the staff isn't. The villain Frost Fort was being hunted by Hawks. He messed up and we had to pick up the slack. His mess up, his money goes to that car. Simple as that, she replied smoothly. Okay then, Frost already left so you get to close. Inko shook her head at that. I swear she needs a life. Is there anyone in the building? She asked. Yep. Death Arms is pretty much swamped with paperwork and I heard White Paste is working with her sidekick on the right procedure when a civilian intervenes in a hero fight. Apparently, the school he went skipped that class, he said as he waved Inko goodbye. She waves back. Mayama barely opened the door before a blade pierced his stomach, making his gasp in pain and catch the attention of Inko, who looked over her work and her eyes widened, mind and body instantly going on attack mode, quirk activated and gun flying to her hand from the hiding place she placed it. He was burdened with great purpose. It was as simple as breathing. For most of his life he admired heroes, but began to grow disillusioned with how the hero system worked. To an extent he understood why heroes needed the brands to help them finance themselves, because the government would be unable to pay every hero in the nation without bankrupting the nation in question. He understood that. What he could not tolerate was the blatant corruption that stemmed from it. The limelight had corrupted what it meant to be a hero. Popularity, money, success, to climb the ranks. It had corrupted what a true hero was supposed to be. He could no longer tolerate it. He had a pattern of attack, but the troop ruined it all up. The months that followed the attack caused a change in the hero's modus operandi. They patrolled in duos, always. The sidekicks tended to be hidden for ambushes, as they knew that limelight heroes would be targeted to earn fame. Patrols on the night were done in groups of 3, with an underground hero tailing them. The police was better armed. The list went on, so much that he had to change how he operated. He had been so close to killing that fake Mount Lady, but the sudden change on patrols and what happened during her fight against that machine and the protection she and many wounded. Heroes had been put after the fight had stayed his blade. He had to change how he ambushed the heroes. They no longer walked into an alleyway without backup. They double-checked calls made reporting villain attacks, his two preferred ways to ambush fakes. What he was doing was going at his target, no more skulking about. Magma Dragoon is a new hero in relative terms. He has a single year in hero business as a Limelight hero, but he has been in the business for over 3 years, 2 of them as a sidekick before deciding to strike on his own. Another fake enjoying the limelight, tarnishing the title of hero for his own desire. Magma Dragoon might be a hero that fought tooth and nail during the troop attack of Japan, but that didn't mean he joined out of altruism. He was like the rest, in for the money, the fame. Entering the building had been painfully easy. Just wear a coat hiding his overall appearance and pass the lobby without issue. Pick the elevator towards the offices where the hero offices were located. Pull out his sword out and wait until Dragoon comes out because he clocks out at this hour. He knew a lot of things could go wrong. Death Arm's office is just across the hall and White Paste was in her office instead of patrolling like she usually does. That alone was a risk factor, but with heroes now working on loose teams and watching each other's back, he couldn't use his usual tactics. At least in Musutafu, this city had been a bust so far. Being the epicenter of the troop attacks, he hadn't been able to strike at the fakes based here. He'll have to move to another city, Shibuya or Hosu. He has heard bad things about the heroes based on Hosu, and unlike in other cities, they were lax with a lot of things there. It would be easy for him to strike them. But he had to do this first. Magma Dragoon offended him on a more personal level. He might look friendly and approachable, but he wasn't. He knew that. The very fact he was among the heroes that were targeted on an audit for money laundering said as much. He didn't knew that Dragoon's agency was selected at random, and Dragoon's partner, Frost, and just an ice version of Endeavor, another fake. Frost was aloof and no-nonsense because they are the ones that get the job done. Her father was an example of this. That alone marked Magma Dragoon on his eyes, another fake that leached of the name hero and used it for his own gain. So when Dragoon opened the door, out of costume he struck. He had made intelligence on the guy. He knew how he looked outside the costume, so he didn't end up killing someone else but Dragoon. Stain didn't knew that with each dead hero he also condemned the people they could have saved. The moment the blade connected with the fake's gut was utter ecstasy. Another one culled. A gut wound was not easy to heal, especially if this one went through and affected what needed to be affected. Only immediate medical attention can save the life in that moment, and not removing the blade in question. So he could be forgiven when one of his blades that was holstered on his waist flew away of it. That action snapped him of that small reprieve, as that made him realize he wasn't alone, that Magma Dragoon wasn't alone. A woman with middle-length green hair was charging at him, his knife flying at her hand, probably her quirk in action. Stain wasn't bang. A bullet wheezed past his ear. He felt the friction burning the skin and the sheer shock of it all. So much he released his grip on the blade on Magma Dragoon's gut and reached for 2 knives as he took 2 steps back, launching them at the woman that fired at him. The first one met its mark. The gun in question flew of her hand easily. The other was aimed at her clang. It was blocked, deflected by the knife in her hands. She was already moving towards him, knife in hand being turned into a reverse grip. Stain slightly grunted as he took a step back and assumed a combat stance. He could entertain. His eyes widened when she swiped at his face first with a speed he found surreal. He leaned backwards, only his years of training saving him of having his face cut and slashed at her midsection. Stain was surprised when she retaliated with a punch to his hand that made him lose target and nearly drop the knife. Taking a step back, he ducked backwards to prevent the woman from slicing his stomach open. Hissing in irritation, he launched himself at the woman, knife aimed to her neck, only for her to deflect with her own knife and made him actually hiss in pain as he felt some slight cuts on his fingers. Swiped to the head, his attack was deflected by the knife of his attacker. Thrust to her shoulder, and she would lean oh so subtly that he would miss, and only fast instinct saved him from her burying her knife on his side and ending the fight there and there. He went for a punch. This was taking too long, but his surprise became more when she grabbed him by the wrist and used that to yank him to her, destabilizing him. Stain eyes widened when he had to dodge in panic while waving his knife around as well to deflect what would be fatal cuts to his neck or getting stabbed on the sides. This woman was good and she wasn't letting up. He had cut her 2 times and she hadn't given a single second to lick her blood from his blade. She wasn't relenting and it was costing him. Then one of the doors on the hallway, he just realized she had pushed him into the hallway, opened in slight panic, and out stepped Death Arms, who just looked once and realized who he was and rushed to the fight. Now he had a woman who actually knew how to fight with a knife so well it was pushing him and cramping his combat style, and a fake that hit like a truck. Then the walls. The white walls began to grow arms because of course they do. White Paste decided to join in. Okay, fuck this, Stain thought with a sneer as he kicked it into overdrive. He ducked under a punch of Death Arms, making the woman break line of sight. Stain moved, ramming his knife on Death Arms' wrist and twisted, then pulled a second knife and instantly rammed it at the woman's ankle. For some reason he felt that was a mistake, especially since she didn't scream, but she stopped altogether, which was all he needed. Passing the now two disabled opponents, he pulled his katana from his back and began to slash at the arms that now dotted the walls. Each arm was as meaty as a real one, but broke into paint once they hit the ground, something to note once he decides to go after this fake. Once he was close enough to a window on the hall, he sheathed his blade and reached for his belt and pulled a cylinder with a pin on it, and yanked the pin and tossed it behind him as he jumped to the window. Crash! Banged! Inko and Death Arms both screamed in pain as their ears were assaulted by the pain of the flashbang sound going off. Inko more as she went to the ground, and the wound on her leg made itself even more apparent. White Paste, who had been on the office but had activated her quirk when the ruckus began, left her office. Now seeing what had happened, went to the window to see if she could follow and capture whoever had caused this. Only to see the hero killer Stain land on his feet on the roof of a parked vehicle, shards of glass landing alongside him as he moved onward, ignoring the chaos he had unleashed on his fall. White Paste gritted her teeth under her mask. That had been a 3-story fall, and the hero killer just did it and ran just as fine as if nothing happened. Biting a curse, she reached for her smartphone and entered the HeroNet, calling dispatch for reinforcements and an ambulance ASAP as her sidekick gasped and went towards the fallen Magma Dragoon, first aid kit in hand, and began to stabilize him the best she could. Inko for her part just glared at the floor, but took a deep breath, slowly seating and leaning on the wall. Had I been in good shape, I would have slit his throat open, she thought bitterly as she saw the hero's help Dragoon. Death Arms, that was on her side, gritted his teeth, yanked the knife on his wrist, and was ready to leave the building and look for the hero killer before Inko reached for his other wrist and stopped him. No, Inko began. He wants this, she added with a grimace. The hero for his part pursed his lips, but then deflated, nodding as he brought a hand to his face. Death Arms was a hero, so he knew better than anyone else that every hero that had went looking for the hero killer in anger hadn't returned. 30 minutes later, Suz. Stain huffed as he slowly stitched the cut wounds that required it and applied disinfectant to the others, which were many in his perfect opinion. Breaking the glass had inflicted extra cuts and 2 shards and ended up embedding on his forearms, but honestly, considering he had used his arms to cover his face and neck, it didn't take a genius to realize that if he hadn't, he would have died by bleeding out. Once he was done, Stain breathed a sigh of relief. That had been close, too close. Only improvisation and the fact the woman apparently wasn't at her best was the reason he was out of that mess, which said a lot when a civilian nearly got him instead of a hero. Looking around, he spotted his stuff, knives, medical aid, and some clothes to blend around. He wasn't always on tactical gear. Also, he spotted a portable stove boiling some noodles. Musutofu was too hot now. He had to leave at first chance he gets, which wasn't that hard. It wasn't the first time he leaves a city that gets too hot to operate, but it was the first time he would without knowing if he had struck a fake down. No matter, what's done is done. He'll leave first thing in the morning. He had to rest first. No preparation would be enough if he goes exhausted. Morning, UA. Classes had gone well enough, aside from the fact math was apparently harder when in Japanese, at least according to Melissa. Of course, the well enough part due to the fact Izuku was in a tense mood. Apparently, his mother had decided to pick a fight with the fucking hero killer. That bit of news came accompanied with the fact the fucking hero killer had stabbed Magma Dragoon while he was going out of his office, way outside his usual modus operandi. Of course, the asshat had escaped. His mother had been stabbed in the ankle, Death Arms had been stabbed in the wrist, and both had to be checked for auditory damage because somehow the fucking hero killer had flashbangs. Police-issued flashbangs, was the news had said, alongside the identity of the woman that fought the hero killer, not with her quirk but with a knife, and nearly won. The fact he had to learn this from second-hand accounts on the TV no less, and Kaminari pretty much saying his mother had turned into a meme, the most popular being her being Senator Armstrong tanking Raiden's punches, and not from her or his father, which let him kinda grouchy. Okay, let's amend this. He is pissed. Midoriya-kun, don't stab the plate, Aidia asked as Izuku tried to kill the plate he was using to eat. Can't. Angry. Hungry. Hangry, Izuku replied with a pout that borderline between the cute and murderous, at least that was Okako thought. His right, Okuko called, taking a bite of her rice. Being hangry isn't going to solve anything. You're right, Izuku began. Ida and Okuko smiled at one another. They got through him rather quick. Tossing a Nova bomb at fucking Stain and vaporize him will fix everything. Everything goes better after the boom. Izuku snapped with a grin. Slap. Izuku hissed as he held the back of his head in some pain. Behind him, Melissa shook her head. I think Sensei was clear. No disintegration, Melissa reminded as she sat and placed her lunch in front of her. He was vague with the notes, Izuku countered. I think he was rather clear with it, dude, Kaminari replied as he passed by. He meant you, he added as he went to another table, the one with Gyro and Mineta. Look, Melissa began. I get you're angry, I am too. Your mom's too kind to not want to murder anything that gives her a side glance, Melissa replied as she took a bite of a baked potato and swallowed. But the thing is that you can't just go and look for the man that has made a career out of killing heroes. His infamy even reached Island and the States so much that Star and Stripe has entertained the idea of going after him, Melissa reminded with a frown. If something you should be proud, Zero said as he passed by. Your mom made the hero killer run. How many heroes can claim what she did, with no quirk and a knife she apparently stole from him, and a gun, Izuku reminded, looking deflated and defeated as he took another bite of his rice. Yeah, that everyone on the table didn't had much to say on that. The fact the fight didn't end the moment Inko pulled a gun and put a bullet on Stain's forehead meant that either Dragoon had been on the line of sight and she couldn't put the round, or the single shot she made had been the warning shot because she couldn't do anything more but to fire it and get the attention to her at that moment. You're more mad, Idia began. That your mother, your family hasn't called to tell you what has happened, which I assume was because of your tendency for immolation and vaporization, the younger brother of Ingenium supplied with a small smile. One, Izuku answered with a twitch of his eye and one of his baked potatoes suddenly vaporizing in void light. Okuko just waved at the atomized potato as if exposing evidence that would damn Izuku to Tartarus. You know, Melissa said. This is the reason they didn't tell you, she added with a bite of her food. Keep going, Melissa. Keep going. I'm just going to find a way to weave light into my hero suit and make it awesome and bulletproof, Izuku groused with a pout Okuko actually found funny. Joke's on you, I'm finally getting my battle-made look, the American replied with a grin. The hell? Made? What, when, how? Izuku argued. On the sides, Idia and Okuko rolled their eyes at the discussion. At this point, Mina might be onto something. Those two were siblings in all but blood. They sure as hell bicker as the real deal. First, yes, I am getting a made look. It's inspired by an anime I once saw, Melissa began. Woman, mine is inspired by a mod, zip it. Second, one of our classmates was about to wear a bikini as a hero suit if we didn't had talked her out of it, she pointed at him. Also because you jackasses vetoed everything else I had, Melissa pouted, then pointed at Izuku. And don't you even start, Konarik, she hissed. Everyone vetoed your options too. I don't even know how we agreed on that. You even were able to wrangle the ears into the hood, Okuko pouted at that as she finished her meal. And what is Kona her? Konarik, Izuku and Melissa corrected. It means warlord, Izuku muttered with a small blush. Oh, both Idia and Okuko muttered, glancing at one another. So it fits, Okuko said cheerfully. I switched the color to green instead of royal blue, Izuku stated, making Idia and Okuko gasp. You monster, the bubbly girl replied with a faked gasp. We agreed to keep it blue, we pinky promised. You don't break a pinky promise, she faked sobbed. I have the power to change my fate and toss suns as grenades. Your pinky promise holds no power over me, Izuku dramatically said to Okuko, then both broke into laughter. You act as a hammy warlock, you're going to fit that costume so well, she confessed with a flush of her cheeks. One, Izuku mimicked. Everyone has a theme. Kachin has his mad bomber look. You have your space aesthetic. Melissa chose made look and I ended up with the warlock whose magic wand is a 4-barrel fully automatic shotgun, Izuku replied as Okuko looked at the skies in exasperation. About that dash, a call is here. A call is here. Melissa and Okuko bit their lips as they tried not to laugh at the absurd ringtone on Izuku's phone. For his part, he flushed at that, but when he saw who was calling him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, thank God, he muttered. Your mother, Midoriya-kun. Tenyo asked, seeing him nod and stand up, leaving his food behind to take the call brought some sense of comfort to them. They might not know Inko Midoriya, but considering that at any moment something could happen to their families, they empathized with Izuku's panic and sudden anger. As for Izuku, Mom, I am angry at you, don't you even begin, young man. You charge at bows without a second thought. You fought the hero killer on melee. That asshat killed heroes. On melee, I was taught to fight on melee. Honestly, he was quite amateurish, tried to lick his knife when he nicked me once. They teach us to keep attacking at any opening. which was 1 inch. Mom, I think he was trying to activate his quirk on you, Izuku muttered, then shook his head. And what do you mean amateur? He killed heroes, he hissed. Which he did by surprise attacks. He ambushed them. You are not prepared for that. This one either he came at Dragoon's office, or Izuku muttered to himself. Anyway, how are you, Mom? Please tell me you're okay. I am baby. Just some cuts on the shoulders, nothing deep. The stab on my ankle hurt because it hit the bone. It was the worst, but it has been treated, so no, you're not required to come here and heal me with your space magic, dear, Mom, Izuku groaned. I have the right to be worried. The hero killer doesn't let go things like you did. He'll have to. Every hero in Musutafu is on alert and I have my gun around. Also, I'll recover in a week. The doctors were great. Also, it helped that the wound wasn't that grave. Wasn't that grave, she says. Izuku muttered over the line, then sighed. Mom, look, I worry. Okay, I learned of this by a meme. You didn't call Dad, didn't called, not even Auntie called. You expect me to be calm after finding out by a meme of all things that my mom fought the hero killer and got away with nothing more than a stab wound to the ankle? He asked. I told them not to because I knew you would fly in a berserker rage and try to find him. That way you can focus on what matters, finding him later and boiling his blood. Izuku. Oh my god, tone it down. He stabbed you, he is getting out of this lightly, Izuku confessed, sighing once more. How Eri-chan and Miko-chan took it. Well enough, they didn't want to leave today and neither did Hisoshi. I am currently in a fort of pillows your dad pulled out of nowhere and my leg is in a cast and covered in blankets and pillows. I feel like a marshmallow and can't cook, not for lack of trying, mind you. Mitsuki-chan has come and cooked for me. She left just minutes ago. Yeah, I'm making time to make it on Sunday, Izuku exclaimed. And before you say anything, I have no classes on Sunday. I'll do all my homework and spend the day with you because while I trust you, I don't trust the hero killer not being a petty fuck, Izuku exclaimed. Dear, language. My auntie is Mitsuki Bakugu, also your best friend. No excuse, it is. Just because she does not curse when I'm around don't change the subject. I am going on Sunday even if Aizawa-sensei decides to be an ass about it, damn it. I am legit worried, Izuku stated with a worried face. Dear Mom, the hero killer rarely gets stopped by someone. The last one to stop him from his target was Ruta, a newly minted hero. He was killed 2 days later while on a rescue operation that was broadcasted. His body fell to the ground, missing his head. That was the first time there was a clear sight of the hero killer on TV and heroes had a face to hunt, especially after such a public killing, Izuku exclaimed with worry. I know, Day. I was with you watching that when you vomited after seeing that and the channel cut the transmission short. You had nightmares of that. I had nightmares of that. For a moment Izuku remained silent, wondering, pondering. Stain hunted heroes, that was certain, his manifesto of purging the fakes of the hero industry, while public knowledge at this point was wildly accepted as a lunacy by many in both hero forums and more obscure forums. One thing that wasn't crazy was his body count and determination to get his bloody job done, regardless of the cost. The day he killed Ruta was the day Stain condemned over 65 souls to their deaths, as Ruta's quirk was the only thing that was permitting the heroes and fire department to coordinate on real time and rescue the trapped workers on a factory that had suffered a catastrophic accident that caused it to blow up sky high and leave so said workers trapped in. With only Ruta being able to find them and coordinate the rescue efforts, as Ragdoll and the Pussycats were on another rescue mission on the other end of Japan. His death meant that 50 people still trapped alongside the rescue teams were unable to leave the inferno and therefore died. After that, his status as an alleyway villain that somehow got lucky had been upgraded to I want his head mounted on a wall status. He had read that the top 10 were tasked with hunting him down whenever he showed around and they were available. Endeavor was on his trail. Say what you will about the number 2 hero, but negligent on his job wasn't one of his bad qualities. He was committed to bring the hero killer down, and his incessant hounding by his agency had prevented more killings, forcing Stain down. Of course, the gas attacks, the troop in general had derailed that operation and had forced Stain to try his hand on another tactic to reach his targets. Mom, I am still going on Sunday. Whenever Auntie comes, get her to call you first so you know who is on the other end of the door. Dear, I might haven't deployed with special forces, but I am paranoid enough to pose as one. Those lessons never went away. Don't worry. God, this is how you felt before. Yes. Now suffer my pain. Izuku simply smiled at her joking tone. Okay, Mom, be careful. Love you more, dear. Be safe and remind Katsuki-kun that his mother demands him to call her. Oh my god, Kachin, really you don't call her. Goddamn, I'll tell him. Bye, Mom. Bye, dear. With the call ended and the knowledge his mother was safe, Izuku was able to relax, breathing a deep sigh of relief as he made his way back to the table and sat with a small relieved look. "Went well?" Melissa asked. "Mom pretty much wrangled Auntie and Dad to not say anything to me if I had the idea of boiling the hero killer's skin off," Izuku pretty much exclaimed, making Melissa raise her hands in exasperation and point at him. "I wonder why," she began, a tight look on her face. "Maybe it was your willingness to shove a son at a serial killer." Izuku actually had the decency to look ashamed of that, blushing slightly as Okuko rolled her eyes and poached a potato of his plate, much to his disbelief. "Excuse me, I'm not done eating." Punishment, Okuko muttered between bites, "for entertaining melting someone's skin off. You would do the same if that had been your mom," Izuku exclaimed, actually taking his chopsticks and taking some rice of Okuko's plate, much to her indignation. "Excuse me? I wouldn't melt his skin," Okuko exclaimed. "I would float him into space where his lungs would blow up inside him and the radiation of the sun would kill his cells horribly." "Different story," she said, taking another potato of his plate. "Stop eating my potatoes, stop eating my rice, non-believer. Is this about the Pluto thing? It has been 200 years, let it go." Everyone else did. "No." Both Aidia and Melissa looked at the discussion in some bizarre wonder as they leaned to one another and whispered to each other. "How long before they start dating?" Melissa would ask. "Shield-san, I am aghast of your gossiping of our friends' personal lives. They are discussing like a married couple." 2 months. Aidia ventured. "Too soon. 4 months and we end up catching them mid-confession because they are dense as osmium," Melissa replied with a small smile, then clapped her hands to get the attention of the still discussing pair that was more like teasing one another than discussing. "So, excited about our hero uniforms?" she asked Izuku, who lit up at that. "Because I am, and I want to see if they actually made you the 4th horseman," she said. "I am. You won't believe me, but I have been waiting for this moment since I was 4. My own hero costume," Izuku said with a grin that was infectious. "I know what you mean," Okuko exclaimed. "I was on the moon when I got my costume. Now I am waiting for everyone as there's so Monoma stops being such a gremlin with us," she said with a pout. "You guys are getting yours today, right?" "Yeah," both Izuku and Melissa replied at the same time. "But tomorrow's hero lesson won't require our costumes, so we will end up wearing them on Saturday. Enough time for me to run some firmware updates on the visor. I have been working for my suit," Melissa said with a small, fond smile. "You really are a gearhead," Okuko said while leaning over her elbows, a small smirk playing over her lips. "You can't teach an old dog new trick. This old dog just happened to spend nearly all of her life working as a gearhead, so yeah," Melissa said. "Also, since you guys vetoed my visor idea, I decided fuck it, you can't stop me, I am getting my visor." "Oh my god, you two are horrible," Okuko muttered to herself. "First he changes the color to green," she pointed at Izuku. "And now you built that thing." Melissa smirked at Okuko. "What can I say? If I can't get it, I'll build it," Melissa smiled. To anyone it looked angelic, but to Okuko and Aidia was anything but angelic. It was downright diabolical. "You two are impossible," Okuko said with exasperation. "And Snipe-sensei has to greenlight you for weapons?" she asked to Izuku. Kinda did," Izuku said with a small sheepish smile. "Or better yet, his gunner, today. Said as much to me during our session yesterday," Izuku admitted. "Thing is, he has to see what kind of weapons I requested to be built. He knows about the 4th horseman, not what I have planned for it." "What do? It's a shotgun. A fully auto shotgun." "What you—" "Oh no," Melissa said, eyes going wide, realization coming to hit her like a sledgehammer in the face. She had forgotten about the glyphs. "Don't you dare," Melissa said slowly, pointing at a smiling Izuku. "Izuku Midoriya, I swear to God you make that thing fire axes, I am going to be mad." Tenya and Okuko both blinked by Melissa's sudden admission that both decided, without even looking at one another, to join these two when they get their hero costumes and gear. It can be that bad, right? Right. That afternoon, Power Loader, also known as Higari Majima to his friends, looked over the 4 metal cases on the desk. 2 of them held hero costumes made by the 3rd years of the department, with only one part of it being made by my Hatsume, his prodigy. Our pain in the ass, a reason he will develop 5 to 10 ulcers. The 3rd and 4th case was different. That had been a collaboration with 1st, 2nd, and 3rd years with no issues on making weaponry. Especially since Midoriya provided the materials, 4 troop-made swords he looted from the original base that crashed on Hashima Island, and that he only kept one for personal use. Oh, they were also made to either kill him or All Might, where hybrid weapons and the ammunition that Midoriya also gave him to be destroyed was a highly poisonous cocktail of natural neurotoxins only found on animals and mixed together. Also the hard drive where all the data of the troops' most exotic weaponry was contained. Half of the things he read on that thing scare the hell out of him. The other half spooked him and the support companies he sent that data to. It was all data regarding support gear used by heroes. There had been leaks. The troop had been paying for information regarding support gear used by pro heroes. In all honesty, most should had seen it. The sudden spike in quality in troop gear and weapons was a clear indicator they had some insight of the more streamlined and well-protected secrets of hero gear creation in support companies. The leaks had been found, of course. Those who had been paid by the troop or were sympathetic to their cause had been found and judged accordingly. Firing them served no purpose. They had compromised many secrets held dear by the support companies. Such actions only demerit the heavy arm of the law. There were rumors, however, that Genera might had caught the attention of some of those leakers and joined their ranks in the hopes of getting protected by the company that stole from Island and somehow hasn't get erased from the face of the planet. That was besides the point, and something the police was investigating, because heroes are a special task force against superpowered, attackers of all kinds, abusers, thieves, killers. As long there is a quirk involved, it involved a hero, because that was they were trained to do. Therefore, they get special gear the police wouldn't get in a million years, or it happens in a pre-quirk movie. Those were bananas. Which might explain some of the choice in weaponry in Midoriya's case. Half of them were utilitarian in nature. The crowbar was for all intents and purposes the most simple of everything Midoriya had commissioned. His only requests that to follow the instructions to the letter, don't add anything crazy that isn't requested, my pouted so hard, and to use the 4 gunblades provided as raw material for the new weapons. Power Loader found it poetic, to be honest. The gunblades had been specially made to either kill All Might or Izuku, yet Izuku had taken them. One was in usage already, becoming Izuku's personal weapon, while the other 4 would be remade to be used against their former creators by their original target. And speaking of the devil, nothing exploded. That's new, Izuku muttered as he entered alongside Melissa's shield. Power Loader bit his lip under his helmet. He had nearly had a seizure when he realized that the girl, one of Island's prodigies, had ended up in the hero course, but there was little he could do about it. It would have been a boon to have someone like a shield in the department, especially with Hatsume and her propensity to blow things up. She's busy on the upper floor with a power armor design she drew with 2 third years. Said something about expanding the horizons or something like that, Power Loader stated as he approached the duo. These 2 were the last people on the hero courses to get hero-graded gear, the most complicated if he was honest. Hitoshi Shinso got the least tech complicated. Honestly, he drew inspiration from Eraserhead. That didn't stop the company who did it to add some extra padding on the torso, legs and arms, protection that was welcome to someone whose quirk needed specific triggers for activation and looked like a noodle. Izuku, Midoriya and Melissa Shield's own suits were the most complicated, just shy close from Momo Yaraiorozu and Itsuka Kendo requiring DNA grafting on their suits. Okay then, you guys put the third years to work on your suits. They were pleased for the challenge. Also, they want to punch Midoriya for some reason, Power Loader spoke. If it is the mask or the change of color, I regret nothing, Izuku said simply. Power Loader just shook his head. It wasn't that boy. The slight accented voice of Snipe sounded from the side of the room, leaning on one of the walls, arms crossed and looking at the duo. One of the few heroes who wielded a legitimate deadly weapon propped himself onwards. Is the shotgun you had made? By the way, thing of beauty. Had a look at it. You have good taste, the hero replied with a smile hidden under his mask. Also the pistol. Not my cup of tea, but to each his own, he replied. Sorry, but I had to choose over practicality. Easier to reload and maintain. At least for me, Izuku replied while Melissa rolled her eyes. And there I get in. First Shield-san, Power Loader said as he took the case and handed it to Melissa, who took with giddy hands and nerves already playing on. Your suit, to your specifications. Gotta say, Power Loader said as Melissa opened her case and pulled a white metal breastplate and applied pressure to it, wisps of blue energy forming on her hands as she applied her quirk into it. I am still salty that you didn't apply into the support department. I actually considered it, Melissa said as she measured the plate to her chest, nodding in approval. But I would have to divide my time with catching up with the hero course as well, and well, she said, you have a reputation in Island. You are the Eraserhead of the support department, but on steroids. Our Power Loader waved the compliment off. I just do my job. Aizawa has it easy. He just punches things, but we have to make sure his gear matches his state. That is incredibly hard, Power Loader stated. And it doesn't explode, Izuku added with a smile. And that, Power Loader pointed out. Now the plates, as you requested, are tempered, segmented and weaved into the fabric. Now the issue was to add the dragon skin plates with the Kevlar fabric and the Gore-Tex material as requested. But I'll be damned, the kids found a way. I can see, Melissa said as she held what seemed to be a compressor shirt on her hands. It was thick-looking and apparently heavy. Apparently. They did a superb job. I cannot see where one begins and the other ends. My compliments to the team, she said with a smile, and Power Loader reached for the case and pulled what seemed to be a boot encased in segmented metal. We foregone the heels as you requested in the original design, Power Loader began. Ashido-san gonna be pissed, Izuku sung from the side. Shut, Melissa hissed. And instead replaced it with a firmer sole design. It has concussion gel on the inside to damper hits of any kind, including falls, make it easier for your feet. I could kiss you right now, Melissa said with a grin. I hate heels. How even Midnight does that? Izuku wondered. I know it's her image and all that, but there is a limit to dominatrix look with high heels and actually being useful for hero work, Izuku stated. They are actually useful. Midnight has hidden blades in the heels, Power Loader said. Actually. Why? Izuku asked. You would be surprised how flexible she is and how many villains want to take advantage of the fact she has heels and think that she can't kick. She does in fact, can kick, high enough. Again. Why? Izuku asked, this time with a little more force. Melissa just rolled her eyes, despite feeling how Siva rattled inside her thanks to Izuku's voice. Ignore him. He's just jealous he can't walk on heels. You can't either. Shut up. I can. I'm just practical. Chose firm soles instead of walking on needles, Melissa countered. Power Loader just shook his head as he showed another piece of Melissa's gear, perhaps the most controversial among the people who helped made it. The pneumatic sword, a device attached to her left wrist that deployed a solid, segmented blade according to the level of kinetic energy stored and could be used as a sword, despite the fact it was in fact just a piece of metal with no cutting edge or a sharp tip, just a flattened tip. Still, with the kinetic firing mechanism and how much apparently Melissa could add to it with her moves, they might as well gave her a harpoon that is fired from a rocket launcher. Obviously this was the first and only anti-bow weaponry, compared to Midoriya's, who was pretty much a walking armory, but she had stated that this was mostly for dissuasion and breaking doors without blowing up the wall because she still has no control over her quirk without blowing her bones into dust despite her training with Gran Torino, a person Power Loader would rather never piss. Power Loader also knew that the girl was working on adding 3 more things, on her own. Apparently this was so custom-made that it required her own hands and purview and could not afford to have anyone looking over it. Most hero gear could be repurposed to be used on other areas or other heroes, serving as bases for future equipment. The propulsion system of Airjet's backpack and boots had served to add Uraraka's own minimized propulsion system on her boots when she goes 0G and improve the cooling system on Aidia's arms and legs where his exhaust ports were located. Not what Melissa was working apparently. It was no problem. It wouldn't be the first time a hero was working on something on their own. It would be the first time a hero knows what he or she is doing, however. Aside from the ram bolt on your wrist, everything is as you requested. You just need to dress up and see if all fits in. Oh, and also we added the pants as requested. There, Melissa pumped her right fist in joy. All right, no fan service and I can add more stuff, she said as she picked the case and found a changing booth where she could change into her hero costume. Be back in a bit, she said as she went to the booth and closed the door behind her with a click. She just made a lot of people angry. There is a whole sub-community dedicated to getting panty shots, Izuku muttered with mirth. Not that I mind. They had got heroines hurt by trying to get those shots, he said as he approached his cases. So, how badly I pissed the guys working on my stuff, he asked Power Loader. The man in question heard Snipe actually snort a laugh. Not much if you can't believe it. They thrive on challenge. Put a problem in front of them and they will crack it open, Power Loader replied. Which lead us to your costume, first and foremost. The least complicated part about your request, he said as he opened the case and exposed the contents to Izuku, who had a gleam of joy in his eyes. Because of your transformation ability, the suit has the same DNA infusion that Yara Orozu's and Hagaruke's suits, mostly to ensure there is not a need to replace it every time you transform. And just like theirs, it lacks any meaningful defense, Power Loader replied. Thankfully you saw this oversight and asked for it to be loose. It allowed us to implement plates over the fabric that are segmented and permitted its expansions whenever you transform. Again, following the theme your sketches showed us, Power Loader said. Chest, thighs, arms and forearms. They are all segmented. The armor on the thighs is solid but large enough to cover whenever you transform. Izuku nodded at Power Loader explanation. Now for the mask. Honestly, it was the most complicated part of your whole costume, mostly because of the inner workings. Thankfully Hatsume and her flare of crazy came up with a solution, Just as you requested, the mask can and will do as you requested. Power loader began as Izuku lifted Konarek and stared at the expressionless mask with tusks that resembled a smile, a very creepy smile at that. The mask was attached to a hood that had two protrusions that were surely the rabbit ear slots whenever he transformed. The material of the hood felt heavy, and when he went to place the mask on his face, he found out it wasn't much of a mask and a hood and rather a full helmet. Hatsune came with the idea of making the helmet segmented so whenever you transformed there would be no need to compromise the structural integrity of it all. The tusks are in fact a filtration system in toxic areas. The outer shell of the mask protects the inner workings, a magnification system for the eyes with a directional microphone system to hear whoever is speaking whenever the magnification is on. All this controlled by a neural band tied to your forehead whenever you put the mask on, easily intuitive and tested in other equipments with similar functions, Power Loader said as Izuku let the mask or helmet set in on his head. Izuku felt odd. The sensation of having his own gear was now sinking in. Turning to a nearby mirror, Izuku nearly gasped in glee. There he was, staring at his own reflection. He could feel the inner mechanisms of the mask underneath activating and initiating a zoom, which was unnerving, but welcomed, especially as he saw how easy it was to control. On a whim, he turned to the ceiling and let out a single shout-out. He needed to test something. "Kaan!" he shouted, and wave of dark purple energy emerging from where his mouth should be on the mask and hitting the ceiling. He smiled underneath the mask. "Excellent. Unless gagged I can shout with a mask on and the mask will suffer no damage. Got to test it with more offensive shouts, but everything seems to be in order. Still got to test it with my light and darkness during a super," he mentioned as he removed the mask helmet with a smile. "Good thing you have Saturday to work out any kinks. Now before you go on and try your costume there is your extra gear. We also added the inner plates you requested on the arms and back. They are removable as you requested." Izuku nodded at Power Loader. This would work wonders with his glyphs. Now the man sighed as he took the other case and opened it, making Izuku gasp in surprise. "Your weapons, wait. Melissa called from the booth, which opened with a click, letting the girl out, dressed in her hero suit. Clad in a blue, Victorian dress and a white skirt that reached to her ankles, a blue overcoat that covered the skirt on the sides, and with wide, loose sleeves that were wide on the shoulders was the total of her fabric. Then came the armor. Two long, segmented pieces of metal covered her sides from the waist, like a skirt, reaching to her thighs. Her entire torso was covered in a heavy-looking plate that was stylized to look feminine but not so much. Also it was segmented on the waist, belly, and near the arms to allow movement and reached to her neck. Her neck was covered as well in thick material that seemed like metal, and reached and covered her lower jaw. Both her arms and legs had heavy-looking gauntlets and greaves. The right gauntlet in particular had a space for her S-watch, which was placed while her left had the ram bolt attached to it. Her legs were the most noticeable feet, both covered in segmented boots that allowed for maximum mobility while giving a promise of pain if they were ever to impact on someone. All the armor was in a silver color that gave her an air of nobility but also of danger as how heavy-looking everything looked. I am not missing this. In addition, Sensei, the suit fits like a glove, intuitive to put on and easy to remove if needed. Everything is in order and I'm pleased to say that there are no visible structural weak points that can be exploited in combat. Still must test in live combat, but it is as requested. Thank you so much, Melissa said as she bowed to the man who chuckled in response. No need, Shield-san, but I'll pass the praise to the team. I just supervised, they were the ones who put the work, he said, turning to Izuku. Now, as for you, Power Loader indicated to Izuku as he reached for the first piece of Izuku's arsenal. A pistol, it looked like a Beretta 92F, painted black with a synthetic brown grip. It was what was etched on the grip that had Izuku nearly geek out. It matched the looks of the fourth horseman with the Death Comes Calling ornament. 4 thick barrels held together by a middle metal piece that seemed to be fused to the barrels, all reaching to the firing mechanism and where the shotgun was loaded. The wooden stock and ornate sides were as precise as he expected. So was the iron sights, which was pretty much a rectangle with a red circle in the glass. The only thing odd was that the shotgun loaded with a magazine instead of individual shells, which was good. This one was different. The gas canister is on the stock and can be replaced. It is good to at least 300 shots. Each magazine holds 50 pellets. And this thing kicks hard. Izuku slightly rose an eyebrow at that. It does. But it fires. Blanks. Hatsune got her hands on the firing mechanism. It kicks hard. Really hard, Power Loader stated as Izuku lifted the gun and tested the weight and brought it to aim at a nearby wall. How hard? Snipe asked instead of Izuku as the boy in question, and Melissa examined the massive shotgun that seemed to fit better on All Might's hands. Dislocated the shoulder of one of the guys who tested it. Hatsune fired it, and we had to recalibrate the trigger because she left it too sensible, emptied the mag in 5 seconds flat, tossed her to the ground and actually trashed her around. I am thankful that thing is loaded with plastic pellets instead of actual live ammo. Can I test it? Izuku asked to Power Loader. See that metal sheet? Power Loader pointed at a wall to Izuku's back. Izuku nodded, fired it there. Mostly for safety, and we don't end up finding pellets all over the lab. Like last time, Izuku nodded as he went to the wall in question and hefted the gun, checking it and releasing the safety, taking aim and planting himself firmly. Then he pressed the trigger. Izuku gritted his teeth as the shotgun actually rattled his shoulder and tried to force his aim upwards. He had to use his enhanced strength to keep the gun from leading him away. The gun clicked. Izuku blinked as his muscles stopped straining against the unnatural recoil of the gun. He blinked as he actually went and placed the gun back in the case. 5 seconds, Izuku began. Whatever gets hit by this will have a bad time. No matter what I add. The propelling force alone is tempting me to just put glyphs that are incompatible to cast pulses and have the close-quarter experience enhanced, Izuku mentioned. But this is my main antibo weapon. It must have my strongest attacks, and cannot be whipped against civilians or the average villain, Izuku stated. I agree. That's why we are going to have to put a small clause of engagement on that thing, and only when you get permission of a teacher or a hero in an internship or you get your provisional license you can use it freely. Snipe agreed, placing a hand of Izuku's shoulder. I'm glad you realize of this. A gun is a responsibility. On its own a gun does nothing. On the hands of an irresponsible person, Snipe let the sentence hang. A tragedy. I understand, Izuku replied as he set both weapons aside, focusing instead on the third case set for him. Now, for melee, Power Loader said with mirth, opening the case. You gave the guy who worked on this some headaches, mostly for how simple they were. Power Loader began as he saw Izuku reach for the first weapon visible. A single, silver tube that fit well enough in both hands, with a black grip for better adhesion and prevent accidents. The top of the tube was hollowed, of course, just as Izuku asked. Melissa instantly caught on what he had in hand and nearly had a heart attack there and there. You son of a bitch. You crazy son of a bitch, she uttered. You're going to give everyone in Island a stroke. Oops, sorry. My bad, Izuku teased as he placed the tube on the side and picked another object. A whip. It was a simple leather whip, at a simple glance. Did you use the blades as requested? Izuku asked as he tested the whip's weight and length. On this one we weaved them into the leather, Power Loader explained. Still don't get why you asked us for the spaces on the handle and heel knot, he replied. Oh, you'll see, Izuku replied as he placed the whip down. Word of warning, buddy, Snipe replied from the side. Midnight got wind of your little requisition. She demanded you present yourself for training. No, not that kind of training. Normal training for that whip, Snipe reminded. Wonderful, Melissa said. You get to be trained by the dominatrix whose image dotes half of the lockers in Island, she deadpanned. If you return to the dorms with a ball gag, I am using you to beat some sense into that woman, Melissa replied. She's not that bad, Snipe replied with some mirth. I once caught my dad staring fondly at a picture of her in the costume that caused the entire hero associations to revisit dressing codes, Melissa hotly reprimanded. I'll beat a motherfucker with another motherfucker. It's my God-given right, Power Loader just sighed as Izuku picked the next weapon, a two-headed trident. If you could call it that, it was more like a tri-pointed, two-headed spear. The original design that Izuku had suggested had been scrapped, too dangerous, too unwieldy. It was the only weapon in Izuku's arsenal that didn't follow his design, but by the looks of it he didn't mind. Whatever he was planning in terms of modification would have to suffice. Then came the odd weapons, aside the crowbar, which was the most generic weapon ever, also the most versatile. Then came the shovel. A shovel sword, to be honest. It was by far the oddest piece of support gear ever made in UA. He had pictures of odd support gear placed in the third year's labs to remind them that weird doesn't mean non-functional. The shovel sword is in that wall right now. Is a weapon that also cover the function of being practical and being turned into something else, as it could dig. Show him a sword that can dig its own hole. The fact that the shovel sword was made of the same material as the gun blades meant that thing was durable, really durable, and sharp and dense. So dense that it could pass as a hammer if you got hit by it. Then, it is the abomination. Abominations, as in plural. The first one was the flail. There wasn't something specifically wrong about that thing. Aside its weight and the fact the chain was a little short and Midoriya had requested the head of it to be reeled by the chain after every swing. He let this one on Mai because despite her apparent lack of tact, she was one of the few people in the team that could build something sturdy enough to support Midoriya's request and crazy enough to withstand Midoriya's crazy powers. Then there was the other. A monstrosity that only my Hatsune would have the guts to build and test. Worst of it all, Midoriya had included instructions for this one, and a name. Ripping you a new one. Mai had called it the RYNOV, the monster child between a Gatling gun and rocket launcher that was hooked on classical music. Yes, that thing fired, whatever Midoriya was planning to add to it while blasting the 1812 overture of Pyotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky. He can't imagine something more. Bizarre because that thing somehow didn't have much of a recoil compared to the Fourth Horseman despite having 3 spinning barrels firing at the same time. Right on the middle was the crest of the Special Tactics and Rescue Service, or STARS for short, the 3 yellow stars held in a black circle with a blue border outside, but instead of having the Raccoon Police Department letters around the circle, it had the words in Latin Parabellum, which was appropriate considering that all this was preparation for the worst scenario. Picking the gun, he gripped it with 2 hands, testing its weight and checking the iron sights. Snipe-sensei, thoughts? Izuku asked. The gunslinger hero looked at the weapon critically. Turning to Power Loader, he asked, "Is that an actual Beretta 92FU modified?" "It is. One of the 3rd years was able to procure the parts. That gun is over 200 years old. All parts belong to different Berettas. We changed the firing mechanism because this fires small pellets instead of actual rounds, which leads me to ask." Power Loader turned to Izuku. "What are you going to do with this?" "Snipe-sensei taught me how to do maintenance on a gun. Berettas were among those I learned from. I'm going to carve glyphs on the barrel. Each glyph can cast a different effect on the small pellets I will fire from the samurai's edge. Fireballs, thunderbolts, icicles, lances of lighting, a rain of knives," Izuku mentioned as he placed the gun down and stared at the magazine that contained the ammo and held it in hand. "How many per magazine? And what propels them?" Power Loader, who was still trying to wrap his head around what Izuku said, blinked under his helmet and shook himself. 30 pellets. Each magazine has a small gas canister that actually fills the trigger to fire them. Each canister will last in fact over 120 shots, Power Loader stated simply. "It is the same principle with your shotgun, which leads to it now," Power Loader added as Izuku reached for the large shotgun. Also, it was the chosen tool of relaxation of the team because of its sheer absurdity. They laugh while pressing the trigger and letting all 1,000 pellets fly. 1,000 pellets in 1 minute. The only reason he approved this thing was because Midoriya put under it as a last resort weapon. Anything that has Midoriya put it as a last resort has to be bad. Bad enough to whatever on the receiving end and to him to put clear instructions as what qualifies as last resort and when to use it. The list was short, but it gave him chills all the same. Shaking his head, Power Loader saw Midoriya place the weapons in front of him, looking at them, then at Snipe. Power Loader knew why. Only the melee weapons could be claimed by Midoriya. The RYNO, the Samurai Edge and the Fourth Horseman were firearms. Dubious with the RYNO, firearms were a purview of Snipe. "There is a precedent that teens with guns are never a good idea," Snipe begins. All this pointing to himself. "My roots, I was born here in Japan but my folks moved to America, spend the first 17 years of my life in Texas, so you can imagine the attention I got when I discovered I could direct the bullets I fired," Snipe said. Also, Texas was in the epicenter of several shootouts. "What you got to understand is that most of the time, villains, like heroes, aren't born. They are made," Snipe replied gravely as he took the Samurai's Edge and gave it a once-over. "It doesn't take much to make either of one. One bad day, philosophy, culture, family," Snipe replied simply. "I was 14 when I fired my first gun against someone." Izuku gulped at that. "Wasn't an easy experience, especially with the others saying I had done the right thing." TSK Snipe shook his head. "It was him or me. He made a mistake. Dropped a gun because it jammed. Did not jam when I pulled the trigger in his direction. It was him or me, and before me, he had already killed 10 people with an AR." Snipe there grew silent. "Being called a hero because you ended a life doesn't sit right. Especially when you knew the person, especially when your last words are pleased to him for him to stop. Especially when you know what led him to that path and how easy for him was to take the easy exit," Snipe said as he flipped the gun, held it by the barrel, and presented it to Izuku. "This here is a responsibility, taught you enough to realize that these things will only see the light of day in truly dangerous situations. When the sword and shield aren't enough and you need an extra push to save someone, Izuku took the gun with gingerly hands. Just remember, guns are tools, they aren't inherently good or evil. They just are. The hand that guides them gives them the final purpose, Snipe said gravely, seeing Izuku's serious expression, how pensive he was. Yeah, he understands very well, the gun hero thought to himself as Izuku took the samurai edge, took a deep breath, and then, in front of him, the gun seemed to become transparent, made of crystals, levitating of his hands, only to suddenly shot into Izuku himself. The moment that happened, 2 swords and a shield flashed around the boy, spinning around before the samurai edge appeared as well. First time I see your armature, Melissa said as she checked Izuku's hero suit for any kind of tear or imperfection. That other blade, Snipe said. The gun blade. It has no ammo, Izuku replied. I honestly don't know what to do with it. Do I ask for the same pellets or I just stick with beanbags and be done with it? Beanbags, everyone chorused. I already have a measure of the caliber the gunblade uses. I can make them easy for use, Power Loader stated. Thank you. Please do not let Hatsume-san get a hand of them. They might explode, Izuku said as he took the crowbar he named Black Mesa and let armature do its work. Sensible choice, Power Loader replied as the whip, that according to Midoriya was called Belmont, disappeared on his armature. On another note, I wish to study this armature. The applications of a quantum receptacle would be invaluable in everyday's life, Power Loader replied. You want to make a hemispace? Izuku replied as he took the shovel blade and let armature take it, then did the same with the tube he called Star Killer. Izuku, Melissa began. The applications alone would shake the foundations of the world on any level. From a military perspective, it would effectively reduce the carry weight of a soldier and ensure they can carry more gear. On a civilian level, it depends on what is used. In the medical field, it would drastically reduce the cost of storage and streamline ways to acquire the necessary items for an operation, Melissa replied. Those are 2 fields that I can think of the top of my head can benefit off. Imagine if one puts some effort into what it will benefit and how, Melissa replied as Izuku took the RYNO and added it into his armature, that at this point couldn't not be called Royal Arms but his Royal Hodgepodge. At this point, she couldn't tell if he wanted to fill the image of the warlock or a crazy person on a bathrobe and all the power in the world. As the RYNO was finally taken in, all his arms began to circle Izuku, almost like a dance, like celebrating. There were just 3 more to take. With a smile, Izuku took the 4th horseman and let it be taken into the armature. Then he took the spear, Raisen. He was kinda disappointed they didn't follow his instructions on this one, but he understood why. Most of what he requested was easy to handle. The whip was an obvious exception, but that was why training existed. However, every single one of them was safe to use, and considering that they would be on Izuku's armature, no one but him would be able to take them. The original concept of a segmented, whip-like spear, while cool, was also dangerous. There was a reason why he didn't request a katana, aside from owning one for use being illegal in Japan. Still, it required a copious amount of training to be used safely and effectively. A spear that breaks into different parts, tied to a chain, and can be swung as a whip, while cool in concept, can be dangerous, especially considering that the training for one would be highly specialized. Also, there was the fact he would be swinging a sharpened tip around and any mistake could prove fatal, not just to him but to anyone around him. But he could work with this. He had the whole night to add the glyphs to the weapons. He would have to modify some things for Raisen. Obviously lighting, it's in the name, but no one expects to be punched by a spear. Then he took the flail, testing its weight. Izuku smirked. Goats would do just fine. Night had fallen, and with it the underbelly of the city came, cautious. A bar in Camino was the preferred hanging spot for these people. It was hidden enough of prying eyes and discreet enough to ensure the clientele's security. Of course, this was a front, one of the many that All for One had for his many shadow business and puppet companies. Every operation carried out requires money, every favor asked requires money, every operation, heck, everything needs money. It was something the self-proclaimed Demon Lord had learned very early in life. Quirks give power, but money makes the world go round. This bar was just one of his many moneymakers. It was small but provided a steady income, which was good. Also, it provided information. Alcohol loses lips, and a place like this, hidden, was haven for the malcontent and angry. It was a perfect place to recruit and to spread the word, so to speak. This Shigaraki had learned well enough of Sensei to use the masses' inherited stupidity to his advantage. The individual is smart and methodical. The masses is stupid and clumsy. For weeks he had been feeding whoever had come to the bar the idea of an assault at UA, attack the golden eggs from which many heroes would become a pain in the sides of those hating the current system, attack All Might, kill the symbol of peace, end the current era with blood. He was clearly surprised when he saw how many actually wanted this, like some of these people were fucking insane, and this is coming of him. They didn't knew he was scouting for a mob to toss at the heroes, they didn't need to. Right now, he had a sizable amount of people ready to join him in his attack. All that was left was a date and a place. That had been the real problem so far. Some of the mobs wanted to attack UA directly, tear the place apart, idiots with spirit but idiots nonetheless. The troop assault on UA showed that they had mechs that were loaded with live ammo. It would turn into a bloodbath if that occurred. He wasn't interested on leading a doomed charge despite having a tank around. And no, he wasn't referring to the Nomu. That only left another option, the USJ, a large compound that was used for disaster training and simulacrums, not only by UA students but by the police, medics, and firemen to simulate disasters of any kind. He wasn't interested in attacking them, it would be a waste of time and effort, not to say that it would defeat the purpose of the attack itself. He was aiming to take down the hero system and current societal norms, which meant going against heroes, not police officers. Tell that to them, he thought with a grimace hidden under father's hand. Half of the mob recruited was fucking insane, and he works with a guy whose skin is being held together by staples and is sure has a history with Sensei and the doc. But at the matter at hand, right now he had over 150 people ready at any given time to enact the plan. They were all in. Attack UA's golden eggs, lure All Might in and any other pro, kill them all. Honestly, the plan is really simple on letters, it is not on actions because there are issues. You can't get anything. Shigaraki asked Jiran and Gadget. One was the best informant there was in Japan. He spent most of his time on the road helping anyone with the money, and it was something that could not be acquired on normal legal channels. The only reason he was helping was because of that money. The current state of society was crippling his operations, and as a businessman, Jiran could not abide by that. Gadget was the best technician he knew his way around computers. So it was a surprise to him that neither could get much of what he needed. Sorry Shigaraki, Jiran said while taking a shot of his whiskey, but my contacts are unable to glean anything regarding UA's schedules. Considering the little trick Nedzu pulled to prevent its closure after the new rules instated by the former Minister of Education, Nedzu right now has free reign on how to operate the academy. As far as I know, those kids could be training 24/7 instead of studying, which is a problem, Jiran replied. With a sigh he turned to Gadget. The kid just shook his head while zipping his water. Their defenses are top-notch. I don't dare look at it and try a hack because how modern they are. The only other place with cybersecurity this advanced is I-Island, and I don't need to tell you that they recently updated their security, Gadget said. You're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way, of fucking course, Shigaraki muttered, slightly scratching the side of his neck and biting a curse. He thought he had beaten this fucking tick of his, but lo and behold it's back with a vengeance, and he did this when he's annoyed. It hasn't happened before, but it's happening now because all the plan hinges on getting the damned schedules. The original plan would have worked if UA wasn't a boarding school. Leaking any info that All Might was working there would have no results considering all students are housed within the walls. Therefore, the reporters can't harass them for answers because they are fucking vultures he could use to distract everyone. Slip by and get the schedules, but no, they had to become a boarding school and shove a broom handle up his ass. Damn it, he really hated to do this. He wanted to show Sensei he could do things without his help. But Sensei Shigaraki. Instantly the old TV monitor from an era that Shigaraki was sure was older than Sensei came to life. Yes, Tomura-kun. I need your help, I know, and I have the perfect plan for you to get in and out without issue. If you don't mind waiting. Been waiting this for some time. I think I can wait some more Saturday. UA grounds. Jiro Kyoka didn't feel jealousy as a norm and as a fact. But in the locker rooms, surrounded by girls that were, frankly, more developed than she made her feel jealous. She knew she shouldn't. It wasn't their fault. It was the fault of their genes, therefore their mother's fault. Okay, that was petty of her, but when the shyest of them all has a rack bigger than her head and all their butts seemed too big and taut that you could bounce a quarter into them and they would bounce back into someone's skull while she was flatter than a pancake and her butt was a deflated balloon, well, she had no choice of chance in the matter. Granted, she shouldn't compare to the other girls. They were her friends and they had their own flaws. But it was hard not to when most heroines were more stacked than a freaking pancake tower. It didn't help right now considering they were in their underwear and changing into their hero costumes, Melissa finally getting hers. Jiro did note that before anything, Melissa had put 4 red bands on her extremities, one on each arm, near her elbows, and the other 2 near her knees, small screens on them lighting up green instantly as the American girl went to put what seemed to be a tight one-piece suit over her. Gyro shook her head as she reached for her own costume and began putting it on. At a simple glance, it looked like a simple rocker-like getup made out of leather and a simple shirt, with only the legs woofers being the strangest addition to the costume, but it was far from a simple suit. It was, in its entirety, made of ballistic weave. According to Melissa, the resident nerd on everything technical on hero suits, ballistic weave was a revolutionary and very cheap material created to be used by police officers 50 years ago, making their standard uniforms basically bulletproof, trauma-proof, and even knife-proof, ensuring the safety of the officer in question. By weaving different materials into a single strand and then making any kind of clothes with that material, you effectively created a cheap, light, simple but effective cloth capable of being mass-produced by law enforcement agencies. The United States had really needed those, as 50 years ago they had faced perhaps the worst case of violence ever recorded against anyone in the country, only behind the dawn of the Quirk era and the pre-Quirk era. Gyro had asked why it was not used considering the advantages it provided. Melissa had offered one single answer: corruption. The ballistic weave had a competitor, an improved version of the Kevlar material used for over 200 years in body armor and bulletproof vests. Improvement was being generous because the new material, while better than the original, was also heavier and cost more in both production and creation, double in fact comparing it to making a standard SWAT body armor with standard material. The ballistic weave was already proving to be superior in every aspect, so the competition had turned to the Congress and greased their palms. The company that had made the ballistic weave was from Mexico, so they began to target it with bogus connections with the remnants of the Mexican cartel or other bands that would benefit from the creation, or used bogus accusations of bribery, tax evasion, even use of illegal immigrants as part of the labor force, all in order to paint the new material in a bad picture and therefore approve something more American. The result was that Island eventually took the company and incorporated the ballistic weave into their security personnel, and even improved upon the original design. During the Miami riots 50 years ago, when Island had docked to resupply, these improvements proved its worth as the security personnel repelled a mob armed to bear with guns of every possible caliber they could get their hands on and quirks. None of the defenders ended up dead, just 2 ended up in the hospital with burns due to the usage of Molotov cocktails, while the assailants had to run with their tails between their legs and bleeding all over the streets. It was to note that the Miami police force used the new Kevlar vests and tactical gear with the same material. The fact that a quarter of the police force ended up hospitalized, even decked out in full riot gear newly made, and the vests, upon being picked up after fights, showed critical flaws, didn't deter others to keep using this American gear. Didn't stop American heroes from turning to use ballistic weave over the new Kevlar material. It was trying to be forced onto them. In their words, they trained to be the best, they use the best, so nearly 90% of the heroes in America used ballistic weave-made costumes, the best in their opinion. Wearing anything else is suicide in their opinion. When it was suggested to Gyro to commission her costume in this material, her initial reaction had been shock. Gyro wasn't petty enough to not admit that the only reason Melissa suggested this was because it was an Island main staple, and therefore she was sticking to familiar grounds. It had been Mineta of all people to remind her that Melissa's father had made All Might's costume, a costume capable of resisting All Might's absurd strength, something Izuku confirmed and everyone had seen during his fight against the All Might Bow in Hashima Island. So Gyro had taken the suggestion, and she was glad. So far the material was worth its weight in gold. It had tanked hits that would have disabled her immediately or left her out of combat and bought her enough time to retaliate. Today was the first day that 1A as a whole would participate in hero costumes as a whole, Izuku and Melissa being the last to get theirs, and they would break them today. She idly spotted Melissa putting a tight black leotard around her body before reaching for pants, actual pants that would be covered in a Victorian-looking skirt and armor. As the girls dressed, it was Toru who asked as she brought her own multicolored gloves on and put them. "Okay, I got her ask. What's with the visor?" she asked as Melissa pulled a triangular visor, solid white, and alongside it a harness to adjust around her head. "This is my HUD," Melissa answered. "This is what you've been working on while my Doria-san was doing his thing," Mina replied, waggling her fingers alongside the mention of Izuku. Yes, he was adding glyphs onto his royal arms, more like an assortment of things he feels more comfortable with. Don't be weirder when he fires a pistol and instead of bullets a fist comes out. The visor Melissa-chan, Tsuyu replied smoothly. Don't dare to steer this conversation another way. Ribbit Danjit, Melissa joked. It has an off-brand version of the SHD system in it and in sync with my S-Watch, alongside my vitals, and permits me to control Siva without manual input. Has a built-in scanner for wounds, a built-in radio, and works as binoculars with a zoom option and a camera, Melissa replied. The SHD, what? Gyro wondered. Security Homeland Defense System. We call it the Shade Network back in I-Island. It is a layer of defense that coordinates the drone ordnance of the security teams and keeps track of hostiles in security lockdowns and vitals on everyone on the island. This is a slim version, but with the same security protocols to prevent hacking issues. That's impressive, Momo replied. Are you certain I-Island would allow such thing to leave their walls? From what I understand, they are still not happy after the Detonarat incident. Something as valuable as this Shade Network, even a watered-down version, would be too valuable to let loose. Melissa just smiled as she adjusted her headgear, the visor clocking around her eyes and nose with a click, as it seemed to power up to life. Momo, I helped create it, she said as she adjusted the wrist-mounted RAM bolt on her left arm, and her HUD displayed its status as active. Would you stop surprising us? Okuko muttered with a pout as she put on her helmet, now wanting to add a HUD of her own. But right now she had to get used to the propulsion mechanism pasted on her boots and her back and worked on air alone. No fancy CO2 or other chemical used to propel her while her gravity is cancelled. Mnemno, Melissa said while sticking her tongue at Okuko. Okuko retaliated with her own in a pout. Okay, you two, enough, Momo replied as she adjusted her fingerless gloves. Everyone's ready. An assortment of nods was her answer. Finally, let's go. The boys must be waiting, the rich girl said with a beatific smile. You just want to finally shut Monomo off, Toru said with a grin of her own. Momo slightly blushed at the admission, but nodded as well. And Shinsu, what's his damage? Gyro wondered as she adjusted her headphones or noise-cancelling devices. He acts like we killed his entire family and took turns to kick his cat to death. Don't know, don't care. Wishing he gets drafted against Midoriya-kun, Okuko said with a grin. One Tsuyu replied with a shake of her head. You wish him death. Ribbit, I wish he chills the fuck up. Maybe some stasis will do the job. As the girls exited, they noticed the boys were coming out as well. They were the first to notice Izuku, clad in his hero costume, and they fell silent. I insist, Gyro began, his a walking contradiction. Also metal album cover 2 minutes later. Hitoshi Shinsu was a complicated person, if you didn't know him well enough. Those that did get through his abrasive and overall no fucks given personality would encounter a boy that wanted nothing more than to be seen as a person and prove he was more than his quirk. Problem was that he didn't let people in so much. His abrasiveness had reasons to be. Only his family knew the real him, only them. Class 1B knew him as a moody troll, and that was fine with him because that was what to be known as, fewer chances of making friends that will stab you on the back or accuse you of using your quirk on them, despite the fact he would not use his quirk on them unless they annoy him too much. It hadn't happened yet, but he was waiting for the other shoe to drop at any moment. He isn't tricked by the friendly smiles of everyone around him. They are just waiting for him to drop his guard. Oh, he heard Kinoko mutter under her breath. I think we are on a truffle. Shinsu rolled his eyes at the pun, but when he lay eyes on Class 1A he had to admit, they might be. The 21 students of Class 1A clad in their hero costumes are quite a sight to behold, especially considering that 1A seemed to be more of a combat-oriented class compared to 1B if you compared quirks, costumes, and experience. 20 of them had been on the thick during the Hashima Island incident, all had at one point been attempted murder, and one of them had literally bathed in the blood of his enemies. Now they were all in uniform. What stood up the most, aside from Urarakas who towered over everyone, was Izuku's own costume. Dressed in what everyone assumed was a cultist outfit of some sort, the cloth was in a green forest that was appealing to the eyes and had golden outlines to make it stand. Armored, golden segmented boots that looked like rabbit feet and armored covers on the thighs. With a belt buckle that looked like a skull of a dragon, the torso was covered by the same segmented golden-looking armor, while the arms had what could be called scales, making it armor, covering the forearms, the hands, and fingers, exposing the palms. Same with the rest of the arm. The most eye-catching sight was the mask and hood. The mask was expressionless, with just 2 holes covered with dark glass and 2 tusks on the mouth, and the hood covered the whole head and had 2 protrusions that looked like rabbit ears. He looked like a cultist in all admission, a cultist that was also cosplaying as a rabbit or something. It didn't help that he was the 3rd smallest male, but apparently, that didn't matter when your combat default was to toss suns at things. All here. Good Gran Torino said. Everyone tensed up, mostly because he was alone. Most of the time he was accompanied by Vlad King or Knuckle Duster, or even Eraserhead. Nope, he was alone. They were alone with him, oh god. Today's exercise is going to be a bit different, Torino began. First, no, I am not alone. All Might is going to proceed with me, if he showed up early. The small old hero bellowed, making the teens cringe. I am here. Every teen turned in surprise as the very iconic voice of All Might came to their side. At a certain level they knew that at one point they were going to be taught by him. It was told to them at the first day. But he had to pass some exams to actually teach people. He couldn't just show up and start teaching a class, and he had to do so with a qualified teacher. Coming to teach you like a normal PE-Wattam. You damned oaf. Punctuality. Gran Torino exclaimed as he slammed his feet at Mach 1 at All Might's face, making the students look in horror. This was the man who All Might feared. Now they understood why. Melissa double, so since she had to train with that nutjob to access one for all without her watch. Hell, unmitigated hell. 2 minutes later. So All Might began, a cheek bruised but still keeping a smile, despite how his legs shook. It painted a bad image for the kids. Today's exercise is a classic example of hero versus villain scenario. All Might spoke. Most people think that most fights happen outside, on the streets, visible for everyone. That is wrong. Villains rather take their fights inside buildings, hiding. They know that a visible fight means more heroes pouring in, less chance of escaping. So today we are going to test you all in a simple but complex scenario, Torino stated. A hero team and a villain team, again class versus class. The rules are simple. Inside the building behind us is a mock bomb. The job of the villains is to ensure that bomb goes off. The hero's work is to ensure capture of the villains or the bomb gets deactivated, Gran Torino said. Teams will be drafted with ballots. All Might stepped in, holding 2 boxes, one red, one blue. Blue box for 1A, red box for 1B. Pick up a ballot and pair it with a classmate with the same ballot. It wasn't long before both classes were paired with someone, but there was one small issue. Sensei, a team had 3 classmates, Aidia replied, seeing that in 1A that team was formed by Tsuyu, Mineta, and Momo, while in 1B it was formed by Shinsu, Kendo, and Ibara. An astute observation, young Aidia. Just like in real life, most heroes tend to face overwhelming odds. A hero often engages in fights alone, and oftentimes even with numerical superiority they tend to have a tactical disadvantage. Villains do not care for collateral. All Might spoke firmly. One team will have to face these odds. A 3-2 fight, Torino spoke. That means now, he added with a grin. Midoriya, Uraraka, you get to face the 1B 3-man team as the heroes. You 3 get to be the villains on the scenario. Both teams with the C ballot look to one another, then at their opponents. Victory for the heroes comes if they capture the villains or secure the bomb. Victory for the villains comes with the capture of the heroes or the 10-minute timer runs out, Torino added as he pushed a tray with 5 earpieces in them. Pick your earpieces, put them on, and take positions, heroes outside and villains inside. Villains, you have 5 minutes to prepare. The rest come with us, and with that, the mob of hopeful heroes followed the symbol of peace and his teacher while the others remained outside. Instantly Monoma guided Ibara and Shinsu away, while the purple-haired boy gave the 2 hero hopefuls a smirk. Twat, Okuko muttered as Izuku shook his head as he removed the mask and put the earpiece in, then went to the entrance of the building. Okay, Midoriya-kun. Plan? Okuko asked. Plan. They have the numerical advantage. Leave one to the bomb while the other 2 moves about looking for us. So separating is a risky choice, Izuku began as he crossed his arms and brought his hand to his masked chin. Then comes their quirks. Shiozaki-san quirks is a danger on its own. It gives her range unmatched by anyone in her class. Monoma-san's own quirk is truly dangerous. Ghost Opera acts as a 4th enemy to deal with, especially with Monoma capable of copying other quirks, Izuku replied. Then there is Shinsu-san. Animosity against us aside, his quirk is a partial unknown, but his physical prowess is lacking. Okuko could swear Izuku had a cringe face under his mask. Yeah, Mineta-san did beat him up, Okuko quipped. And Shiozaki-san is not exactly as strong as Kendo-san or any other of the girls when it comes to hand-to-hand, Okuko muttered. I can easily find them. LAS, Izuku hissed. His body language said everything. 4th floor. Closer to the window, near the windows. To our right, Izuku hissed. Excellent. I can sneak in. How about a pincer move? You can deal with them, right? Izuku nodded with a chuckle. I assume they will keep Shinsu on the bomb. I can deal with him easily, Okuko said with a grin. Don't speak to him. Don't answer anything he says. I don't know what his quirk will do, but I know it acts on answering him. So just finish him, Izuku reminded. Meanwhile, you are going to dismantle 1BS powerhouses, Okuko suggested with a smile. Honestly, the real problem will be ghost opera, Izuku said. Haven't seen much of it in action. Gonna have to break the new tricks early. Wonderful, Izuku said as he adjusted his gauntlets. Maybe, Okuko uttered. But what if Shinsu isn't left on the bomb? That is an issue. Monoma is a danger on his own because ghost opera basically makes him a 2-to-1 deal. Shiozaki-san is manageable, but she is troublesome in the same way. Suggestions? Izuku asked. Same as before. I go for the bomb and fight whoever is there. I can take Shiozaki-san if it is her. It makes more sense to leave her to defend the bomb. I mean, her hair has thorns growing in. You don't want to get struck by it, Okuko supplied. Yes. Yes, Izuku muttered. Shinsu and Monoma go to confront me, and because I can't answer anything, Shinsu says to activate his quirk, or Monoma copied his and therefore doubles danger, limiting the use of my shouts, which they think is my greatest assets, Izuku said with an obvious grin hidden under his mask. Plan still a go? Okuko asked. Izuku simply looked at her, raising a fist. Plan still a go, then they bumped fists. Ibara felt relief when Monoma had decided to take Shinsu and spearhead an attack against the invading force, instead of staying and waiting for them to arrive. In hindsight, it made sense. Midoriya-san's main power seemed to come from his voice, giving him a tactical advantage and disadvantage. But with any voice-based attacks, it had a flaw, the voice itself. How much he could use it before his throat began to hurt. Taking advantage of one of his greatest advantages was an inspired plan. Shinsu brainwashing quirk would activate the moment he answers Shinsu with one of his voice-based attacks. She is not deluded, of course. Shinsu would not last a minute against Midoriya or Uraraka. In the weeks since school started, they learned several things. One of them was that Mineta Minoru knew how to judo throw someone doubles his size. That being Hitoshi Shinsu. The other was that Shinsu couldn't throw a punch to save his life. It was a simple thing really. Shinsu was more bones and skin than muscle, and in a straight fight, he would be demolished. Containing Midoriya or Uraraka long enough depended solely on Monoma and Ghost Opera. Shinsu was just a dissuasion element. She was alone in the room, the bomb near her, hands clasped and the bomb covered in vines bigger than All Might's arms and with thorns that could go through a man's torso easily. This was the first defense. She was the second defense. Then her comm cracked into life. Students' exercise begins now. The voice of the symbol of peace made her tense. This was it. Unclasping her hands, a single vine grew out of the palm of her right hand, long dangerous thorns ready to rend flesh, and with a single swing, she cracked it into the ground. She was ready. Ibara Shiozaki. Original quirk, vines. Mutated quirk, blessed vines. Ibara's original quirk, vines, allowed her to manifest vines as hair on her head. Each vine could be controlled individually, and each vine was strong enough to hoist a full-grown man up. The gas caused a mutation that at first glance is not noticeable. Ibara's control over her hair vines grew stronger, capable of actually controlling each individual vine like if it was a limb, able to complete complex tasks with them. Now each vine can grow large thorns capable of rendering skin and piercing even steel if so she wishes, and are strong enough to crush metal if so she wishes. The real mutation came on the palm of her hands. She can actually grow a single vine on each palm and use them as whips. Each one is as manageable as the ones on her head, have the same attributes of strength and control, and can grow the same thorns. Another mutation is in the control of growth on her hair and the vines themselves. They are not plants, but strange titanium-like fiber substance that is entirely organic, acts as one, and needs sunlight and nutrients to grow. This is by far the strangest mutation that has occurred to anyone on 1B. With a flick of her wrist, Ibara slammed the vine whip to the concrete of the door. Instantly the vine went through it and began to cover the door by her command, growing thorns that would make even All Might pause. Once the door was covered, her hand grew another vine whip. She was hopefully ready for whatever Midoriya could throw at them, at her. She wasn't prepared, however, for whatever Uraraka was going to throw at her. The control and viewing room was a state-of-the-art control room, with several screens tied to a single console of simple use, intuitive, and with an instruction manual lying nearby in case someone forgot how to use it. That one had to be done because of an incident Eraserhead had during his first year as a teacher. The room was currently packed with both classes as both teachers began to manipulate the console to focus on both teams and how they approached the situation. They are splitting up, Momo muttered, seeing how Uraraka tapped herself and began to float, only to be encased in purple light by Izuku and then be tossed upwards. stopping suddenly on the side and clinging to a wall, giving Izuku a thumbs up before the boy entered the building by the main entrance. The other monitors showed how Monoma and Shinsu stalked the halls while Abara prepared herself while defend the bomb. Okako-chan is going for the bomb. Size alone puts her at an advantage over Shiozaka-san. Ribbit Tsuyu replied. Midoriya-san is going to have a rough time, Kendo murmured. Seen him fight. Good on a 1-to-1, not so hot on 2-to-1, a beat of silence. Then 1A laughed, hard. Ha 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 ha. Wait, you're serious, Mina said with some mirth. Okay, let us laugh louder. Ha 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 ha. He has no training, he depends too much on his quirk and sees him struggle against Yui-san. No offense, MHH. That's because fucking Deku has been holding back, Bakugu snapped, leveling a red eye at Kendo who didn't seem nonplussed by his stare. We all know he tosses suns as grenades. Fukidashikuen nearly got immolated by 3 of those, Kendo replied while crossing her arms over. Bakugu just shook his head. No handjob, fucking excuse me. This Bakugu then tapped his head. All this time he has been planning. Thinking. That quirk of his may be strong, but without a good mind, it ain't shit, Bakugu replied simply. Brew. He tosses suns as grenades. Last week he turned into smoke and choke slammed Shishido-san, and not to mention that one time Pony impaled him on the legs with her horns and the only thing it did was to spear her through a car. Tetsu said as so said girl rubbed her back in phantom pain while the massive hairy boy rubbed his neck. Not fun memories. He was using you all, Bakugu laughed. All this time he had fought bows, those shits are weak and predictable. Deku danced around them, but against quirk users, people that think and act unpredictably. A different thing. He was seeing how much he can push himself before he pushes back. Fucking ass hat. A bold plan, but I am sure he was seeing how much he could hold on before he actually hurts someone. Better here than on the field, Gran Torino. Which is good, is a lesson I won't have to beat into him, or any of you if you realized of that so quickly. Maybe 1B will need a refresher if they didn't catch up, so said class froze at Torino's words. Sensei All Might warned as he activated the comms. Of the students so everyone could hear them, but only All Might and Gran Torino would be able to talk to them, no one else. They can't take hits like I do or have 3 ways to heal like young Midoriya, he reminded. But young Kendo is right to a certain degree, and so is young Bakugu. Young Midoriya's experiences with bows have trained him to go all out, so he is training himself out of that mindset. Lest he kills someone by accident, All Might reminded. Seeing how Midoriya stalked the halls, only stop in a corner, take a deep breath and... LAAS his voice echoed all over the room, making the students of 1B shudder. To be fair, 1A did the same. It was just so unnatural. Never gonna get used to that, Mineta muttered to Tsuyu who nodded. Our biscuits. Isn't that the shout he used to find me during our training last week? Shishido asked. Yep, half of class 1A agreed. It means he has Monoma and Shinsu's numbers, ready to punch them, Mina replied with a small smirk. Oh, this is gonna be fun, Melissa said with glee. What do you guys have against them? Kinoko asked. Aside Monoma being a colossal entitled dick and Shinsu looking like everyone in our class fucked his mom and took turns then gave her to Torino-sensei so he could teach us how to do it better. Mineta asked, nothing much but them trying to get a raise of us and getting killed by either someone who tosses suns, someone who sweats explosions, someone who tosses glacier for fun, or a chick that can literally pull a rocket launcher out of her cleavage and has fuck you money, he added. Gran Torino actually agreed with the assessment. Monoma was insecure and was hiding those insecurities via being a dick. It was going to bite him in the ass. Shinsu's issue was different, a quirk that was villainous to the average civilian. To a hero, this was a dream come true. Diffuse a potentially violent situation with just a few words. Please boy, become a hero and help the world now. The issue was that Japan had taken a liking to powerful flashy quirks like Yagis and Endeavors. To the average civilian might really meant right, and who was mightier than heroes? No one, not even the HPSC, could claim that when the number 1 hero could uppercut tornadoes and straight-up murdered tsunamis. What the HPSC could do? Stop him with paperwork. There lay the crux of the matter. In a superhuman society, people like Shinsu tended to be overlooked at best and shunned at worst. It was sheer luck the kid wanted to be a hero out of spite to his former detractors. Back in his day he would end up with a bad crowd and, well, those days were bad, for everyone, hero, villain, police, civilian, crook or an animal. All thanks to that fucker all for one, at least he's dead. Fucker, Torino thought with a frown as his eyes focused on the screens. Midoriya-kun. I see Shiozaka-san. She has the bomb covered in vines, they heard Uraraka speak. Malaka. They said you have to touch the bomb to win, We can't touch it with vines all over it. Clever girl, they could hear Midoriya's frustration over the comlink. I am initiating a broken arrow when you start your fight, Uraraka suddenly spoke, and half of 1A blinked in surprise. Fine. This is not about us winning, it's about the villains losing. Most times there can be two defeated sides, 1B didn't like how Midoriya put that phrase. Monoma-san, any signs of the heroes? Shiozaki asked. None. I have Tetsujutsu's quirk on standby alongside Kaibarakuin's own. It will suffice alongside Ghost Opera and the belief I copied Shinsu's quirk, Monoma explained. His voice seemed more controlled compared to when he spoke to anyone in 1A. Okay then. Shinsu-kun. I'll make him talk. Maybe provoke him with a taunt to his mom or something that get people to talk. Fucker's gonna get himself killed, Bakugo hissed. Kirishima, who was nearby, actually blinked. So, he's a mama's boy, he asked a little loud. Bro, didn't you see the footage of the Colosseum? The woman behind him during his first rampage, that was his mom, the one with the machine gun. One of those GOLEMs got a little too close and he just removed the torso of the limbs, Kaminari replied. Is remove the limbs from the torso, you discount, Pikochu Gyro hissed. No, he removed the torso from the limbs, Kaminari clarified, making Gyro blink. Silence, they are about to meet, Tokoyami muttered, eyes fixated on the screen. So Mineta suddenly asked, what was the limitation they gave Midoriya-san this time? He asked no one in particular. None. Gran Torino's words made everyone in 1A freeze. In past training portions, the teachers always put a limitation on what Izuku could do, with the sole exception of their first training trial. The next ones had a limitation placed on him, what he could sue and what he couldn't use regarding his quirk. None, Toru clarified. None. It was high time to let him loose, let him decide what he can and can't use, Torino explained. Excuse me, but what are you saying? Kendo asked, somewhat shocked by how 1A was reacting in general. Midoriya-kun had several limitations placed upon him in every training session, aside from the first one. This meant that for the past weeks he has been training with a handicap. At first glance, Aidia replied. In reality, it was a means to an end. Train him off his usual methods to combat opponents. By placing limitations, it encourages creative thinking, Tokoyami replied smoothly. How the saying goes, Yaraorozu-san? He asked. The shadows in the room seemed to be merry at what he was saying. All problems look like a nail when all you have is a hammer, Momo replied, taking a deep breath and crossing her arms over her bust, a troubled look on her face. What does that means? Yanagi asked. For our classmates, that is, she clarified. Deku's unleashed. Copy bitch and troll hair are fucked, Bakugo said with a snarl that borderline into a smirk. Even more when Izuku finally crossed paths with Monoma and Shinsu. Okay Deku, show me the power I am going to surpass. Shinsu wouldn't admit it, but the dark hallways made Midoriya's own attire way too ominous, especially how he carried himself as well. Found him, Monoma muttered, fingers placed on his comlink. His alone. Ibara, be careful, the other one might be going after you, Monoma replied, and Shinsu took this as his cue to egg Midoriya to talk. Well, didn't expect you to be so stupid to abandon your teammate, Shinsu began. But then again, what can one expect of someone as arrogant and pampered as you? Midoriya didn't move. The blank mask stare didn't convey any emotion. It made Shinsu uneasy. TSK, Shinsu continued, reaching for something on his belt, then pulling a small collapsible baton and deploying it. Not gonna answer. That's well. Can't expect much of someone whose mother pulled through in life with favors. He let the meaning of the sentence he uttered settle in. Monoma actually gave him a side glance. The hell? That's crossing the line. Shinsu knew he had gotten a reaction when he saw Midoriya's entire body language change into something more aggressive and began advancing at them. Still hasn't spoken to them, but now he knew where to hit, where his thought died down when Izuku rose his right arm, hand pointed at them. Fuck, he heard Nito speak before he felt Ghost Opera grab him by the waist and they flew away from the hall as two massive tongues of flames emerged from Midoriya's hands, crisscrossing one another and burning the area they were before. Worse of it all, he was advancing at them while doing so. Ghost Opera released them near a corner where they took some distance from Izuku. Well, the good news is that I know how to trigger him, Shinsu stated. Yes, the bad news is that you triggered him in the wrong way, Monoma replied. Ghost Opera in front of them, defensive stance. Shinsu was about to answer him when he heard it. Izuku was talking, and he couldn't feel his quirk triggering. He felt ice being dumped onto his veins at that revelation, that split-second moment between clarity and fear. That asshole. He found the loophole, he thought with fear as he stood up. His quirk worked in 3-stage steps. The moment he speaks, he's taking the first step, ensuring that his target has his attention. The moment his target answers is step 2. It is not the most vital step because it depends on him whenever to activate or not. His quirk is the last step that matters, the activation. Everyone assumed that he has infinite time to activate his quirk and can do so without looking at his target, but that is not true. He has at least 3 seconds before he had to reset the primer to activate his quirk. The second weakness was the line of sight, and the third was an actual technicality. If he answered to him or answered to somebody else. Yes, his quirk could be sidestepped if someone broke the line of sight or decided to talk to someone else. His quirk required somebody to answer him so he can trigger its effects. Right now he was in full panic mode. If he really found out. He was careful about using his quirk around 1A. They didn't know how it operated. He focused on training his body and how to fight. His defeat a week prior to Mineta, the shortest member of the opposing class, on quirkless combat still stung. He got judo flipped by a technical midget, which was humiliating. That alongside the lack of information 1A had regarding his quirk meant he had an advantage over them, compared to what they knew about his classmates and their quirks. But for someone to figure out a weakness this quick. Any mussing died out as Midoriya appeared on the corner. Something flashed on his right hand. Shards of crystals and light that came and went away as soon the object he had in his hand appeared. A tube, a silver tube. Then that tube's upper side ignited into flames, forming a scimitar of flames. Holy shit, Shinsu cursed as he gripped his collapsible baton harder. He was hoping this thing was made fireproof, otherwise things were going to get ugly. Getting angry over the truth. Shinsu egged. Again Midoriya's entire body language became more aggressive as he advanced them. Still no verbal response. That good. Means I'm right. He snarled as he rushed at Midoriya, Ghost Opera to his side to support him. Shinsu opened with a swing of his baton to the head at the same time as Ghost Opera launched a fist at Izuku's sternum, only for both attacks to fail when Izuku became pure smoke, green and gray that swirled around and behind Ghost Opera and materialized behind the stand-eye persona, arm raised to strike at the construct. You forgot about me. Monoma hissed with glee as he launched a spinning, metal-coated punch to Izuku's head. So said punch was stopped by an ethereal hand that easily stopped the momentum. Izuku still didn't answer as he began to push Monoma back. Good, he assumes I copied Shinsu's quirk. Let's keep it that way, the blonde thought with a grin as Ghost Opera obeyed a mental command and instantly launched a backhand to Izuku's exposed flank. The sound of flesh and fabric being punched was music to Monoma's ears. He had to duck with wide eyes when an ethereal arm nearly took his head off. Forgot he had those, Monoma muttered as he decided to go for broke. His skin began to take a metallic sheen as his hair suddenly became weight and his eyes felt as if they became rocks that he could look through. This feels weird. How Tetsu got used to this I don't know, Monoma thought as he was about to rush at Midoriya. You little punk, only for Shinsu to his Midoriya on the back with the baton, making him stumble, and therefore be missed entirely by Ghost Opera's fist. Shinsu's you dumbass, Monoma hissed as he launched a spinning uppercut that Midoriya stopped with an ethereal hand, suddenly bringing his strength to bear and forcing him down, much to Monoma's shock. Turning around, Midoriya stopped Ghost Opera's fist aimed at him, and then tossed the stand-up persona to a wall, hard, cracking it upon impact. In less than a second Shinsu was alone, something he was painfully aware of as Midoriya suddenly became smoke and was suddenly on his guard. Shinsu felt pain in his gut, feet now not touching the ground and the baton slipping from his grasp as ball formed around his esophagus BAMM. And now his back hurt. Great. Control room. Well, RIP Shinsu-san, Kaminari said with a slight cringe on his face as they saw the video of Shinsu, stamped on the ceiling like a pancake and slowly peeling off after getting gut punched to the ceiling by Izuku after he fought Ghost Opera and Monoma. Monoma-san had him. But Shinsu-san had to shroom it all with that hit, Kinoko muttered. Everyone kinda agreed. That punch was pretty good, Pony said in English. Pretty good, she said in what it could be passed in Japanese as she made finger guns and a slight smug smirk on her face. How in God's name he can keep up with 3 opponents? Kendo wondered, especially with Ghost Opera being what it is. I told you, he's outnumbered but not outgunned, Bakugu said with a smirk. And looks like pink cheeks are about to test aloe vera. Some people of class B slightly glared at Bakugu, but couldn't deny his words. Uraraka was already in the same room as Shiozaki. Bomb room. Ochako floated out of the window, eyes focused on her target that was staring at the door, giving her the back. Too easy, Ochako thought, eyes darting around because this was way too easy. Shiozaki was giving her the back. There were pieces of furniture and whatnot littered all about the room. All she had to do was to reach with her quirk, and she would have an entire room worth of ammo for her to use. But the crux of the matter, the bomb, covered in vines, they had to touch the bomb or capture the entire enemy team to win. And while she had faith in Izuku, she didn't have faith in the time they had, and how much resistance Monoma and Shinso would put to at least stall Izuku. She had two options now: destroy the bomb and explain All Might why she did it. Because in a real scenario, that bomb would be flying right to the freaking moon instead of the hands of an explosive expert to disarm it. Or she could risk it and capture Shiozaki. Ochako's eyes widened under her helmet as she moved to the side as one of Shiozaki's hair vines suddenly came to life and shot towards her, clipping her helmet and tossing it to the side. Look like I am starting my list on my suit modifications earlier, Ochako thought as Shiozaki turned around and faced her. You came, just as expected, the girl said with a small frown. Should have sent Midoriya-san instead. He would have fared better against me, she stated as her hair came to life, the vines on her hands suddenly gaining a life of their own. You wanted to lose that badly? Ochako hissed as she reached for her quirk and several boxes began to levitate around. Shiozaki noticed this and clicked her tongue as she moved towards the bomb. Stating facts. He is the strongest of your class. He is strong, yes, Ochako groused. Shiozaki was about to answer when a black aura formed around her left vine whip and show of her hand straight into a wall, flattening on impact. But I can assure you he isn't the strongest of the class, extending her arms. Everything that wasn't nailed to the ground began to move. Also, he trusted me to deal with you. Not gonna disappoint that trust. And with that, everything moved at Shiozaki. The religious girl, for her part, wasn't even panicking. Her hair came to life at its fullest, lashing left and right, forming a deadly defense that impaled and tore whatever tried to hit her. Ibra took several steps back as Uraraka floated to her, pieces of furniture and crates forming around her like the rings of Saturn. The more Ibra moved away, the more Ochako advanced, and every time Ochako launched a piece of her ring orbiting around her, Ibra would tear it down with her vines. It was an effective stalemate. Both realized that immediately as they stopped to attack one another. Ibra was the one who attacked first. She instantly dropped to her knees, letting her hair touch the ground. Her hair immediately grew in size and length, covering the ground around her, and becoming something close to a green tide that rushed at Ochako, who jumped away, levitating to the ceiling and standing there, upside down. Not deterred by this, Ibra instantly shot her right hand, her vine whip shooting towards Ochako as it grew thorns. Ochako's eyes widened as she dashed away. The whip easily ripped a gouge on the spot she was. Realizing that the fight was getting dragged on and time was not on their side, Ochako began to run towards Ibra, while on the ceiling. Her size was both a benefit and a hindrance. A benefit because she covered so much distance with each step, and a hindrance because she was a huge target for Ibra. In one of her swings, Ibra was able to clip Ochako on her flank. Ochako hissed as her left side burned in pain, but she powered through as she was now above Ibra. There she pressed her fingers together and dropped behind Ibra. A bad idea in hindsight if Ochako didn't immediately lash out with a backhand that actually sends Ibra spinning around and crashing on the ground. Ibra's hair immediately came to life, impaling itself on the ground and stabilizing her before she could go anywhere else. What does the Bible says? Ochako wondered. Do put the other cheek, she said as she pointed at the rupture on her suit and her flank where Ibra had hit her with her whip. It was slightly bleeding. Ibra, for her part, rubbed her cheek in pain, tasted copper, and narrowed her eyes at the gravity manipulator. That backhand had actually hurt and had come with more speed than she expected Ochako would be able to produce. She must have been using her quirk during the swing. Rolling the blood on her mouth, Ibra spat it to a side, then commanded her quirk. Immediately her vines burrowed on the ground, tearing it and shooting around Ochako, who had little time to activate her quirk and create a bubble of gravity that rejected the sudden vines that tried to envelop her. Ibra gritted her teeth as she tried to apply more force and ensnare Ochako, but she found she could not do much. They were in a stalemate again. Control room. Why is it that when women fight they look like they want to kill each other? Mineta all but screamed. We do not, the girls chorused, clearly outraged by Minetta's statement. Exhibita, he said, pointing at Ibra and Ochako. They already drew blood, and Shiozaki-san looks like wanting to strangle Uraraka-san while Uraraka-san wants to yeet her to the fucking sun. Exhibit B, Denki pipped in. Midoriya is yet to rip Shinso's head from his neck after what he said, he added. I'll have a talk with Shinso about that, Kendo promised. Can't believe he tried that when everyone can hear him, and for what an answer. He's using what he has to activate his quirk, Gran Torino replied. Not that it helps much. Heroes develop a thick skin to a lot of things. Insults are the first thing, considering that one gets insulted a lot for whatever reason. He gotta learn other ways to get an answer, otherwise he's gonna get folded, the old hero replied. Indeed, All Might replied. But I trust you, class representative, to deal with this from the bud before it gets out of hand, All Might said as he looked at Kendo. I will, sir. Wait, Ida said. Class representative? The bespectacled boy asked. Yeah, we got election last week, Kendo replied simply. Aizawa-sensei, Momo muttered with a suffered look on her face. He slept during that class, Idea said with horror. Nedzu is going to tan his hide, the symbol of peace said with a small smile. Both teams, be aware, 5 minutes remain training building halls. Izuku looked upwards at the speaker placed on one of the corners of the room, playing with the information relayed. 5 minutes, he uttered to himself, a small smile forming on his lips as he didn't feel Shinsu's quirk triggering or linking again. He didn't know if it was the sheer amount of energies on him that permitted him to feel when Shinso linked his quirk to his brain in hopes of activating it, but he was glad he could feel it. It was the reason he knew Monoma didn't copy the quirk, despite his claims. It was an interesting plan that counted on the forethought that he knew that they knew about their quirks and assumed the worst scenario, which he did. A copy quirk with ready access to a quirk that could disable pretty much anyone that didn't know how it operated was pretty much a disaster. For anyone than the copy user, that is. Well, the fact that All Might hasn't announced a capture meant that either Uraraka was over in her head or they clearly underestimated Shiozaki, probably the second considering Uraraka's competitive nature. She wanted to break her limits because she wanted the best for her family. So he helped at the best of his capabilities. He broke down her quirk and looked at what she could improve, broke the metaphorical box she was in, and showed her the world, what she could really do. If she was struggling, it meant Shiozaki was someone of care. If Shiozaki was keeping up with someone that could control one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, he had to end here and help her. Shame. He really wanted to teach Shinsu a lesson. He is starting to get on his nerves. Those words of his about his mother did tick him off, but not enough. He knows his mother's character. She is a loving person, a caring being, also proud of herself. She carries her heart on her sleeve as he does. The things Shinsu said she would do, she would never do. So it was time to throw the kid gloves off. Turning around, Izuku activated blade mode and easily moved his head of Shinsu's punch. The sudden time dilatation allowed him to see that Shinsu not only had thrown a punch, but he had also done so while holding a taser. Either punch him or tase him. Smart. Deactivating blade mode, Izuku threw an uppercut to Shinsu's chin. By the time the sound of bone meeting the material of his armored gloves reached his ears, he had encased Shinsu in a biotic field, levitating the boy with ease. Izuku reached for his capture tape, but before he could touch it he felt several hits meet his back in a staccato of agony. He released Shinsu by accident after this, then his nerves blazed as Shinsu actually jabbed the taser to his neck, a sneer on his face. Not so tough now. You and your precious quirk ain't shit. Always having things easy. You are weak because of it. Okay, fuck this shit, Izuku thought with some anger, the nerve of Shinsu to assume he had an easy life. Izuku reached deep, and squeezing his hands, he let his cells do the talking. Apobiosis hit Shinsu straight up, making the tired boy seize up with a scream as his nerves tried to make heads and tails of whatever the new sensation was assaulting his body, and his muscles tried to take an adequate position aside from being hard-locked into pain. Izuku felt Shinsu's quirk unlink from him, surely pain from apobiosis triggering such effect. With that done, he reached once more, drawing from his cells and from the magnetic field on the earth, and he glowed yellow. Monoma, who was quite away at the time Midoriya decided to light up Shinsu, had little time to give a complex order to Ghost Opera other than punch before his target became encased in a yellow field, and turned, taking a fist of Ghost Opera in the face, and didn't move at all. Monoma's eyes widened immediately, drawing a horrifying conclusion. Midoriya had made himself impervious to physical blows, or at least resistant. In addition, he had taken the blow to the mask. That thing must be armored, so extra defense atop the defense. But he would not be. Izuku suddenly became smoke, dashing at him while evading a flurry of fists of Ghost Opera. On instinct he activated Tetsu quirk while raising his arms, waiting for the blow to come. And come it did. Izuku launched a single straight at him, and the freaking, ethereal, gigantic head of a black wolf emerged out, snarling and with jaws wide open. Monoma bit a scream of surprise, but not the one of pain as the jaws bit him and made the steel skin actually lit off and make him burn, nor the fact he was suddenly at the mercy of Midoriya, who without issue turned and rammed him to a wall. The air left his lungs and he lost control of Tetsu's quirk as he tumbled away. Still he gave one order to Ghost Opera. Fight! Ghost Opera instantly launched against Izuku, but the boy was ready. From his left arm emerged another snarling head, this time of a white wolf that easily clamped its jaws on Ghost Opera and slightly froze the stand-up persona. Without waiting for a second, Izuku rose his right arm and snapped his fingers. This he had been practicing for some time. He always wanted to pull a Roy Mustang. Not even Endeavor had been able to pull one in all of his career. Gathering solar light on his fingertips, Izuku snapped his fingers. Their 5 jets of flames shot towards the frozen stand-up persona that could do nothing but be hit by the attack full force and seemed to fizzle, like the static of a TV before disappearing. He really hopes that Ghost Opera doesn't operate on JoJo stand rules or he just killed Monoma. Time, Izuku asked, hoping All Might had heard him. 3 minutes, shit, Izuku hissed. Moving fast, he grabbed the still-seizing Shinsu, tossed him to the ground, and reached for his capture tape. With ease he captured the wrists of the lavender-haired boy and cut the tape, moving to Monoma, ignoring the shout of All Might declaring Shinsu's capture. He found Monoma, alive, thank fuck. But with some singes on his alongside some ice formed on his arms, he reached for the arms and tied the wrists again. With that done he dashed away from the scene. LAAS, he hissed, seeing the auras of Uraraka and Shinozaki above him, 2 floors above him. With a sneer, he rose his right hand and blasted smoke bombs that blew a nearby wall, then reached for the void and let the mark of the outsider embrace him. His body shifted into a shadow that moved faster than before. His shadowy limbs latched to the wall outside and propelled him upwards. Aura Whisper was still in effect so he could see where he was going, where he needed to be. He was on the 4th floor, on the same window Uraraka had used to enter, so he used it as well. He moved away as a whip with thorns nearly hit the place he had arrived. Disengaging the transformation, Izuku instantly zeroed on Shiozaki. Raising his hand he cast pyrokinesis. The balls of pure heat made a whining sound as they sailed of his hand. This tipped Shiozaki as her hair rose like a wall of thorns that blocked the 3 balls, but burned somewhat into the wall of vines. Uraraka-san, get the bomb. I get her, he said as he rushed at Shiozaki. Okuko nodded as she rushed at the bomb, but jumped away as several vines emerged from the ground and nearly clipped her on the head, several of them with thorns on them. Insolent fool, Shiozaki snarled. I will cleanse this world of your filth. A building at a time if I have to. Okay, she's into the role. Time to answer, Okuko thought with a pout. Villain. Be aware we will not let it happen. Your allies are down and mine isn't. Surrender, she called in her best heroic voice. She could hear the laughter of her classmates over the comlink and the snort of Gran Torino, Philistines and traitors, the lot of them. Heathen, temptress, and a liar. My family warned me of your ilk, Shiozaki answered as her hair lashed at Midoriya and kept Okuko at bay from the vine-covered bomb. Only an honest death will cure you. It will be all over soon. No, Izuku hissed, calling forth his armiger and summoning his shovel sword. He could hear the outright laughter of everyone in the control room. I am a dragon. Dragons do not give up. Dragons dominate. With that said, he infused the Umbra glyph into the shovel sword. The moment the shovel sword became a dark and red energy side, the laughter died out. Without any delay, Izuku rushed at the wall of vines and thorns that came to life and tried to snare him, so he began slicing with all he had, dodging using blade mode to dodge the close ones and getting close to a panicking Shiozaki that was divided into keeping a very aggressive Izuku and an overly agile Okuko reaching the bomb. Eventually, Okuko got past the walls of vines and reached the bomb. Her frustration was evident when she touched the bomb and All Might didn't declare them the winners, so she reached for her quirk as she grabbed the vines around the bomb and let loose. The vines made a sound akin to metal being stretched as they tried to keep from breaking apart, but Okuko would not be denied. 30 seconds. Motherfucker. Okuko cursed as Izuku jumped to her and began slicing vines that nearly attacked her. Buff-looking asshat cocksucker. Technical bitch, she cursed again as she forced her quirk to bend the vines. I touched the fucking bomb, gimme the victory, you himbo. Break one vine, Uraraka-san. Just one. Izuku kept his defense as Shiozaki kept her desperate attack. I am trying, you stupid sexy idiot. What? 10 seconds. Okuko all but screamed as she grabbed one simple vine and put everything into it. The vine this time didn't last long with the full concentration of Okuko on it, and it bent into paste. With a single piece of the bomb exposed, Okuko reached and touched the bomb. Hero team retrieved the bomb successfully. Hero team wins. Fuck you, we won a minute ago. Okuko snarled with a pant as she grabbed Izuku by the shoulders and lifted him up. Why you didn't burn the vines? She asked. You said you were going broken arrow on it. That was before Shiozaki-san tried to gut me with her vines. I am so sorry, so said girl said as she recalled her vines and her hair took a more manageable length. I got into the role a little too much, she said with a small blush. Also that backhand hurt, so she let the sentence hang. You clipped me on the side. Okuko argued. Okay, enough, Izuku said as he touched Shiozaki on the shoulder, green and blue energy forming on his hand and traveling to Shiozaki, who left a small relieved look as she rubbed her cheek with a small smile on her lips. Much obliged, Midoriya-san. Don't mention it. Your teammates are on the second floor. I got a little too rough on them, so if you could get a hold of them and free them while I heal Uraraka-san, I would appreciate it. The religious girl nodded as he walked away of the bomb, but not before touching the vines and these ones becoming wilted to her touch, falling to the ground now dead. With that out of the way, Izuku moved to Okuko as he saw where the wound was located. Okay, how you want it, mitochondria or the light? He asked. Gimme the mitochondria. I'll save the light for something serious. Serious, she says. Izuku hissed as he reached the wound it touched, instantly activating mitochondria healing. Now what was that about, stupid sexy idiot? Okuko couldn't see his face now, but she was sure his face was as red as hers and her brain decided to remind her of what she said in the heat of the moment. Error, Okuko muttered. Mind fart. No. Fuck. Shinsu's return to the control room had been agony, despite the fact that Midoriya healed him. The fact that Shiozaki was giving him the stinky eye now and then was only the icing on the cake to the fact Monoma had a tirade ready for him the moment they stop in the room. Apparently, his hit on the back to Midoriya during his assault had prevented Monoma from capitalizing on the momentum he had built and keep attacking until they could subdue Midoriya. He wasn't even to dignify whatever the fuck Midoriya and his teammate were up to now. They were just blushing. Okay, the girl was. He had no idea if Midoriya was blushing under his mask, but his body told another story. He was as embarrassed as she was, and they were both pleased. Whatever it was, it made the trip to the control room bearable. That was until he arrived and Kendo chopped him on the top of the head. You idiot, she snapped, raising a finger to silence All Might and Gran Torino before they could even get a word in. We could hear everything, she snapped. Wait, everything? Shinsu and Uraraka asked at the same time. Yes, Mina said with a grin on her lips, tail swinging lazily, like a cat's. Stupid sexy idiot, she sing-song with a grin. Okuko just blushed and turned her head to the side while Izuku just puffed himself out of sight out of sheer embarrassment. Not now, young Eshido, All Might interrupted. You can tease them back at the dorms, yes. I got the teacher's permission. Don't. Review please, Okuko begged to All Might, who took pity on the poor girl that was as tall as he was. Well, this was a rather enlightening first exercise. Who of you want to tell me where the heroes and villains succeeded and failed alongside the MVP of the match? Pony rose her hand. Young Tsunotori, would you kindly? Izuku and Melissa bit a laugh at that. Well, Pony began. Fight good, she said in broken Japanese. Strategy good on both teams. Plan solid on villains but had flaws. Would have left Nito on the bomb. He is two people, Ibara and Hitoshi as roamers, 2-on-2, and she added with some pantomiming. Hero team did well too, good plan. Izuku better as bruiser, good choice. Okuko good as well, both going for the bomb, bad idea on the get-go. Gives time for the other to return and have a packed fight. Divide good, conquer good, she said with thumbs up. Bad was Hitoshi. Too much talking, knows Quirk needs it but crossed the line. Bad Nito didn't make a proper plan other than punch. Both teens looked ashamed at that. Ibara bad and good, locked room good, didn't lock windows. Ibara actually blushed at that. She had totally forgot about that. Left trash for Okuko to use. We have seen what she has before. Bad. Izuku didn't fight seriously. Bad and good. Didn't know limits and could have killed if he lost control. Forgivable now. Izuku actually grumbled something under his mask. Okuko. Bad. Didn't attack Ibara immediately. Forgiven due to possibility of trap. Okuko actually slightly grinned while rubbing the back of her head. MVP. Ibara and Okuko kept to their jobs and tried to salvage bad situation. Hitoshi did bad. Bad, she added as she slapped the back of her hand like a scolding. Learn something else. Nito stop posing, she added with finality. Indeed, All Might agreed with Pony's assessment. In this scenario, there was no clear way to achieve a clean victory. A well-executed plan and a team that trusts one another can make all the difference in the world. Young Midoriya assisted young Uraraka when it was required, not before because he trusted her to deal with her side of the plan. At the same time, Young Shiozaki didn't ask for help either due to her trust in her teammates, All Might stated. Remember this, teamwork makes the dream work. That was too cheesy, Mina replied with a grin. Everybody likes cheese, All Might replied with a grin of his own. But to the point, I agree. Young Monoma, spot posing, can't promise much. It just happens, Nita replied smoothly, but the blush of embarrassment said it all. Young Midoriya, I expect you to learn better control and stop taking so many hits. I know you can take them, but sometimes it's better to err on the side of caution, if you understand me. Izuku for his part nodded. Also finish fights early. I know you could hurt someone badly, but I dare you to tell me that you couldn't end that fight earlier. I could, Izuku muttered. If Recovery Girl is down to treat third-degree burns, broken bones, or deep existential crisis, understood, All Might replied. Okay then, Team C of 1A, your villains this time. Team D of 1B, your heroes. Go and prepare. 4 hours later, Heights Alliance. This was murder, Mina muttered as she flopped on the sofa and let her head reel back in sheer exhaustion. It wasn't that bad, Toru muttered as she rubbed her hands. Mina just gave her an indignant look. Girl, you got Hex Maniac's polite sister to fight with Ojiro. Meanwhile, I got tag-teamed by a polite beast and Yui doing an Ant-Man and uppercutting me while growing up while AMI was defending the bomb. Mina rubbed her jaw in phantom pain. I am sorry, Mon Ami, but you did say defend the bomb, Yuga said as he suddenly stopped and pulled his cell phone, blinking several times at the ID in the display. Now excuse me, I must take this call, he said as he went towards the elevator. You know, Mina began. After all this time I can't get a read of this guy, and I have a hotline to a guy that uses the end times as a weapon, she said to Toru, who agreed with a nod. Now girls, don't be mean, Momo said as she sat in a different seat, a cup of tea in hand and a thick sweater on her body, hair loose for once. But I do have to admit that when I can get a better reading of Mineta-san than of Aomar-san, you can get a little concerned. I feel attacked, Mineta called from the sidelines, seated Indian style on the carpet. Also, what are we waiting for? To everyone to come in for this meeting, as Aidia-san said. This was Mina said, seeing Izuku walk in, clad in a white shirt that had what seemed to be an emblem of a dog's head around a diamond background. The fact it said Diamond Dogs under it didn't ring any bells to her. She grinned when she saw he had walked alongside Okako, the girl towering over him, but both chatting so naturally with one another that they looked of the same height. She didn't miss the blushes they had on their faces, alongside the excited looks they had. I'll tease them later, Mina thought as the duo sat. Not long after that, the living room was filled with the rest of the class, dressed casually for a weekend. They were missing Yuga, of course. This had to have all of us, Aidia argued with Momo. One vote or none will not matter. Yuga seems to be in his room and he is not coming down at any time. Might as well begin without him, Momo replied with a clap of her hands. Okay everyone, as we were made aware, Aizawa-sensei seemed to laze about his obligations as a teacher that don't include teaching, she began. To be fair, he has been called for several stakeouts, Izuku murmured. So it probably went over his head, he added. Be it as it may, this is something we cannot ignore anymore, Aidia said. We, as a class, might have been missing vital information due to our lack of a representative, so it is up to us to fix that issue, Aidia added. To that end, we will hold a vote to determine who will be the representative and the vice representative, he added with a clipped tone. You do realize that this will end only bad, right? Gyro asked as fiddled with something on her phone, plugging into it with her right ear jack. Also, everyone is going to vote for each other. I have faith that our time together has allowed us to get an accurate gauge of the personalities of the other and who would be better for the work at hand, Momo replied smoothly. Yeah, not it, Izuku instantly called. I already have so much on my plate that I can't become a representative. Snipe-sensei wants me on the gun range at least 3 days a week, and there's the training with Midnight-sensei on how to use a whip. That basically leaves most of my days occupied, he added. Very well, anyone has an issue to be a candidate. Only 2 more hands rose, Shoto's and Gyro's own. I think I am not well versed in being a representative, so it would be better than someone who knows does it, Shoto replied simply. I just don't want a, Gyro added with a small smile. Okay then, everyone else is a candidate. Let's start voting, Momo said as she walked to a board and created a marker. 2 minutes later, Momo and Aidia stared at the results, not being anyway surprised by the results. 7 votes for Momo, 5 for Aidia, 3 for Melissa, another 3 for Bakugu, 2 for Mineta, and the rest voted for each other. So Momo was now class representative with Aidia as her vice, which was good because the most responsible people in the class were now in charge of making sure they were represented during student meetings and aware of any changes done to the academy curriculum or events that might require their foreknowledge. Momo still wanted to know who voted for Mineta, Don't get her wrong, he is smart on his own. But he is a perverto, wait, not a pervert, a man of culture, his words not hers. Well, that was as painless as it could be done, Gyro said with a smirk. Now on to serious matters. Midoriya, I swear if you are responsible for that Daft Punk remix that now plays on the class remix list, I will kill you. Strange powers or not, Gyro said with a glare. It ain't mine, Izuku argued. You vetoed my list because you're a Philistine. Your music is just lawnmower sounds mixed with Mongolian throat singing and a chainsaw beat. That's no music. Uraraka-san didn't complain. Izuku pouted while crossing his arms. Because she is a simp. Gyro, oh my god. Bakugo on the sidelines enjoyed the chaos. It was about time someone called Deku over his taste in music. Yuga stared at his cell phone with some apprehension after the call ended. His parents, his family, his everything. He thought they were of his grip. You just don't simply escape the grip of the demon lord of Japan. Now he was asking something, of them, of him. A chill went up to his spine. Opposing the man wasn't an option. It wasn't a reality he entertained. No one did. He was afraid. He truly was, because right now he had no options, no escape. He had to walk around with a fake smile while dreading when the other shoe would drop. He had to betray the people that had become friends because friendship meant nothing compared to the power of the Kappa. It was them or his family, and to him, the choice was rather simple. He just hoped they could forgive him if they ever found out. Oh, this was cute, really cute. Intercepting the calls coming out of UA had been more of a whim, to be perfectly honest, nothing to yield anything useful. Imagine her surprise. True, she could not hack their secured lines, but the students' cell phones. This she could work with. Sending a spy drone would be easy. She had time. While Japan was relatively removed from the troops' sphere of influence, it didn't mean they were safe at all. M98 simply smirked as a tyrant passed her by and handed her something and walked away, nearby two T-dolls working on several consoles at the same time with particular ease. The screen showed her the work carried on the main base in Asia. Others showed the status of bases and assets all over Asia, and one in particular caught her attention. The image of a single tube filled with clear liquid containing a skeleton floating in it that was slowly being fitted with cybernetic implants by small mechanical arms, while other arms began to weave, well, everything a body needed. Muscles, veins, nerves. It was beautiful, also ghastly. It worked for M98's needs perfectly. The first step of her plan already forming as her eyes moved to one last screen. In it, the remains of the former occupants of the base were being stripped of skin, blood, muscle, bones, and everything organic that was to be used for her plans. The dead are raw material and nothing more. Chapter end notes. So how this was. Good. I hope it does. The next chapter will have blood and trauma and stuff, because this is My Hero Academia and it can be MHA without traumatizing the kids that think are going on an innocent trip. Also a lot of damage to everything, and I nerf Izuku. Somewhat. Trust me, who does it regret it immediately. With that little spoiler, HYPN0S signs off. I wish you all a good day, happy trails, and take care. Chapter summary: Dancing Mad, Part 1, a normal day, then the USJ, and the day he found everything was connected. Chapter notes: Hello, y'all. HYPN0S here, and I am so excited. Some absolute chat actually added me into TV tropes. That's right, Hack is officially on TV tropes for you guys to diddle about it. Of course, the entry is more about the series in general, Hack and Hack 2, and of course is somewhat bare. I am to blame for that because just yesterday I dignified myself to add the link onto the summaries of both Hack and Hack 2, so if you guys feel like if you can go edit it, I would appreciate it a lot. So here it is. https://tvtropes.org/pmwiki/pmwiki.php/fanfic/hackverse. With that out of the way, I won't delay anymore. I was supposed to post the new chapter yesterday, but I ended up at night, really late, so I called it a day. Yes, I'm an asshole, what are you gonna do? Anyway, here it is. Enjoys. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter 6, Dancing Mad, Part 1. In hindsight, I should have seen it coming. Too much peace, too much time to prepare. It started, as usual, a simple day, normal, or as normal it can be in UA. Honestly, I should have seen the news on my phone that day. I usually do it, but that day I decided against it. There was a small exam coming up after lunch, so I wanted to be ready. But you aren't really ready for what others might be planning, of what lengths they are willing to go to. We learned that really early. I learned that earlier than most. I should have been ready. Izuku Midoriya. 3 days after the exercise, UA's cafeteria. The rice today is extra tasty. Okako proclaimed with a smile as she munched on the rice in her lunch. Sometimes I forget we are getting served by a hero that is also an international chef and form part of relief efforts in disaster zones. So rice must be the one dish he has mastered, Melissa muttered as she ate the rice with a small smile, looking over how Izuku slowly ate a baked potato. Also, Izuku, I never asked how things went back home. Good. Thank God, Izuku exclaimed as he saw Tsuyu approach their table and sit nearby Aidia. I might have opened up with a healing grenade out of sheer worry. Mom wasn't happy, Izuku said with a small, embarrassed grin. Of course you did, Okako muttered with a roll of her eyes. But to be fair, if I could heal wounds in an instant I would too. Triple with my family. Quadruple when they got attacked by a sociopath, mood Tsuyu and Melissa muttered at the same time. I assume your sisters were happy to see you. Ribbit, Tsuyu added with her neutral look. They were. Ara-chan was on cloud 9, and Miko-chan was elated to hear about what happens in UA. They are good to each other, especially with so few children in schools now, Izuku reminded. Kinda sad that parents don't want to send them to schools out of fear. I understand, but still, Izuku said with a grimace. Mom didn't want to send my siblings to school either. Ribbit, Tsuyu began. But in the end, Dad convinced her to. They are both worried about their safety, yes. But it doesn't justify trying to wrap them in bubble wrap and shunning them out of the world, she added simply. Parents, Melissa simplified. But then again, this is something new in Japan. Shootings in schools in America are rare nowadays, but they do happen at least twice a year. They really got reduced after the mandatory weapon clause after the dark times. No one wanted it. But the fact that mass shootings happen twice a year instead of 5 every month, well, no one can't complain, she said. But when they happen, parents are ready to put their children on caves and never let them out. Yep, Izuku muttered. On another note, any idea of what happened to 1B, at least to Shinsu-san, Izuku wondered. Aside from you, Okako said with a smirk, I am told that trying to face a paracausal force tends to be bad. Haha, Izuku laughed sarcastically. But for real, what do you think it happened? He looks subdued, Izuku stated. Maybe Vlad King read him the riot act or something, Melissa stated. I get that his quirk requires a verbal response, but for heaven's sake, there are better ways to cause a response than insults, Melissa responded. Or maybe is his attitude, Tsuyu replied. He tends to hate, well, everyone in our class. Ribbit. Maybe he got, attacked by his quirk, she replied. That could be, Izuku said, shaking his head. Anyway, any idea what we will have for training? Sirens bellowed all over the cafeteria. 5 minutes before. UA wasn't like any other hero academies or any school's periods. They had a counselor and a psychiatrist because fuck following protocol and normality. Haven't you seen our building? It's a giant H deal with us being the nail that will not be hammered down by societal norms that are outdated. Everyone, and that means everyone, gets to go to Hound Dog for a session, or one of the other 3 counselors, because UA is a big institution and a single man set to handle the mental health of every single student was simply folly and madness. Hound Dog was simply put to handle the entirety of the hero students because he, as a hero and as an adult and a licensed psychiatrist, knew better than anyone else the kind of strain hero work would put on a person's mind. Aizawa was just an example of someone with too many regrets that burdened him and directed his path into a self-destructive path and trying to steer others away from it. Hound Dog didn't want to even begin with Midoriya's issues. Yes, he has confidence, earned through the blood of his enemies and the inability to minimize issues that anyone could deal with some meditation or speaking with friends. No, the moment he learned the hero killer had wounded his mother, his first instinct was to melt his skin off, followed by boil his blood and become hangry, whatever that is. He needed some restraint and how to actually handle normal issues without him passing from rationalizing them and thinking that melting someone's skin was the best and only alternative. Of course, right now he had another job. His name was Hitoshi Shinsu, and Hound Dog wanted to pile drive Shinsu's entire class. Were they still alive? Hitoshi had survived out of sheer, dumb luck, the only survivor of his class, just like many of the first years on every single course in the school. The big difference was that Shinsu never had closure. For all his faults, Midoriya had a closure of some sort, even if it involved going back to the school that tormented him and had become a tomb for so many teens. That alone showed him that Midoriya was willing to forgive, not forget past transgressions, the reason why he and Bakugo are not on friendly terms, despite what others may think. Also got to set a meeting with Bakugo this weekend. Got to talk about this Deku stuff, Inui thought with a grimace as Hitoshi just looked at the ceiling with a scowl. I don't get it, Shinsu began. Here I am, UA. With one of my favorite teachers around. The first thing he tells me after that battle trial on Saturday was to grow up. I did all well, it's not my fault I was put against someone blessed with a broken quirk. Shinsu exclaimed. There we go, Inui thought with a small smile, finding the root of Shinsu's issues, inadequacy. I see the issue, Inui began. You were told all your life that your quirk wasn't up to par with what you wanted to become in life, am I correct? Yes, Shinsu said with a wave of his hands. Every time it was, oh, why you can't reign your quirk, or such a villainous quirk, and you want to be a hero. Well, I do, you fucks, the young boy snapped angrily. I can't help to want to reach my dreams. Listen, Inui began. First off, you need Jesus. Was that a joke? Shinsu asked with a worried look. Yes, Inui confirmed, but it was to get your attention. Listen, he began. Life isn't fair, everyone in the world knows this, and I meant it. No one is born with greatness on their lap. They have to work their way upwards to success, and yes, I know people are born with silver spoons in their mouths, but they have to work for something for their lives to be worth a damn, Hound Dog stated. But you can't judge people just because of simple things, and you can't remain in the same corrosive mindset that is honestly self-destructive and hindering you, Hound Dog replied. Hindering me? Shinsu asked. Spite is what keeps me going, he admitted. Inui did note anger in that sentence, but a sense of exhaustion. Spite is not something to be used as motivation. It's toxic. Doing things out of spite means doing things out of anger, and doing things out of anger leads to mistakes. That includes the very same decisions made out of spite and anger, Inui reminded with a sigh. Look, I get you are angry. My quirk didn't exactly earn me instant friends, but the reality of the matter is that if people judge you just based on one single thing, they don't know you and have no right to do so and no input whatsoever in your life, Inui reminded, making Shinsu blink. As for your grudge against 1A and Midoriya-san, well, I recommend you to sort it out, quickly, Inui replied seriously. I don't know if you are aware, but that entire class has been on the receiving end of an attempt at their lives and had to fend for themselves in hostile territory with quirks that no longer worked as before and with memories of what happened to their classmates until the base crashed and All Might alone came to help them. Yes, even Shield-san, who lived in Island, an impregnable moving fortress on the sea. Midoriya-san, the one you ranted for about 2 minutes about his blessed life. 2 kidnappings, 2 times drugged and constantly attacked by the troop, and up until January of last year he believed he was quirkless. So if there is someone who understands about discrimination for something you can't control, is him, Inui replied simply. But Shinsu was reeling at that information. True, everyone knew that 1A had been on the receiving end of the troops' attempts at their lives, but many assumed that heroes marshaled in force to help them, not that All Might alone came for their aid. But nothing, Inui had to intervene here and here. This kind of vitriol against a class just for their quirks would be dangerous. There is no excuse for this anger. They had done nothing to earn this kind of hostility. You have to let go, Hound Dog replied. How? Shinsu replied. How you expect me to do that when all I see is a reminder, then I won't stack to them. All I can do is brainwash. Midoriya tosses sons. How the fuck I can compete with that? You don't have to. You are you. You aren't your quirk. Your quirk doesn't define who you are according to society. That's a lie. My quirk defines who I am. Bad quirk. Bad person. Inui was actually starting to get annoyed by this. Or to be more precise, by the fact that Shinsu was dead set on his idea of Ima become a hero out of spite and his self-deprecating ideas that seemed to have taken root long ago thanks to his school and society. Sometimes he hated this side of society. He truly did. He had been on the receiving end because of his appearance, and his temper tended to land him into trouble more because of his inability to talk properly than violent outbursts. But he understood where Shinsu came from, and that kind of mentality was dangerous, really dangerous. For both Shinsu and those around him, it created a toxic environment in which Shinsu only saw that the only way to stand out was to antagonize his allies due to their easier lives compared to his, which was bullshit, being perfectly honest. That kind of thought can become bad, even more on the field where you have to be focused. He had to end that line of thought, now. Shinsu-san, listen, whatever he was going to say was drowned when the alarm sounded school-wide, forcing him to stand up. He recognized the alarm tune. A level 3 breach. What's going on? Shinsu asked, looking somewhat shocked by the sudden sound of the alarms. There has been a breach. Before. Yuga was nervous. He really was. This plan, all the possibilities of failing and blowing up in his face and dooming him and his family. Failure wasn't an option, but when the plan looks so dangerous. Still, he had to try. He really had to. With a small sigh, he reached for his phone and tapped a single key. Now it was up to them. Aizawa-sensei, I have a question regarding today's lesson. He really hoped he fell for this. Outside of UA, the press were a bunch of vultures, Shigaraki realized. They would ruin reputations and relationships, all in the name of the latest news. The fact they were all crowded in front of UA and trying to find a way inside despite the UA barrier being engaged due to the troop attacks prior and ensuring the safety of the students inside, there was no real way for them to get in. All because of some fake news sensei let out using some troll accounts. Those vultures would not be able to get in a million years. Unless he did something. His phone vibrated in his pockets, and Shigaraki grinned under his hood, reaching for his phone. He tapped some keys, signaling Kurogiri to be ready as he approached the UA barrier. It was really imposing, not going to lie, but like all obstacles, they were meant to be conquered. So with a single movement, his hand reached the wall and touched it. Instantly his quirk came into action, decaying the molecular bonds that made this wall imposing and impossible to pass. Slowly he rose his hand and covered more as decay tore through the wall, and he widened the area of damage with his movement. Within a minute the wall was gone, leaving a gaping hole big enough for the mob to enter, so he took several steps back and let life take its course. It was not even a second later when one of the reporters noticed the hole and pointed at the others, and like a pack of hyenas after a piece of meat moved as one and entered the grounds of the school, triggering the alarms. In the minds of the reporters, there was no alarm, just the news that was waiting for them, and nothing would stop them. Shigaraki relished the chaos he just began, but he was not done. "Is he in position?" he asked the shadows behind him, so said shadows grew a pair of yellow glowing eyes. "He is, waiting for the confirmation." Shigaraki Tomura, Kurogiri said from behind him. Good, let's wait now." Yuga nearly had a heart attack when the teachers in the lounge room bolted into action the moment the alarm sounded. He half expected one of them would tackle him and put cuffs on his wrists. "Amr, stay here. We have to deal with a situation," Aizawa said with a tone that booked no nonsense as he and the others went away, leaving him alone. When he was sure there was no danger they would come, he reached for his phone and pressed a key. Instantly an inky portal no bigger than his head formed in front of him and tossed a phone that he grabbed the phone and went to work. Finding the schedules was easy. It was labeled, but he had to be quick. He had limited time. He opened the teacher's schedule and he began to flip it as he used the phone given to him to take pictures. Each one of them had to be clear, otherwise there would be hell to pay. Each picture taken felt like a dagger thrust onto the sides of his class, onto his sensei, onto the academy itself. He felt like Judas when he kissed Jesus. He felt like Brutus when Caesar uttered his name with bloody lips and stabbed him once more. But this had to be done. His family would pay the price if he didn't. He shuddered at the implications of failure. After what he felt was an eternity, he finished taking pictures. He closed the schedule and put it back in place, went to the portal and tossed the phone inside. Then the portal, just in time when he felt everything shudders and the sudden sound of enough that echoed on the campus, Midoriya's doing. He took the rest of the time until the teachers were back to calm himself, or better said Midnight was back, offering a small smile as she ordered a return to the dorms due to a breach of several news crews that were looking on a story regarding some gossip that involved teacher-student relationship. One did not be a genius to see Midnight's thunderous expression regarding such gossip. On his way, he spotted the walls of UA and the teachers nearby, observing a hole on the wall, one big enough for a mob to enter, and he shuddered at the implications. If All For One was able to do this without anyone knowing until the press was inside, there was no doubt in his mind that bad things would happen to him if he did not obey. Once he entered the dorms, he spotted Midoriya talking with Uraraka and Aidia about something, and he shuddered more. He feared All For One for his reach and connections, but he feared, even more, the reaction of his class and what they would do to him. He went to his room and was unable to sleep, which was bad. Really bad. The Quarry, League of Villains hideout, night. So, Monday, Darby stated, more like clearing something up than rather a question. "Yeah," Shigaraki said, looking at the computer screen where the images of the teacher's schedule were on full display, and very well taken too. Sensei's mole was a gifted photographer. Then again, when Sensei asks a favor, you better deliver. 13, Eraserhead, His Purple Highness? An All Might, Darby muttered to himself. 13 is already a pain for me, considering that anything I throw will get eaten by her fingers, no matter how hot I make it, he said. "Leave her to Kurogiri," Shigaraki stated simply. "We have her number already. The real issues are Eraserhead and All Might," Shigaraki reminded, his red eyes zeroing in the images of the schedule and who these four heroes would be escorting and where. The Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short, so one of his hunches was right. They would outsource for this training exercise, dealing with disasters. As for the class in question, It was a list of the class in question, Class 1A, names, and that was it. So it wouldn't be that easy. One name, in particular, made him pause. Izuku Midoriya. Shit, he muttered. Catching Darby's attention from another name he was fixated on, he honestly wasn't expecting to face the brat so soon. What happened? Darby asked, seeing how Shigaraki looked tense. Midoriya is on that list. We go with this, we are going to face him, Shigaraki stated. All Might is already a broken unit, but we got the brat that made the troop his personal bitch, then we have other problems. Aside from Toga thirsting on a brat she never met, Darby reminded. At least we know who to pit against him. Also, I want Shoto Todoroki. No, Shigaraki replied, making Darby look at him. No. Fucking excuse me. I said no. I need you to help against Eraserhead, Shigaraki said. The mob won't be enough. The majority of the mooks we have are D-tier. Gadget would fold them like omelets and is just 10, Shigaraki said. I can send Toga and one of the doctor's rejects to deal with Midoriya, but I need you against Eraserhead. He can erase your quirk, but he can't erase the fire that's already been fired against him, the Red Eyes villain hissed at Darby, who just TSK'd at that. Look, I know you have some beef with Endeavor and Sensei, and the doctor knows you, Shigaraki suddenly revealed, making Darby look at him with narrowed eyes. Don't know about your true name, don't care. Whatever it was, is long dead, but right now I need you to stow that grudge against the Todorokis, at least until we kill All Might. Then you can have your nemesis moment with them, Shigaraki said. Darby just grunted but said nothing, and Shigaraki took it as a nod to his plan. What about the other brats? We know nothing about them or their quirks. Maybe we can have your sensei's mole give us some extra info, Darby ventured. Shigaraki shook his head with a grimace. Can't. Sensei was explicit that while I can use his assets, he warned me not to abuse them. Imagine asking something like that after the shit Sensei asked him to pull. He must be nervous and might fuck up, expose himself, and therefore Sensei. No, we will deal with the brats the old-fashioned way, Great Darby snapped. I'll tell Yuriko that she can bring her bat and outfit it with nails. Not that old-fashioned way, Shigaraki said. But it has merits. We have a layout of the USJ so I can set the guys around with ease. The mob is going to be an issue. How many we have? Darby asked. 150 people. Darby actually looked at Shigaraki with wide eyes. How you got that many? Darby asked. I know several rejected offers due to the fact most of them now work on teams, the burned man replied with a grunt. Honestly, I think these are rejects of those teams, lone as Shigaraki. Also, like 50 of them are escapees of Korriban's reformatory, Shigaraki replied with a grimace. Korriban. Darby tasted the word in his mouth. He had heard tales of the place. Also of its final fate during the troop attack. How many of the recluses there escaped after massacring every single officer there. Those who stayed there for whatever reason attacked first responders and heroes, only to be taken down and recaptured, sent to several jails in Japan. But still, 50 recluses were missing, all of them captured during the Colosseum raid. All with a bone to pick with Shigaraki. Darby began, catching the attention of AFO's disciple. Those 50. Of Korriban. Darby continued. I think we can use them to keep Midoriya occupied and put Toga in another place. We still have 19 brats, and I have no idea who the hell is his Purple Highness. Who the hell calls himself that? Darby wondered out loud. The name rings a bell, Shigaraki said. But you got a point. 50 maniacs out for blood on a single target, and whoever is with him, Toga would do better against this Purple Highness. Yeah, sure, Darby muttered. But I really wanted to see what the Todoroki brat could do now, he stated. That's why we have expendable units, so we send the elites knowing what to expect. Haven't you played a single strategy game in your life? Shigaraki questioned. Darby's only answer was to point at himself. Oh, yeah, those burns. Still, you should have at least known that we do not send the elites first. We weaken first and then we move for the kill. These are Pokemon rules. They are older than Sensei, Shigaraki added. I am not you, so I didn't spend 10 hours trying to catch a Pikachu or something, Darby taunted. Bite me, you ass blaster, Shigaraki bit back. And it's Pikachu. If you're going to insult the franchise, at least do it right. For a time both remained silent, looking at the screen and the images of the schedule sent to them. You know, Darby began. The moment we pull this, everything changes. No more hiding. We paint a bullseye on our backs, succeed or fail on killing All Might, Darby reminded. Especially considering that your sensei has a history with All Might that ended up with both crippling one another, Darby added. The guy is gonna figure out he's still alive, especially with the Nomus having multiple quirks and shit. All Might ain't stupid, he's gonna figure it out. This time we can't use the troop as a convenient scapegoat, Darby stated as a matter of fact. For a minute Shigaraki looked at the screen, the the words of Darby echoing in his mind. You know, Shigaraki began, hateful red eyes focused on the screen. I think that's what Sensei wants. To remind All Might he's still here Monday. Today we have a special class in place, Aizawa began, the first hour of the day. You have learned how to fight, but any monkey knows how to punch. Today you learn how to rescue. Did he call Uncle Might a monkey? Melissa whispered to Izuku's left. Izuku only answered with a shrug. To that end, we'll spend most of the day on specialized grounds for the training. Get your gear or not, it doesn't matter. Then meet me in front of the training grounds, Gamma, Eraserhead said as he walked away of the classroom, leaving the teens alone. He looks done with life, Kaminari said as the wall opened and his hero cases appeared. Someone opened a hole in a meter-thick titanium wall. Of course he does, Melissa muttered as she reached for her case. Someone decayed the molecular bonds of a meter-thick pneumatic wall, the first line of defense of UA. The last thing to do was a Marlboro, and that thing breathed acid. This one didn't have a speck of chemicals in the remains, she reminded. Yeah, Izuku muttered as he picked his case as well, then took Okako, who was closing in, and handed it to her. My last encounter with one was bad enough. Just decided to knife barrage it to death. Ooh, disgusting things, he said as he walked away. Never imagined Midoriya had a least favorite, Bosiro stated as he took his case, and following Midoriya's example, took another one, Tsuyu's, and handed it to her when she got close. Thank you, Ribbit. And I do believe it. Saw the picture of a Marlboro once Tsuyu actually turned green. They have a face no mother would love, ouch, Denki said, holding his case and gyros. You hurt the spinach with teeth, feelings, Tsuyu-chan. Good. If one comes close, I'll just have Midoriya-chan toss a sun at it and be done with it. Ribbit, you know, Soto began, picking his case. It just came to me. Midoriya-san is pretty much our get-out-jail-free card against Bose. Yeah. Ojiro muttered, realizing what he means. We gotta improve or we'll depend on him too much. What kind of heroes we would be if we do that? Exactly, Soto said to his friend. We gotta improve, man. Maybe this training will help. I got a good feeling about this 1 inch, he said with a grin. Yuga just stayed silent. He really wished he could tell them anything, but he does, and that's his family's fate on the line. 15 minutes later. The class was in a good mood, mostly because Aidia's eagerness to organize them into the bus, but then realizing it was one of those buses that had open seats, so he moped, and the class kinda laughed at his plight. Eraserhead and HPH were seated in the front, not driving the bus because the bus was self-driving, which was a godsend, and also freaked Denki, who was a plebeian, according to Gyro. She was accused by Denki of being as plebeian as he was because she freaked as bad as he did when the bus started moving and neither teacher was driving it. Melissa was seated alongside Izuku and Tsuyu. The first had his mask or helmet on his lap, looking around with some wonder. The other girl looked blankly at the space in front of her. But Melissa chalked it up to Tsuyu's frog mutation that made her facial expressions nearly a pain to decipher. Melissa-chan, Tsuyu began. I usually speak up my mind. It usually makes people iffy about me. Don't know why, Melissa said simply. What's on your mind? Do you believe in the quirk singularity theory? She asked. I ask because after what happened to us it seems pertinent to ask. That and Midoriya-chan seems to be a direct insult to the theory itself. I am. Izuku wondered aloud. I mean, yes? No. Melissa-san, help, he asked. Well, she began, idly noting some were paying attention. At I-Island we do not give much credit to the theory in question. In fact, everyone considers it a crackpot theory for one reason inside One for All. The vestiges of the former wielders were somewhat miffed by Melissa's sudden admission. The quirk itself was the quirk singularity theory manifest. The human body is evolving as fast as the quirks in question. Let me explain, she began. When they first appeared, no one was prepared for quirks, and neither was the body. The very first generation of quirk users had bodies that were simply inadequate for the task. There is a reason quirk marriages, as loathsome as they are, happened. Try to breed a body capable of resisting this new power. Melissa noted how Shoto seemed to tense at her words. It is true quirks evolve faster, but believe it or not, the human body began catching up after the first generation with, no joke, the quirkless that caught everyone's attention. Generation 0 is often referred to as people before quirks, Generation 1 as people born after the first quirk user. By that point, the quirk metagene was already introduced to everyone, but no one knew how. The sudden introduction of something like this caused an evolutionary leap on both the quirked and quirkless, Melissa explained. Compare a Gen 4 quirkless to a Gen 0 and the differences are like comparing a modern-era battleship to a rowboat. Denser bones and muscles, an upgraded nervous system, a vascular system that is leagues above anything witnessed before that era, Melissa added. But the real upgrade that everyone forgets is the one here. Melissa tapped her forehead. The brain became streamlined to handle this kind of powers, and it came from the Gen 1 quirkless that bred with quirked individuals. It might sound insensible how I say it, but that's the medical truth. The real reason the singularity theory came about was because of quirks that seemed to be out of control on children, Melissa stated. In Island there is another theory, which as quirks become stronger, so does the body and the mind of the user. They seem to be born with an innate control and safeguards to prevent fatal damage to the user. Breaking those biological barriers unlocks more power, but at the expense of control. This is seen more on heroes that push themselves to the absolute max, she added. But what happens when you're born with the quirk in question already active and no innate control and safeguards? A baby with the ability to kill right out of the womb and no way to stop it because babies have no control of their emotions or thoughts or actions that seem to actually sober everyone up. We call this the early bird theory. I know, dumb name, but everything else was taken. Quirks are getting stronger, yes, so is the body, yet you didn't answer my question. Ribbit Tsuyu said. I did. As for Izuku, well, Melissa seemed to hesitate. The guys back at Island believe he is the point beyond the singularity. The vestiges inside One for All were actually offended by this. Singularity is often referred to as the center of a black hole. No one knows what happens there, just hearsay and formulas toss about regarding a well of gravity that compresses mass, time, and space. So of course, Dr. Garaki would call his theory singularity, because no one knows what happens in the singularity, just that is a no man's land and everything that gets into it dies. But Izuku is an example that there is something beyond the singularity threshold. He is constantly evolving. The light, the darkness, parasite energy, conduit power, the thuum, siren powers, cryomancy, armature, the glyphs, his zoanthrope form, and blade mode, all that would have caused a cascade scenario on his body if he had been born a normal quirk user. However, Hacks changed the rules. He is no longer a Gen 5 quirk user. He is ascendant, for the lack of better words, Melissa explained to a shocked class. He is living proof that the singularity theory has been overcome by nature itself. Nature created something capable of crossing the threshold and living in it, and he won't be the last. He's just the first, Melissa ended. But Momo countered. One would say that this is all thanks to his quirk adding those powers, the smart girl said. Wouldn't that mean that before the first power he was like us? Normal, Melissa shook her head. Nope. We got blood samples from when he was 10, from the aftermath of the Colosseum and his stay on Island, and compared them all. He was already different before the first power came about. As I said, he was never a Gen 5 like us. When he was 10, he was already physically superior to us. By the time he was leaving Island, he was simply built different, Melissa ended. Hatsuyu muttered. What do you think, Midoriya-chan? So said boy just looked as if his entire perspective on the world got cracked the fuck open. What, he asked with wide eyes and a wispy voice. Melissa-chan, Mina said sweetly. You're not supposed to break our cinnamon buns. They are in limited supply. Well, I'm sorry, I got a question asked and I answered. Not my fault that Izuku can't take it, Melissa said with a pout. I think she meant thanks for pointing out he might not be human. Those words of Zero made Izuku blink. Oh, that. Oh no, I already came to terms with my humanity, or what I might become, Izuku answered, making the class blink. It was more the info dump that someone failed to tell me while I was on Island. Or that my powers might have killed me, Izuku stated, pointedly looking at Melissa. Well, excuse me, I was busy studying your dark matter-filled nervous system, and how would it interact with your juiced-up mitochondria laced with paracausal energy, and how it would make your fur in bunny form fluffier, Melissa snapped. You what? Izuku asked. It is a joke. Ribbit Tsuyu replied. It's not, Melissa said. You would be surprised what we learned on how to make hair smoother from all of that, Melissa said with a nervous grin. So Okako began. If we ever buy shampoo from Island that makes it smooth because thanks to cosmic forces. Okay, that's kinda cool, and I expect a friend's discount, the gravity girl replied to Melissa. Excuse you, I don't get discounts home. Lies and slander, Izuku teased. Shut, His Purple Highness actually chuckled as the class banter continued, looking at the done-with-life Eraserhead, his former pupil. You need to sleep, HPH reminded his old pupil. I know patrols have been hard, but they aren't that hard. We are getting into a groove. Some semi-retired heroes have returned to the streets to help, and even some vigilantes have gone legit to help more. You can afford a day of sleep. Not with these hellions, Aizawa reminded. You can take a day of sleep. Not now, but afterward. Yes. You can't burn yourself, as this HPH reminded with a worried face. I did not come out of retirement to see another of my pupils burn itself out, especially not you, you workaholic, Izawa just sighed. I promise nothing, but I'll see what I can do, that's good enough, HPH nodded. Also about that he accepted his humanity long ago talk. HPH asked, pointing at Izuku who was pouting at something Tsuyu said. Their Eraserhead just smirked. Let's just say Mandalay can be a good listener. That's all we need sometimes. Someone who can listen. The USJ was divided into several biomes that depicted several disasters that heroes would encounter. From landslides to flooding to even urban destruction. It was one of the few training grounds heroes and police, firemen, and EMTs used at the same time to be prepared for the eventual chaos that is life and a villain with an ego the size of Jupiter. All of it was controlled and monitored from a central room that was, in fact, sandwiched between the ruins zone and the landslide zones, covered by thick concrete walls and bulletproof glass. It was as big as a classroom, and it was packed with equipment for recording and controlling the many biomes within. The floor itself was littered with cables and cooling devices to ensure smooth, constant operation of the main console. It was also a secure room. The alarms were tied to the room, and so were the defense mechanisms should an attack occur. Communications were handled there, as well as the USJ could double as a shelter for disasters should the need arise. The basement of the USJ was filled with non-perishable food and a store of fresh water, and its own generator if the connection to the main electric lines was lost. The control room of the USJ was built to take heavy hits, and the glass was thick enough to take a direct hit from a tank, for a strange reason. However, everything has a weakness, and the weakness of the USJ was the control room itself and its sensible equipment. Portal-based quirks generate a spatial distortion that causes interference with communications. It is a weakness that hasn't been able to be curbed, and the only reason it was addressed was because the generation of such spatial distortion was also a weakness for the portal itself, as it indicated that one was being used. Thing was that there had to be someone to detect it for it to be a weakness. Such was the dilemma that Gadget took advantage of when Kurogiri opened the portal, and he immediately tossed a cube into it. Pressing a button in a Jura-rigged TV control, he stepped into the portal, emerging into the control room and seeing the cube that was made of enough cables and copper and had an old-fashioned TV antenna on top emitting a blue emission that blocked any attempts of a security breach. The portal closed behind him and he went to one of the consoles. He immediately reached for his backpack and pulled a laptop and hooked it up to the console with a cable and began to work. The security of the USJ fell in 1 minute due to Gadget's Frankensteinian program that he had created, half his own coding, half the troops' own coding, stolen after the docks raid. I got control of the USJ Shigaraki, Gadget spoke in an earpiece as he began scrambling the radio waves that were not theirs. This is why I always have a tech guru in my party, Shigaraki spoke over the general comlink. Okay, roll call, everyone knows where to go, right? Gadget heard Darby speak as he took control of the cameras and saw Kurogiri open another portal in different parts of the USJ biome, letting out the group of fodder as Shigaraki had called them. I am still mad I don't get to fight Izuku. Toga snapped over the line and Gadget could hear the pout on her tone of voice alone, alongside the sighs of exasperation on everyone else. We talked about this, dear, Magna replied. Bless her heart. This is an assassination against All Might, first work then pleasure. If he goes on his way to hunt you down, well, you can spoil yourself. Yay. Gadget could hear the cackle, a cry of twice. How he could do that was beyond him, but it surely involved his split mind being a mess he didn't want to touch even with a 10-foot pole. Okay, why I am in the conflagration zone? Yuriko wondered. Because your tactics work well around an area set on fire, Jackal replied simply. Gadget could hear the man loading one of his gun with those really illegal, custom-made rounds designed to hurt regenerators. Also, Mustard, are you ready? I am getting set against that fucking maniac. Alongside these maniacs I am not. You have an army with you. Just zerg rush him and pick him up when he's giving you the back. Basic sneak, you fuck. Shigaraki replied with exasperation. You are the fuck, you fuck. These asshats have a murder boner that makes yours against All Might look tame in comparison. The scoff of Shigaraki over that comment seemed to trigger something in the group, knowing that, while the fodder was not exactly fit to go toe-to-toe against fully trained heroes, that didn't mean they weren't villains ready to kill at the drop of a hat. Brew, don't scoff, I heard that crazy chick be saying something among the lines of rape, and everyone taking a turn. What the hell happened at Korriban? Bold of you to assume they weren't like this before. Gadget cut immediately, seeing on one of the screens the approaching bus and 13 waiting at the entrance, oblivious to what was happening inside. Look alive, everyone. The bus just arrived. No sign of All Might so far. I swear we organized just a festivity in his honor and he is late. The nerve of the man, Mr. Compress replied with an air of haughtiness that made Gadget's skin crawl. Yeah, whatever. Gadget knew that in hindsight this was needed, in order for the world to progress, for everything to progress. The door bump that was All Might had to die, otherwise nothing would be done. He had become such a speed bump that nothing was getting done unless he intervened personally. He knew Shigaraki had his own reasons, everyone did, but as he saw the students get out of the bus and start walking onward the USJ entrance and therefore towards their trap, he knew that from here on out things would change. Mustard was right on several accounts. The fodder recruited was weak but wicked. There was a huge difference between a professional that separates job from pleasure, from an amateur who mixes them both. These students would learn that today. Okay, final call. Shigaraki, get the Nomus ready. They get in at any minute. Universal Studio Japan. Denki and Mina cried in amusement as they marched onwards to the massive dome that loomed over them like a monolith. It's the unforeseen simulation joint, you uncultured swine. Okako cried in utter dismay. How can you compare that surplus warehouse to this marvel? Okako snapped as she huffed at the duo who just giggled at her antics while pointing at the building in question. Man, you are like Midoriya when someone says something bad about pork, Zero replied as he walked past with a grin. That's because pork's life, you Philistine, Izuku stated as he put his helmet mask on and adjusted it. And how can't you eat pork? What are you? Jewish? That's a stereotype, Zero argued. I know, that's why I'm using it, Izuku replied as he tapped the side of his mask and immediately winced. At the same time Gyro winced. Jesus fuck, Midoriya, turn that shit off. Gyro cried as she covered her ears, and Izuku actually stumbled a little as he turned the communication device installed inside his mask or helmet. Damn, that was loud, the catapunk girl exclaimed with a pointed look at the masked boy who removed his headpiece and looked at it oddly. Melissa-san, can you do me a favor? He asked his friend who was close, so said girl was looking at her S-watch with a small frown. Let me guess. Com issues. Izuku nodded at her question and had a questioning look on his face at her admission. My HUD suddenly glitched and I had interference suddenly crop up, she exclaimed with narrowed eyes. Tapping her S-watch, she seemed to nod. Pass me your headgear. He did as so and she began to fiddle with it. Okay, I got a new frequency for communication. Tell Denki to pass me his headset. If it happened to us, it most likely happened to him. Kyoka, pass me your earphones. You have integrated comlink, right? The cat girl nodded. Then you must be having the same issues. Must the USJ integrated jammers. This place is built also as a bunker in case of an emergency. It must be interfering with normal communications, Melissa said as Gyro handed her earphones and she began working on setting a new frequency. Okay, all set. At the very least we can talk with one another, and I isolated the interference. Howard, Melissa muttered as she handed the earphones to Gyro, who took them gratefully, and Izuku was already with his head go on, nodding to her for the lack of interference. It wasn't 2 seconds later than Denki was in front of Melissa with his head go in his hands and the girl working on setting a new frequency. It wasn't hard, but it was odd, all things considered. By the time they were reaching the stairs, Okako was the only one now going up, something Tsuyu and Izuku noted. Okako-chan, something the matter? The frog girl asked. Yes. Okako drawled with an odd look. I felt distortions, like when Midoriya-kun uses his biotics, but in a more concentrated manner. I don't know how to explain it, and I felt several. Okako explained. Well, Izuku began. You do handle gravity, maybe a shift in the magnetic poles. A solar flare. I haven't got down studying your quirks well enough, Izuku admitted to Okako. Wasn't what you learned of us enough? Ribbit, Tsuyu teased. Oh, that was just the glossary, Asua-san, Izuku admitted to a narrow-eyed girl. I told you to call me Tsuyu-chan. And I told you that is as likely to happen as villains attacking us today. Give it time. I was raised as a good, respectful boy, Izuku stated with a hidden smile under his mask. I can hear the smile under that mask, you asked, Tsuyu teased with a shake of her head as she climbed the stairs. One day she's going to put you in a headlock, give you a noogie, and demand you call her Tsuyu, Okako replied with a deadpan look behind her pink visor. Izuku just shrugged his shoulders and motioned her to follow him as they climbed the stairs. Okako, of course, was over the skies when she met 13, the hero that would be aiding them during today's exercise. As the hero began her story regarding quirks and how inherited dangerous they were, and only through responsible use and consciousness of their deadliness they could be used against someone, Melissa began to frown, but for a different reason. The HUD mounted on her visor was somehow getting static when she directed it to link to other signals nearby, radio, cell, or Wi-Fi. It wasn't linking at all. It bothered her so much she walked to Izuku and got to his side, and leaned to his ear. Izuku, I don't know why but I got a bad feeling. I can't link to any signal, she hissed while 13 kept talking, this time to Aizawa while Soto had asked about All Might. None. Izuku wondered. Ever thankful Konarek muffled his voice a little. Nothing. Cell phone, Wi-Fi, not even radio. I can't even hear present MIC's radio show rerun. Something's up, she replied. Izuku hummed, bringing a hand to his armored chin. Uraraka-san was complaining about feeling gravitational distortions of some sort. Her quirk must make her more susceptible to any shift in them since she can feel when I use biotics on anything, he reminded himself. This isn't normal, Melissa said as the rest of the class followed 13 to the now opened USJ. The USJ has powerful scramblers but also secured lines for communication with the police in UA, and I can't access those either, she stated as she taped Izuku's armored chest and motioned him to follow her inside. I'll talk with Aizawa-sensei. You get the others warned. Better prepared than surprised. Yes. Izuku muttered. Agreed, and with that, both teens went for their targets. Some of the students were weird when Melissa began to tell them to be careful if something happened, anything at all. The most paranoid part actually took heed of her words and tensed immediately. Lack of communication tended to be bad for anyone. Izuku for his part was already with Aizawa and had caught his attention when Okako tensed herself, eyes suddenly focused on the main plaza of the USJ, something Mina noted. Something's coming was all she said as her quirk screamed at her, as gravity distorted into a single focal point and opened a wormhole, violating several laws that held true in the world. A black portal opened up, swirling with dark promise and expanding. Shit, Melissa and Bakugu hissed at the same time as the teachers actually tensed when they saw the portal open up. I am starting to think about investing in some good luck charms, Izuku muttered as all the glyphs he had on his armor lit up, the light and darkness licking at his body and his cells being overcharged with parasite energy, hands gathering neon immediately. I can direct you to some good ones, my friend Tokoyami replied, the shadow at his feet becoming alive, Inca-like substance moving onward and taking the form of a grown-up woman with robes and the mask of a raven, all in black. But now we survive first. Yes, Izuku hissed, then took a deep breath. Las yar nir. Aura whisper washed over his eyes, the zooming option of Konarek activating at a mental command, eyes widening when he saw what Aura whisper allowed him to see. Several Aura signatures, all over the USJ. It's a trap, he yelled too late. Massive booms echoed over the USJ and behind the class as thick metal slabs now covered the main entrance and exit of the USJ. The blast doors. 13 where's the control room? Eraserhead said immediately as he put his goggles on, seeing his students, his charges, assume battle stances around one another. Between the ruins and landslide zone. 13 pointed out. Midoriya. On it, Izuku was already looking at that end, thankful for the zooming option the mask now had. I see someone. Alone, damn it. 13 snapped. They somehow circumvented the defenses on the USJ and turned against us, she snapped, eyes hidden on her helmet widening when she saw the portal on the middle began to spit out people. Villains, her mind supplied. And they brought friends, Bakugu hissed with a grin that was both feral and nervous. Yo, teach, what do we do? Fly or fight? We fight, half of the class chorused, not even perturbed when they saw what seemed to be a human, built like a tank, muscles rippling with each movement and about to tear the dark blue skin, a beak that had sharp teeth, dead soulless eyes and an exposed brain walk among the assembling villains that were throwing jeers at them. You're not ready, HPH exclaimed with some apprehension. But I doubt the gentleman there care, he added as he saw the last person emerge out of the portal, a youth with severed hands that seemed to be attached to his body, like gripping him, clad in black loose pants and shirt, bluish shaggy hair and red spiteful eyes, a severed hand covering his face. So, here we are, the man with the severed hands began. I take the time, effort, and problem to turn the USJ into a gigantic trap, gather all these gentlemen, and even bring special guests, and All Might doesn't have the gall to be present, the villain spoke, turning to another villain with a mask and a top hat. What is the word I am looking here? Compress. Ingratitude. Indecency. Lack of manners. A total disregard for punctuality since we are here on the dot and he is not. Take a pic, Shigaraki, the so-called compress said with an air of smugness. Yes, the now-named Shigaraki stated. But we'll make do with what we have. I mean, it would be bad manner from us if we just up and leave without greeting you all to the wonderful world of heroes and villains, wouldn't it? The cheers and jeers the assembled villains tossed alongside the laughter made the students tense more. You can try. 13, get them out here, Aizawa commanded as he and HPH took several steps forward. Sensei, you are an ambusher, not a frontal fighter, Izuku hissed. Heroes are not one-trick ponies, Eraserhead replied. Ponies don't have to go against a mob of deranged sociopaths who cheat with another hero, Izuku snapped. Eraserhead was about to snap at him until he saw the gathering of void light on Izuku's hands and understood his plan immediately. Heroes, on the other hand, fight the odds, HPH stated simply, seeing what Izuku was planning, and when the odds are against them, they adapt. Now, the moment he shouted, Izuku was in the air, a bow of pure void light in hand and tensed, ready to fire. The mob was unaware of what he was planning, or did not care. To them, Izuku was just another greenhorn biting more than he could chew. But Shigaraki felt a strange feeling wash over him. Hateful eyes glared at the supposed source, and something at the back of his mind told him to recall the mob. Too late. Izuku let out 3 arrows of pure void light, flying true and impacting the floor in front of the rushing mob that passed it without a care. Then he fired another, and another, each one getting past the mob. A mistake on their part because once it triggered, each one of them was suddenly held by a tether of void light that caused havoc on their quirks and their senses. With the mob immobilized, Eraserhead and HPH moved as one, rushing in without a care. Many a villain rose their arms, trying to activate their quirks, all for naught. The void tethers did their job, and now it was the job of Eraserhead and HPH to beat them up. Like a well-oiled machine of pain, both former master and student began to weave about the detained villains that tried to fight back, but instinct ruined them. So used to using their quirks in combat, they fell back to old customs. The void tether, on the other hand, increased the damage received. A punch of Eraserhead with his weighted gloves was like getting hit by a flying anvil. This Shigaraki noted with some anger. Fuckers have an AoE spell on effect. Just my fucking luck. Kurogiri, warp compress to his designated area. Shigaraki commanded to the surprising pair. Are you sure, my friend? Mr. Compress asked. I think it would be better if we stick together. That's Eraserhead coming at you. His not slouch. I'll be fine. Shigaraki dismissed the concern, but it was appreciated. I got a tank, an Eraserhead, and the other hero are rogues. As for the caster, that must be Midoriya, Shigaraki said with a hiss of anger and envy. Anger because it was obvious the brat was broken tremendously. Fucker just launched an attack that nullified a mob charging and turned the tide of battle. That's broken as fuck. As for envy, he recognized that armor anywhere. He can change the colors all he wants, but he recognizes it. The Konaric set is from a fucking Skyrim mod that is older than Sensei. He doesn't like Skyrim too much of a hassle to install, and too prone to glitches. A Bethesda game trough and trough. He likes other kinds of games, ones that don't tend to set his setup on fire by existing or require online methods to use because Sensei values his secrecy and doesn't want to end up in a raid because some grifter decided to swat him out of being an asshole. This is coming from him. Kurogiri, Shigaraki began. Send that brat first. No ifs or buts. Send him where that nutjob of B is located alongside her gang. Let them have their fun, he stated simply. After that, warp the others away, but Midoriya goes to the ruins. Then get me Daibi. It will be done. Shigaraki Tomura. Way to go, Midoriya. Denki cheered as he saw Izuku make their way to them. That ought to slow them down, 13 muttered to herself as she turned to the blast doors, a frown hidden under her helmet. Children, stay back. I am going to make us an exit, she said, raising her hand and pointing all of her fingers of her right hand at the door. The moment the first cap fell, the class cried out in shock. What? She turned, half expecting villains somehow being able to cross the tether and both Eraserhead and his Purple Highness and attacking the class. Instead, she was shocked to see a spatial anomaly forming right in front of Midoriya, who had little time to do anything but go onward into it. Not that he could do anything as the anomaly sucked him onwards. Then he was gone, much to the shock of the class. Apologies, she heard speak from the door. She was about to reduce to atoms. Turning around, she and the class saw a dark portal form in front of them, this one taking the form of a person. But I was told to warp him onto a special welcome committee that eagerly expects him, the mist man said with such a controlled tone and manners that made the class skin crawl. Oh, but where are my manners? I am Kurogiri, the now named villain said as he bowed respectfully. My organization, the League of Villains, has set upon this task. To murder the symbol of peace. Melissa's eyes widened, muscles tensing. Yet no trace of him is visible. Has he foregone teaching already? Or is he late? He asked. Not that I can blame him. Traffic is such a murder, he joked, and the class groaned under the joke. Then I guess I must set out to do my secondary task. Whisk you all away to your dooms, boom. An explosion was all the warning Kurogiri got, and needed, that he was being attacked. Taking a step back, he let the right swing of Bakugu fly wide. Naive, Kurogiri muttered to himself as he prepared to make a porta BAMM. Only for that idea to take a backseat as the armored fist of Melissa met his gut. This one angered him. So much that his form instantly shifted, humanoid becoming a black portal with glowing yellow eyes that swallowed both teens away. Very well, he muttered, his voice gaining an echo. Since you all are so eager to fight, then you will. More portals appeared around the class and teacher. Fight. The portals began to exert suction, making the class be moved away. And die. Huddle. Mina screamed as she latched to the closest person, Kirishima, as the class was being dragged away into the portals, all while latching to the closest classmate, or teacher, in question. It wasn't long before there was no one at the entrance of the USJ, just Kurogiri, who took his humanoid form again and reached for his stomach, hand clenched over it in pain. That punch had actually hurt. Izuku once described to them what it was to travel between the void when he had his Nova warp on and he warped onto targets. A moment of dissociation, followed by clarity and understanding, closely followed by panic and raw emotions, all in the span of less than a second, jumping from point A to point B by ignoring the path between. Toru always equated this to Izuku being Izuku, over-explaining things. Now she wasn't so sure because this felt so close to that explanation, only with more panic and the knowledge you were at the mercy of a villain's whim rather than space magic. Then there was ground and fire. Crashing to the ground on her shoulder, Toru rolled away, trying to stabilize her roll and gain footing. Off only to hear another voice, one familiar. "Oh God, Soto, I love you, pile of muscles," she heard Kaminari groan. Turning, she spotted both boys, Kaminari and Soto, standing up. Or better said, Kaminari standing up and Soto sitting up. "Guys," Toru said in relief. Some relief because the area around them was on fire. Also to take their attention to herself and what she was seeing. "Oh crap," Denki said as electricity danced around his body and Soto instantly stood up, muscles slightly bulging over his luchador-themed hero suit. They were surrounded by a bunch of villains, most of them men. Well, one of them spoke, a girl, a Gyaru girl that was as beefy as Soto, clad in the oh-so-cliched Gangoro school clothes, holding a bat over her shoulders, a smirk on her face. "If it isn't the invisible cunt Toru Hagakure. Remember me, bitch." Both boys actually looked at Toru, who had just met the devil. "No," she hissed, mint-colored eyes wide as saucers as she slowly took a defensive stance. "What? Not even a hi, how are you? No? You take a defensive stance." "I'm hurt, Toru-chan." Toru just motioned to everywhere. "She has a point," one of the villains pointed out, only to wince when others hit him in the ribs. "The hell, man? She got a point. This is not exactly a place to catch up. I can't even." Yuriko rolled her eyes as she took a step forward and the three hero hopefuls took a step back, quirks flaring. Soto began to bulk up, muscle mass increasing. Denki just began to charge up, electricity licking his body and creating a protective layer of energy that only an idiot would try to break into. He had to pick something up from Izuku and his arc abilities. Toru just glared at Yuriko, fists clenching hard and tensing the DNA-coated fabric that began to glimmer like glass over the sun. Without a second thought, Toru began to activate her quirk, and it began to eat the light around her. The villains noted this as the area seemed to dim out, despite the fires still raging on. Yuriko noted, of course. "What are you up to, you little cunt?" she said out loud. 3 against 20, you guys really want to fight us? "I don't think you get it," Senpai Toru hissed, hair glimmering with a speed that was unnatural. "You think you can just come here and attack us? Just like that and no one will notice? Or that we won't retaliate?" Toru hissed. "Oh, you naive girl," Yuriko said as she began to walk to the trio. "We want you to. Where's the fun in breaking All Might's pride before we break his neck if you didn't put out a fight and your corpses didn't show it?" Toru and the others narrowed their eyes. "Oh, that's how it is," Toru muttered. "Quantity over quality? Is that how it is? You really think you can come and say we are going to kill you all? Like if you were browsing for groceries?" "Yeah, pretty much," Yuriko said with a smirk. "Just like I did Teach, remember him?" Toru actually bristled at that. "But I admit I might be stalling too much, so how about we skip all this and we jump straight to the part where I bash your skull in?" Yuriko said as she hefted the bat in her hands with a smile. "How about we skip to the part where the 3 students who trained alongside someone who tosses suns for fun and studies our quirks and told us how to improve push your shit in?" Toru answered back as her hands began to glow. "Wait, what was that part about suns?" a villain asked, his answer to the question. Denki jumped into the air. A ball of pure electricity formed on his hands and over his hands. Electro ball. Eyes widened all over the conflagration zone, just realizing of something important. something they didn't consider once they saw Denki. They considered their own quirks when selecting the zones, not the students' quirks. Shit. Yuriko cursed to herself as she prepared herself to fight Flood Zone. Same time. Die you fucks. Katsuki Bakugo cursed with a grin as sailed through the artificial lake while being boosted by the explosions on his hands and feet, each explosion easily boosting him and allowing him maneuverability that he didn't have before. He'd had to thank Deku, once he beats him, for the idea, seeing him use those flame wings and those ghost wings alongside his smoke to propel and maneuver himself around had given him this idea. Not only that, now that he could propel himself with his feet, his hands were free to blast away, no more spinning, unless he wanted to add more oomph to his attacks. A sudden shift in the water to his right had him blast away. Soon as he did, a massive shark man emerged from the water on the Flood Zone man-made lake, panicking. HEL dash was all the shark man villain could utter before he was dragged away by a long, pink tongue that was wrapped around him. Exposed skin looking raw and rashes could already be visible, as if someone had dragged poison ivy into the skin until the skin blistered. Bakugo shuddered. Of all the mutated quirks that his classmates had, frog legs scared him the most, and that's considering that Deku can literally use the heat death of the fucking universe as a weapon. When Deku said that her mutation gave her all the abilities of all fucking frogs and toads, he meant it, including their means of defense and offense. All the fucking toxins they use to defend themselves, all rolled into a neat little package that she can use whenever she wants. All their strengths, including the combined might on their legs, on hers. She was the only person in the class that could out-jump Deku when in rabbit form. He refused to call that form anything else, but not outkick due to him being able to regen and being, well, jacked as shit and form rocks around his fucking legs when he's using concrete. She might not have Raccoon Eye's super deadly acid, but her ultra-toxic lobs of stomach acid were close to it, capable of spitting globs of stomach acid that could cause chemical burns. Deku volunteered for the test because he was the only one that could heal chemical burns and not incur in Recovery Girl's wrath. And then there were her bones. A villain with scuba gear emerged out of the water. Bakugo could see lacerations all over his skin, fear and panic etched on his eyes as blood poured out of his wounds. He was trying to swim away from the lake, most of the time looking back in panic. Then it happened. Asui emerged from the villain's flank. Those ridiculous goggles over her eyes did nothing to prevent Bakugo from swallowing hard after seeing that her fingertips had now bony claws in them. 3 inches each and sharp enough to cut through skin and muscle with ease. It had been horrifying when they realized she could do that. The hairy frog, also known as the Wolverine frog or the horror frog, intentionally broke the fingers of its toes to make bone claws for self-defense. Worst of all, those claws retract after a while after rupturing the skin when they emerge and the wound heals, good as new. When it first occurred, it had been while training some grapples against Kirishima, the only person he dignifies to give a name. Seeing her suddenly have claws 1 inch long emerge from her fucking fingers was little compared to the fact she nearly took Kirishima's face with them. Only his hardening had saved his face, but it didn't help the fact they saw sparks fly when they met the hardened skin. Didn't help either when during a checkup Recovery Girl told them that those claws were harder than steel and as sharp as a diamond-tipped scalpel, and she could retract them at will, unlike the horror frog, and she also had a small healing factor, just for that. So yeah, a terror. The villains brought a shark man, how cute. His classmate is literally all the frogs of the fucking world with all the means of defense rolled into one and with a vicious streak that was odd considering how level-headed she tends to be. Shaking his head, he flew away as the villain begged for help as he was dragged away by Asui onto the unforgiving depths. The artificial lake was already disturbed by the number of people in it. Now add the blood she had been spilling and you got quite a sight. One he wasn't fond of entertaining because he was half responsible for some of that blood. His thoughts were interrupted when another villain, a woman this time, emerged from the sides. Her nose was slightly elongated and sharpened, like a dagger or a fencing blade, and her arms had large fins on the sides, easily speeding up and catching to his side, a glare on her eyes. Narrowing his eyes, he saw how the villain was about to make a hard break to the side, surely to clip him with her sharp sword-like nose SWWOMMM, only for her to cry in pain as her side suddenly burned and ended up tumbling on the water and stopping altogether. On the boat that was meant to resemble a shipwreck situation, Yuga Aoyama had just taken a shot at the villain with great accuracy. Bakugo still could see that French cuisine was spooked. Honestly, he was too. Bakugo thought that after the bullshit of the troop he wouldn't have to deal with more ambushes or dead classmates. No, he growled. He made an oath the day after their rescue of Hashima, never again. Never again he would see his classmates wounded, or worse, he would be strong enough to take everything thrown against them and break it against his hands. It was these thoughts and the fact he went to attack another villain that had surfaced to escape Tsuyu that Bakugo didn't notice that Yuga's face wasn't out of fear for the situation in question, but the fact that the boy in question was partly responsible for the situation. Mondayu, Chuarjei fate. Yuga muttered in French, so no one could understand how horrified he was at what he had done. Mountain Zone. Crack. The sound of bone breaking and the screams of the villain in question were the first thing Magna heard when she stepped out of the portal and into a literal slaughterhouse. She should have insisted Shigaraki get his little spy to get them the quirks of their targets, but no, Shigaraki insisted that it might blow the spy's cover and would piss Sensei mighty because apparently, despite being the demon emperor of the underworld and a man with a literal 1,000 quirks on his sleeves, he had never infiltrated someone into one of the hero academies. Magna for her part didn't know to qualify that as an epic fail, but considering how the stars aligned for this single moment, the death of All Might. But honestly, things weren't exactly looking well. For once the boy with the massive tail was basically mowing through the mooks as if they were nothing in crack. She winced when she saw him throw a straight at one of the mooks and the mook's jaw simply broke, teeth flew, blood spilled, and she was certain that he just dislocated it as well aside from breaking it because the man's jaw was hanging from one side and he was screaming in agony and falling to the ground while trying to put the thing back. Good thing he didn't punch hard enough to rip skin and flesh otherwise. Magna shook her head, ready to end this charade of a fight. It was obvious the tailed one was more than capable of dealing with these guys. But that was the point. Toss the garbage to the kids so they tire themselves, so when All Might comes and he will come all he finds are corpses BAMM. Magna actually blinked some spots on her eyes as she stumbled to the left after a hit. Looking to her right she spotted 3 fists and a mouth, attached to an arm and coming out of a hand. The fuck MMMPPHHH was all she could say before something wrapped around her mouth and her torso and she was suddenly and violently launched away from the fighting. Landing roughly on the rock-filled floor, Magna actually glared, glasses long gone after that stun at the reason for her sudden flight. The source of the tape around her body, a boy with a suit made in the motif of a tape dispenser, even the helmet looked like one, both the elbows and knees were round, strangely and had extra protection around them, surely the source of the tape. Then there was the other boy, arms, all arms. Massive in size and with 3 arms on each side that were connected to the skin like webbing, like a mutant flying squirrel with no fur. Magna huffed, then tensed as she burst out of the tape around her body, her sheer bulk and muscle allowing her to do so with ease. Times like these she was glad she hasn't fully transitioned. As much as she hates her male body she can't deny that she loves her muscles. Okay boys, she began. You want play rough? Let's play rough. Landslide zone. Twice wanted to run, honestly no doubt. Every single part of him was telling him run bitch, run. Mostly because he and everyone else was stuck with this fucking monster. The son of Endeavor. Somehow he got the short straw with the son of the number 2 hero who now could sling Glacier. He imagined that being the son of a man who sets his own face on fire would mean, fire. But knew he got the one son that got ice from who knows where and was trying to show them why a piece of ice gutted a boat, by doing it to them FFWWOSSHHH. Oh shit, he has fire. Now he is tossing, Glacier, on fire. The ice is on fire. What the fuck? Ruined zone. Jackal cursed as he dashed to one piece of ruined wall. Not long after that the spot he had been before was peppered by small plastic balls that exploded and let out what he assumed was concentrated pepper spray. Yet the smell. Ducking a little more, the wall he was in was peppered by the same pellets, and now he could identify the smell, and he wished he didn't. Butyric acid and capsaicin, pure capsaicin AHHHH. One of the villains nearby got hit by it and was now screaming, holding his face and crawling away as he got hit more, and the smell and sensation began to spread on his exposed skin. The girl added something else. Capsaicin doesn't irritate the skin that bad. Daring a peek, he saw the girl now. He ducked as she had zeroed on him and tried to shoot his face with her gun. He is certain she didn't have an XM5 rifle when they arrived. Meanwhile, perched on the remains of a building that was meant to pretend a collapsed building scenario, Momo hefted the XM5 rifle in her hands as her quirk produced another magazine filled to the brim with the most irritant chemicals she could conceive, rolled into small pellets that could be fired and disable anyone without causing everlasting damage. Replacing the empty magazine with a fresh one, Momo suddenly ducked as a tongue of fire, fired by a villain that got too close and nearly clipped her. In retaliation, Gyro, who was nearby, reached for a box that Momo had made, and pulled a wire taser, got to the window, aimed it at the villain who was just recovering from his own quirk, and fired. The wires stuck on the neck of the villain, who let out a wail as he trashed on the ground and soiled himself for 10 solid seconds before Gyro disengaged and Momo was already back on the window, peppering the villain with the noxious pellets all over his face and exposed skin to ensure he didn't get any bright ideas of attacking again. "Where's Mineta?" Momo asked. "Second floor. He mined that entire floor and caught 3 more," Gyro replied as she went flat on her belly as a shot passed too close to her liking. "Motherfuckers. You are Momo, why you didn't make a rocket launcher?" "Because we have a grenade launcher." "We have a what?" Downstairs and outside, Jackal narrowed his eyes. The shot had been tricky, but he was certain he should have nailed that girl on the head, only for her to duck at the last second. "Everyone move, use the debris as cover," he commanded. Not seconds later, the group of villains began to mobilize "hey fuckfaces." The girl he had fired at emerged from one of the windows and he was ready to shoot her until he saw what she had in hand. A rotating grenade launcher. "Say hello to my little friend." "Toom. Toom." "Shit," he cursed as he ducked back into a wall and saw how 2 villains suddenly got blasted into the air by the explosion, screaming in agony at the low-yield grenades that, oh god, those were volatile tear gas grenades. Not only do they explode, but they also emit noxious gas. They were banned in 15 countries. These kids are insane. Landslide zone. Himiko jumped out the way of a boulder that clipped 2 villains that were following her and had surely broken their arms. Looking to one side, she spotted the reason that boulder flew, that absolute unit of a girl, muscles that barely were contained by the skin-tight pink and black suit. How tall she was, how adorable her cheeks looked after grabbing a villain by the neck and pretty much choke slamming him into the ground, breaking his back. Himiko bit the urge to drool. This girl was absolutely delicious looking, and she wanted a bite of that beefcake. Granted, she wanted some Izuku on the side, but she can have BAMMM. Himiko cursed as she went flying to the side and rolled around. With a growl, she stopped herself with a blood-made claw that stopped her momentum. Looking up at her aggressor, she cursed again. That armored blonde hick. Her little beefcake was getting awfully chummy with her, and Himiko had decided she didn't like her and needed to go. The problem was that the hick was also strong, insanely so. She moved fast, and apparently her armor had armor, because she is sure she slashed her on the back and cut armor to reach skin, but the freaking skin sparked upon contact, not even a drop of blood. Which was unfor. Rah! Jesus! Himiko cursed as she jumped away from an abomination. This is coming from her, of a bear with the head of a lion, the shell and front of a turtle, and the legs of a rabbit trying to maul her. A thing landed on all 4 and began to stalk around her, the snarl of a lion slightly making her nervous, even more so as she saw how the turtle shell shrugged several attacks with ease. "Okako, deal with the mob," the blonde hick said. Now she had a name to add to that absolute body of hers. "Kuji, go help her. Harass and terrorize." The thing nodded at the hick's order and began to trot away, giving her a small snarl or warning. Himiko answered by baring her fangs. Then there was the hick and herself, just like Himiko wanted it. "You damaged my armor," the hick began. "It was brand new, you know. But I gotta thank you," the hick said as she advanced her. "Now I know what to improve on the design," she added with a growl. "And since you're so willing to help me test stuff, how about you help me test something else?" she added, reaching for her long skirt and curtsying with a smirk on her lips. Himiko had less than a second to figure out what this all meant before she heard 2 thuds and saw 2 black balls at the feet of the hick. The fuck? "Time to test this design," the hick said with a nasty smirk as she tapped something on her right wrist and the balls suddenly came to life and rushed at her. On instinct, Toga jumped away, only to see those balls suddenly gain holes on the sides and deploy homing flares. Part of her mind suddenly supplied that flares are not homing capable. That part kinda died when she landed and had to backflip as the flares nearly hit her and blew chunks of the floor she had been. The homing as well, she heard the hick right behind her before her back blossomed into pain. "But I gotta fix the payload. That was too powerful. Could kill someone with a snarl." Himiko activated her quirk and she smirked as she heard the hick yelp as her back erupted with bloody spikes she commanded to appear. Turning around, Himiko grew her claws on both hands, each one menacing, and brandished them both with a grin on her face. "I am going to enjoy this, you hick." In answer, the hick's entire body lit up with blue energy that seemed to crack as lighting. "Bring it, downpour zone. Whose bright idea was to send this maniac here?" Tokoyami slightly smirked. The downpour of water over him kinda made him sour, but overall he had little to worry about. After all, dark shadow thrived in the dark. "Oh god, my knee. It isn't supposed to bend like that. Even if she gets a little emotional from time to time." Central Plaza. Kurogiri, yes, Shigaraki Tomura. Why is 13 here? I wanted to isolate her of Midoriya or anyone else whose quirk could synergize with her, Fair Darby said. Then why do you send her here with the acid-slinging nut and the fucking rock-made land shark? Ahiro Kirishima. Original quirk, hardening. Mutated quirk, land shark. Ahiro's original quirk gave him the ability to turn his skin into what can be assumed as an organic corundum, giving his skin jagged edges and capable of taking hits of great strength behind and even hurting his attacker due to the jaggedness of his hardened skin. However, the gas brought up his quirk ancestry. Somewhere along the lines, he had ancestors with either shark-based quirks or mutation class because it's the only way to explain his current quirk. When he activates his quirk, he no longer shows visible signs of hardening on his skin as before. That's because the hardening happens at a small level. Each layer of the epidermis hardens with the same corundum organic substance, while the outer layer exposed to the air suddenly gains placoid scales. Akin to actual shark skin, these scales are microscopic, but provide a unique advantage on Kirishima once the quirk is active, allowing him to move faster without so much air resistance, increasing his operation range, and acting as armor. However, the bigger change comes when he cranks up his quirk. Just like Melissa, he can channel his quirk in percentages. From 0 to 15 his skin gains the after-mentioned advantages, and from 15 to 50% his body mass increases, becoming as large as fat gum. However, going from 50 to 100 causes the largest change. He gains the features of a shark, sharp teeth that are serrated, a strong jaw, and extra muscle growth around the jaw. The overall mass on the body increases to the point of being bigger than All Might, with the added strength that comes with it. The skin now shows a greater deal of placoid scales that are now visible to the naked eye, a sharp sense of smell, and slight night vision and electroreception. And while he can't swim in that form, it doesn't make him less threatening to look at. Darby just glared at Kurogiri while Shigaraki debated if killing Kurogiri for this fuck-up was worth the problem he would get with Sensei for breaking one of his most valuable assets. He relented because honestly, he should have expected this, not the shark made out of rocks that is on foot, but rather this. Fucking French-ass hat can't even be a good spy and tell us what their quirks are and where they are going in a single stroke. No, we had to find out the hard way. Fucking ass hat with a grumble. Shigaraki motioned Darby to engage Eraserhead and HPH while he kept an eye on the two students that were helping 13, a legitimate danger, if she knew how to fight. Reaching for the back of his pants, he reached for the really old-looking walkie-talkie and activated it. Of course, this was just old-looking. The inside had been modified by Gadget to be able to bypass the jamming that was affecting everyone in the USJ, even them. A sad thing to be done because he did not want fuck-ups. Gadget, status report. Everyone is everywhere. Jackal is having some problems because the Yaro Orozu pulled a grenade launcher with highly illegal ammo, and half of his forces are currently screaming and vomiting their souls out. The fuck Eraserhead taught these asshats. Shigaraki asked to himself as he saw Darby ignite the ground and separate the students from the teachers. Of course, 13 began to suck the fire out with her quirk, but Kurogiri put a stop to that fast by placing portals around her and connected to the students and the others. She tries to suck the flames, she might end up sucking the portals, and what they are connected to on the other side, her compatriots and students. It wasn't going to last long, he was certain. She was a rescue hero. They had to adapt to the worst situations, just going tits up because why not? So a ring of blue fire protected by portals aimed at her comrades was just another day at the job. How about Midoriya? How's B and her bitches handling him? There was a solid second of silence from Gadget. Poorly near the ruins and landslide zone. Bang. 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 Click. Fuck Mustard cursed as he ducked onto a piece of upturned floor and reloaded his revolver with shaky hands, all while reining his quirk in because of nerves. Nerves and the monster that he was sent to try and kill. Keyword, try. Peeking out, his eyes widened when he saw that freak. Midoriya basically choke slammed someone so hard on the floor that he bounced and then came back to the waiting hand of that monster that he used the poor sod as a bludgeoning object. And like the meme says, beat a motherfucker with another motherfucker. Crack. Jesus on a pogo, that guy's a monster, and that weird barrier he has on has stopped my bullets, Mustard thought with a grimace, holding in one hand the special Regenerator killer bullets that he had aimed to use against Midoriya because he was dealing with the Leviathan of Musutafu, might as well go big or go broke when dealing with him. Thing was that his quirk didn't help. The gases he emitted were immediately absorbed by that guy and then turned against everyone. He was shooting balls of smoke that were volatile enough to explode on impact or could turn into smoke, not to mention everything else he had. If by some sort of chance he got over his guard and was able to fire at him on the back, a strange bluish barrier would stop his bullets, or if he shot from the crystal weapons would emerge and block the shots, not to mention the long-range quirk attacks. And don't get him even started with the 6 arms that are missiles and are coated in acid. Not even B, who has been at the forefront of the fight with an absolute manic glee, was having a bad time, mostly because whenever she got close, that monster had a hammer that was on fire at the ready and she would freak out about it and break attack. Either she fears fire, or hammers, or that monster traumatized her in some way. Moving about, Mustard had to duck when one of B's henchmen flew leg first into a wall and the leg collapsed under the pressure. The wail of agony the teen was making was only comparable to the horrible sounds of broken bones when collapsing like an accordion inside flesh. From his new position, he saw Midoriya fight B, the unnatural-looking hero costume, the neutral mask that gave no vibes of anger or joy, the ice arms. Everything about Midoriya was wrong. He saw how Midoriya simply blocked a high kick from B to the head with such speed and deflected away, making B fly away by the sudden riposte. So said girl had time to land before she lashed again with a spinning kick that would have taken anyone off guard by the speed of it alone. Midoriya was not normal at all as he simply ducked under the spinning kick, and then Mustard heard it. He spoke no. He shouted, "Fuse row DAH." B flew away, screaming as if a wall had been shoved at her at Mach 2, and even some of her goons nearby got blasted by the collateral blast of energy Midoriya emitted when he spoke. "This is so fucked up, Central Plaza." Shigaraki blinked and blinked again. "Okay, fuck this and fuck everyone that's not his elite. Gadget, initiate phase 2. Are you certain? We agreed we should start it as soon we subdued the students. We thought their empt quirks would be a hindrance to them. Instead, they seemed to be well prepared. They grinded their asses for XP against a farmable source and got the benefits. No more coddling. We are pulling all the stops. Okay then, but we should wait a minute or so. They are alone. We have numbers. A slight mistake and it will cost them. That logic applies to us as well, Gadget. Just because we pulled a Zerg rush doesn't mean our opponent wasn't thinking the same thing and was waiting so he could pull the same shit on you. I am not giving them time to pull anything else off their asses. Okay then, time to lure the symbol of peace. This means you're initiating the rest of the plan, right?" "Yas," Shigaraki said with a nasty smirk. "Kurogiri," he called, seeing the sentient Nomu react to his voice. "Bring them in with that single-order portal formed on the disaster zones." "Darby," he called. "Time to play with His Highness." "I got Eraserhead," he said with glee. "The rest," he said loud and clear. "Go for the brats. Leave the pros to us." With a cry of delight, the thugs that were still able to fight, a lot, rushed at the 2 teens that were caught off guard by the sudden rush, or thugs, all of them ignoring the pros. The 2 pros on the field certainly were caught off guard, Eraserhead more so as he went to the aid of his students. "Hey fuckface," he heard behind him. On instinct he jumped away and turned away, seeing a hand extended where his face would have been had he turned without jumping backward. Shigaraki grinned under the severed hand of father. "You're really cool, Eraserhead, already jumping away of danger even before his one," he complimented. "But that ends now. I got your number, and it's time to clock out." Eraserhead actually grunted, eyes narrowed under his goggles as he spotted a portal where Eshido and Kirishima were located. He took some steps back from the villain who attacked him, the obvious leader of this operation by the looks of it. With a wordless cry, Eraserhead went to meet the leader of this rabble of animals and malcontent idiots. It was high time he teach them a lesson. On the control center, Gadget watched it all with narrowed eyes, tapping some keys on the console in front of him. The tech specialist of the League opened a single channel and sent a single SOS call to the one place where the symbol of peace was last seen. UA could send their teachers, all pros and all might. That was the idea. To decapitate the Academy of Everything. Oh, this was interesting. Really interesting. This human, Gadget was it. To Frankenstein the code used by the troop with some of his own creation and use it to brute force his way into any secured programming because of how the code itself was made would cause confusion on any program it was used against, thus creating an opening for him to exploit and co-opt the system to his control. Brilliant. She would remember this. She could do one better, and less complicated. Still, the inspiration was appreciated. Also appreciated, the exact coordinates of the USJ, access to the cameras, communication lines, and control of the USJ's very own biomes. Being a very advanced T-doll, so advanced it evolved to a human and could grasp the concept of irony and seize opportunities with a smirk, could appreciate all of this without going mental. Honestly, all this is made by this Shigaraki. Yeah, the guy with the severed hands. He even called for localized portals to drop bows, the same bow class used during the Pussycat raid. It was obvious by the images that they were entirely different from the ones that Midoriya first fought. The interesting thing was their quirks. Mashed together in a vain attempt to make them work. Somehow they did, but the body wasn't exactly on par with the quirks in question. She could see these things were the sticky bottom of the barrel, with the lone exception of the behemoth standing nearby Shigaraki, doing nothing. That thing looked like it could tear a Deathclaw pack without much of an issue. It looked like it could take on Biomite and win. Which was good. Biomite had been an astonishing success, despite dying. But the fact was Biomite was a proof of concept. The troupe based their bows of video game monsters. She was shocked as hell, because they all were functional in some way and could be made with current technology. Lickers were grown on vats and their DNA was modified to look like that. DNA splicing wasn't new, and after the DNA was completely mapped, all was left was how far you could push it all. The answer: really far. There was no need to create a virus. The thought was entertaining, when you could build the monster from the get-go by ensuring it grows the way you want by DNA manipulation. Her greatest project was such a thing, a marriage of DNA splicing, cybernetic implants, and quirk modifications. Biomite was a proof of concept that you could make a quirked creature without invasive procedures like the quirk-granting syringes or the metagas, but could be grown from the womb with the DNA already installed and ready to use when it's out. In a way, she did not know she had made a better, more streamlined version of the Nomus used by the League. M98 smiled. Biomite had been a proof of concept. It was time to bring the first result of that concept into the light. And take some trash along the way. Might send it to Midoriya. He is so kind taking others people's trash. With a small mental command, all was done. It was a single call, something Nedzu dreaded most of the time when one of the classes went on an excursion. This one came from the USJ. It had the same encryptions that any call for aid would have. However, this one wasn't also linked to a recording of 13 asking for support, specific support. No, this was a generalized call for help, on repeat, which raised alarms in itself. Yagaku and Nedzu said, looking at the resting symbol of peace, deflated and looking as grave as Nedzu. You are the fastest of all of us. I'll take time for us to mobilize. Nedzu had already switched into gears, seeing Yagi buff out and be ready to deploy. Honestly, the only reason Yagi was here and not in the USJ as planned was that Nedzu had been scolding him for using his time in stopping crimes that other heroes could stop themselves. Granted, after the troop attack months prior, villains were more organized, no longer working alone but in pairs or trios. Also, they really tried not to drag out fights, or get in fights at all. They knew the heroes were testy after the troop attack, and everyone was looking for an excuse to fight. So most villains rather just do their jobs really fast and clean as humanly possible, without attracting the attention of half the heroes of the nearby block. But there were those villains who couldn't live out without violence and blood in their diets. These were the kind of enemies All Might had been fighting for 2 hours. True, he had extended time thanks to Midoriya's infusion of solar light to one for all, but that could end quickly. He was working on embers now, not the full power. Tell Gran to catch up, was All Might said as Nedzu sounded a general if silent alarm to all teachers or heroes in the building. All the while the symbol of peace moved. His body left mirages and small subsonic booms that rattled the school windows and halls. Once he was out, he jumped. Just as easy as flexing the muscles of his legs, he was out, leaving a crater in his wake as the increasingly angry symbol of peace flew into the direction of the USJ. All of this in 2 minutes. 2 minutes for everything to go pear-shaped. For everyone. USJ, 2 minutes before. Izuku rose his left arm, sentinel shield easily blocking the kick of B as bashing her away with a flick of his wrist as he wrapped away a small beam or acid fired from someone's eyes. Appearing back in front of 2 villains, Izuku swung the shield to their faces, cheekbones breaking and teeth flying away as he turned again, rising his shield again, forming a semi-transparent bubble in front of him that stopped 3 gouts of fire and 2 spikes of bones. You're to a shul. He answered the attack with his own gout of fire that he sustained and slightly burned 2 of his attackers. Growling in annoyance as 5 villains that were no older than 17 rushed at him, Izuku charged with arc energy, the glowed purple. With a single grunt he jumped upwards in an arched angle, all the while he tossed a collection of dark energy where he had been. That collection of dark energy suddenly became a vortex of purple energy with a black void in the middle that attacked his attackers and took their gravity, making them float without control. Without even thinking about it, he charged a biotic push and launched it at the singularity. The resulting explosion made his attackers fly away in various states of pain and broken bones. Even after that, more came at him, including B, again and her henchman. He forgot his name, the one that took the air out of his lungs. He could feel it too. He was trying to stop him using his shouts. The boy clearly remembers the last time he shouted at someone. Pity, cryomancy, and apobiosis don't depend on breath, Izuku thought as he saw B launch at him, legs stretched for a kick. With a single step backward, Izuku also left behind a lovely ice statue of himself that B kicked. The resulting attack froze her solid and made the others hesitate. Enough time for him to charge apobiosis. By the time the others gathered their wits about them and rushed at him, Izuku already had the attack red bang. Pain shot on his left calf. On pain he let out the attack way earlier, and the bioelectric attack just got half of his intended targets. In anger, Izuku turned and saw the guy that looked as if he had taken a helmet from the Death Corps of Krieg and mixed it up with a school uniform and scuba gear for some reason, a revolver in hand, smoking. Damn it, Izuku thought in anger. He realized my biotic barrier goes down when I use my parasite energy. He waited until I was really distracted. My armature didn't even react. He scolded himself for the mistake and distraction. The bastard must have been observing him. For his part, Mustard actually cheered himself with this action, letting several more shots that actually punched the fabric of Izuku's suit, but silently cursing as he didn't see the bullets push further, actually getting stuck and being visible in some areas. The anti-regenerator bullets were designed for the express purpose of causing as much soft tissue damage before lodging themselves inside the target. Their spiral design was for it to take as much tissue around and cause discomfort to the target once they lost momentum, keeping the displaced tissue inside the target. For quirk users with regeneration quirks of any kind, it is an agony to have any of these as the damaged tissue is still inside them. You had to be operated on to remove the bullet and the tissue to prevent it from rotting and causing gangrene that alone causes tremendous stress on a quirk user with regenerative quirks. The risk was double so because most regenerative quirk users couldn't control their quirks and their first instinct upon getting hurt was to regenerate the wound, not realizing of the real danger until much later. Mustard had banked on this against Midoriya because he seemed to have regenerative properties. He needed to cripple him in any way possible. He didn't expect the bullets wouldn't go past his skin or bone or oh, thank fuck, Mustard muttered as he saw one of Kurogiri's portals form nearby, depositing one of the nomus that Shigaraki had nearby. He didn't like the things, especially with how they had their fucking brains exposed and all that, but damn it, he was thankful for them now because Midoriya was done with the last of B's mooks and was approaching him with all the intent of hurting him. The Nomu seemed to recognize Midoriya because it reeved the chainsaws it had for arms really loudly, catching Izuku's attention. By the way, he seemed to tense. He recognized the Nomu too. You was all Izuku said as shards of light and glass formed around his hand. Mustard took this as an opportunity, took aim at the Midoriya had turned to him. Fast, too far Zedu and Hal Vik. His gun was violently wrestled from his hand by a torrent of power. Not satisfied by this, Midoriya took another breath. Liz Slen Nus. And Mustard knew only but cold. Shit, Toga heard Gadget curse silently as she ducked over a fist of the blonde hick that took a good chunk of a rock she had been backed up. Rolling away and slowly taking steps back, and seeing her little beefcake Okako took the gravity from one of the villains and then drove him down, over his own face, caking the ground with blood and teeth. The hick was about to press the attack on her, but two more villains blocked her and she had to start fighting them. Toga would have taken this chance to blindside this hick and suck the blood out of her and drive a claw onto her heart. But Gadget called her. She heard no other answer. Gadget-kun, what's going on? She asked over the comm line. Toga, you got to come here. Midoriya knows where I am. Calm down, Toga chided Gadget, but the fact he was panicking made her realize one thing. Gadget was always collected. If he was losing it, it was because the worst scenario had occurred. Izuku had beaten B and her thugs, including Mustard. What about the Nomus? I saw some portals over the distance open up. She could hear Gadget scoff at that. Freaking lightsaber. His fighting won now. It's not helping. He has a what? The moment those words left her mouth she was already on the move. Shigaraki had warned them that only she or a Nomu were to engage Midoriya. He had been really clear about that. He had already tangled with two Nomus and came on top before Hashima, before any kind of formal training by UA. So honestly she was concerned that the worst scenario came about, and Gadget was all alone against Midoriya with only a bunker-class control room and a Nomu as his only defenses. She didn't like those odds at all if even the bunker-class control room was made to tank actual tank shells. Hold on, Gadget-kun. Heading there now, she proclaimed as she turned around and sprinted past several villi. 2 villains flew past her and crashed onto rocks, breaking their shoulders on impact. Looking back, she had just seconds to raise her arms and for a blood carapace to form on her forearms as lightning-breathed hick feet met with such force that rattled her bones and made her fly away. Crashing on her back and bouncing, Himiko simply rolled and dug her hands into the ground. Okay, she had enough. She opened her mouth and breathed in. Instantly all the blood poured in, and all the villains with open wounds simply flew out of the wounds and into her mouth. Himiko relished in the mix of flavors as her palate was showered with the splash of tastes that she craved for so long it hurt. But there was little time to relish. She needed the blood for several reasons. Mostly to match the hick. Also their quirks. Their memories rushed to her instantly, what they could do, what they were capable of. Himiko slightly grimaced. Half of the quirks she got were subpar and she could mimic them with her blood alone. Well, she thought as she saw the hick rush at her with her fist raised. Super strength +3 is never bad, BAMM. Himiko relished in the look of shock of the hick as she stopped her punch with her hand. Time to fly, hick, Himiko hissed as she pulled her free fist back. Then she launched it at the stunned hick. Bam! Himiko had little time to marvel at her own enhanced strength as she felt pain at the attack. Her knuckles hurt and she could see why. The hick's skin had turned coal black on impact, sending sparks at the impact, and as she flew away into a formation or rocks, Himiko took the opportunity to run away. Gadget needed her. She was honestly surprised Beefcake didn't try to stop her, but the last she saw her she was swarmed with villains, both floating and trying to attack her. She hoped they didn't hurt her. Beefcake was hers, only hers. With that done, she began to run towards Gadget's destination, super strength +3 aiding her in her mobility. Muscles being augmented for mobility increased agility. Who would have thought? The sound of battle going around and quirks being unleashed reached her while in transit. It was something that slightly put her in trance. This was her, not a mask of a meek and compliant girl, but a maelstrom of freedom, to do what she wanted, to take what she wanted when she wanted it. It wasn't long before she reached Gadget's location. It was while in the air, at the apex of her jump, that she saw him. He was dueling the Nomu with chainsaws for arms with a freaking lightsaber of all things in one hand, a purple beam that was twice as long as he was, and easily burned through the chainsaws of the Nomu. Such a threat was the reason the Nomu never noticed the flame sword on his other hand. She did. She noticed even more as in a single parry he brought the flaming sword and sliced the Nomu's head clean off, this one turning into ashes that flew about easily. She slightly grimaced. She knew the Nomus were powerful bioengineered weapons. The most basic could solo 5 heroes due to how they were made. The one Midoriya killed wasn't a basic model. In that single second, she made her choice. An upfront fight against him would be akin to suicide. He was pissed, she could tell by his body language. She would end up like the bows of the Colosseum, even more so considering that now he wasn't a mess of anger. Even if she could see blood on a plan formed in her mind while in the air, a second was all she needed to sort onto the quirks she had stored on her with every bit of blood she took, all temporal the moment she begins using them. What could work against him, was the question. The answer came with 3 quirks and a plan that could end in success, or she could end up as a smear on the ground. He was distracted. He was looking at where Gadget was. No other option left. Now or never. She reached for her quirk and activated those 3 quirks. The first is thrusters. Simple enough, it allowed her to basically emit pressurized jets of air for a single second from any part of her body and permitted her unparalleled mobility, but the backward was that she couldn't use it again on that part for the next 3 seconds. A cooldown. The second is trauma kit. The name was a red herring. Basically, it granted her the ability to inject her own blood with her fingernails acting as needles, basically a lifesaver, if you worked as an EMT or a doctor. But the thing was that you injected your own blood, with no way to replace the given blood. The third was the kicker, nerf effect. Tomura had geeked out of that one and sobered up after she explained what it could do. Again, the name was a red herring, as what it really did was cause a crippling effect on someone's anything after consuming her blood. Even a drop would be enough to cause such a crippling effect on a random part of her target, even their quirk factors, the triggers of their quirks, and even the effects a quirk might have on someone. The side effect for her was pain all over her body, and that meant everywhere. Her organs, her skin, everything. It would last a second compared to the permanent crippling of her target, but there was a danger she didn't tell Tomura. Otherwise, he wouldn't let her use nerf effect. While the effect on the target was permanent, that didn't mean it couldn't be overcome. Like any wound that caused such effect, recovery, treatment, and therapy could eventually overcome nerf effect. But there was no other choice. No half measures Tomura's sensei would tell them against Midoriya. The demon lord himself told them not to hold back against someone who would not hold against them. And honestly said, this was perhaps the only chance she would get to get some of Izu's blood and see how sweet it tastes. Maybe as tasty as Saito's. With that in mind, she activated all 3 quirks. Thrusters immediately activated, and she was shot onwards by several blasts from her legs, each one accelerating her towards her target silently. Trauma kit and nerf effect were already out, and the timer began to tick for all of them, but honestly, only thrusters would be missed. Another blast from the borrowed quirk, and she was just inches of her tar. He turned to face her. A mask that showed stoicism, but she could see his eyes under the slits of it, how they widened, no turning back now. Her hands poised as knives lashed at him. He reacted unnaturally fast, grabbing her right hand easily by the wrist. Then she lashed with her left. He did the same. Then she stuck. Thrusters activated on her arms, blasts of air suddenly pushing her arms onwards and out of his grip. Much to his shock, Himiko grinned as her fingers penetrated the fabric and his flesh, and then she begged pain. 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 M98 was the first to feel it. The instruments of the Thor easily gathered the strange anomalous energy reading as she sends 3 containers full of liquors, the last batch of a failed experiment and a special add-on for her to test. Each one is 10 times more violent than the original one employed before. It didn't matter if they overheated so bad that they actually catch fire and started vomiting blood like a water hose so hard it could tear skin and muscle apart. She devoted some of her computers to capturing the anomalous energies. This had Midoriya written all over it, but she was confident that she had everything she needed to put him down if given the chance. She wasn't ready. No one was. Being a figment of a whole person inside an ancient quirk and alongside other figments of people that once held the quirk in question was a sure way to cause some metaphysical madness onto oneself, yet Nana Shimura nor the others had succumbed to such things. Mostly because their nature alone was so interesting, and seeing one for all operate in such a metaphysical plane where no other person had seen a quirk operate before made it all worthwhile. So, as aspects and fragments of a quirk, they had a different view of the world whenever they get to see it through the eyes of the current wielder. So they were surprised when the reality of one for all shook and seemed to unravel. At first, they thought of the worst. Melissa was dying, but that fear was put to rest as they could feel her as alive and vibrant as the first time she took one for all on herself. There were few things that could affect them, and even fewer that could reach them within the realm of one for all. In fact, only 2 things could do so. All for one and Hacks. And seeing that the bastard was dead, that only left Hacks. Which explains why they felt everything. Pain, joy, anger, frustration, elation, fulfillment. All of it through strands of green. Izuku Nana muttered to herself, unable to do anything else, just like the ghosts within one for all. Gadget was freaking out. He knew the moment Toga began to move freakishly was because she was using several of the quirks of her victims to give herself an edge against Midoriya. He himself didn't know how many quirks she had on standby, but right now he assumed that every single one must be active because she kicked the hornet nest. That or she helped broke reality because green strings coming around everything and being visible and tangible shouldn't be something that should happen, let alone that they could transmit something, anything. He had touched one out of panic. He had felt Toga's bloodlust, hunger, panic, duality, hypocrisy, self-hate, lust. Things he shouldn't be feeling, even more at his age. And he knew who was responsible for all of this. Alarms blared all over the control room as if someone causing a tear, in reality, wasn't bad enough. What now? He must as he went to the controls and avoided the green strings that seemed to emerge from the air and connect to everything. Oh, come on, really? He spoke in shock and disbelief, reaching for his earpiece. Shigaraki. The troop is here, excuse me. Gadget could hear a scuffle on the other end of the line. Are the lights flickering? Did you say? Why, it's an anomalous discharge, Gadget began, seeing on his end how Midoriya, arms, and legs encased in that green strands of energy began to twitch on the ground as the ground around him burned and Toga moved slightly away from him, panting in pain. The troop must have a teleportation device. It uses an electrical discharge at a specific set of coordinates to pretty much create a rip in the space and transport something in. Gadget began. But such a thing is a violent procedure, so violent that it explains why some of the bows of the attack months prior were a mess. To begin with, Gadget explained. Fucky-crack. Gadget winced as a sudden flash of light and sound caused him to duck and cover out of instinct. The glass rattled in front of him, not a good sign if he was being honest, nor the silence that fell over the USJ. Shigaraki. Gadget began. No answer. Darby. Again, silence. Magna. Twice. Mr. Compress. Anyone. Now the silence was unnerving crack. Gadget slightly jumped at the sound. Looking back, he scooted back and shook, laptop in hand. The tank-proof glass had a hole in it, a neatly drilled one. The source. One Midoriya Izuku, hanging from the glass by the strange energy strands that emanated from his limbs like a wicked marionette, right fist cocked onward and smoking a strange smoke that was pink and green, a glare visible under the slits of his emotionless mask. Then he cocked his left arm. Gadget jumped away when Toga appeared out of nowhere, slamming her body behind Izuku with such force that the glass cracked more. He could see how annoyed Midoriya was, so annoyed that he did something. Gadget didn't know what it was. The next thing he knows is that Toga is flying away. The glass has become a collection of barely held together pieces that denied him any kind of sight, and the sound of fighting resumed. Shit was all he muttered as he worked on re-establishing communications. Right now the priority was getting out of here. Izuku felt his body like a foreign thing, unable to make it work as he used to. It was until he was on the ground again and trying to call forth solar light and instead formed a spear or arc light suffused by biotic energy and apparently held together by strands of green energy that he grew really concerned. The hell is this? He thought as he dissipated the construct, slowly stood up, and focused, this time on the green energy that was on his arms. It feels like darkness, like stasis, but different. Stasis stops. This seems to bind. He thought as his body seized up in pain for a second before he was able to overcome it. He could feel it. All of it felt wrong, different, mixed, damaged. A cold sensation washed over him at this. What? Izuku began, eyes focused on the girl that had attacked him, her yellow-like eyes glaring at him. Did you do? He hissed, his mask or helmet feeling weird on the sides, so he tossed it aside. Nice ears was all the girl said as she struggled to get up. Izuku blinked as he reached to his ears in curiosity, then felt fur. He slowly trailed his ear up, and up and up. Again Izuku said, his voice raising and shaking the area. What did you do? He said, putting the changes he had now on the back burner, focusing mostly on what he could control. Just the girl began, a smile forming on her lips as claws made out of blood began to form on her fingers. It reminded Izuku of Scarlet mixed with Alex Mercer. A little nerf, my little morsel, she said with glee. I'm no one's lunch. Izuku flexed his left hand, the mark of the outsider burning with anticipation and actually working as intended. He made a mental note and began to sort over what was working as it should. The mark was okay, and so was the thuum. Cryomancy felt, mixed with something, wonderful because it was the same feeling his biotics had, and it seemed so with the conduit powers. He could feel them mesh about and shift and mix with his light, and oh god, this was a whole can of worms he was going to break open into that girl's skull. He could feel stasis mixing with cryomancy, which was odd. Ice, okay, thanks for being redundant. But the real problems began with his light. It was mixed with another energy, not in the usual way, more like forced to mingle to survive. No manifest. Damn it, the full gravity of the situation finally dawned on Izuku, now realizing why his biotics manifested with arc light when he didn't want to. She damaged or outright crippled the light and darkness's ability to manifest on him without aid. This in turn made them two paracausal forces to latch onto other means for manifestation into the real world, compatible means. Which meant she had crippled him really hard, damaging his combat ability greatly. He was sure his supers were down, and so were his grenades, not his ability to jump and defy gravity somewhat. It was one of the very first things Guardians learn, but he was miffed that possibility she had reset months of training and control over. Then there was this green thing strand. It was obvious darkness. It was obviously paracausal in nature, but he had no idea what it was. Whatever it was, well, it would have to work because he couldn't count even with stasis. The thing was he had no idea how this worked, only that it involved strands. Oh god, he's an idiot. Shaking his head and feeling the large rabbit ears replacing his original flap about, he concentrated on the energy that strand was emitting, similar to channeling light but at the same different as stasis. As the girl began to stand up, he felt it, he saw it. Fingers glowing green, he reached and grabbed. Air. No, reality. To Toga it was a surreal moment when she saw her new target reach and pluck something out of thin air, like ripping a single thread out of a shirt, but the shirt was apparently reality because it began to manifest in his hands even more, until he yanked it off, swing it about until he slammed it to the ground with a resounding crack. In his hands he held a lasso. he had a lasso. A green glowing lasso. She couldn't help it. She began to laugh. She was laughing so hard, actually pointing at her enemy or new obsession, mocking him with that pitiful thing he had in hand. She took a deep breath, ready to laugh. The laughter died out when she felt that thing tied to her head and around her open mouth, tightly, the slightly annoyed look on Izuku's face. "Fine, have it your way," he said, then pulled, a really hard yank that pulled off her feet and towards his rear end. "Oh no, BAMM. Himiko's head blossomed into pain as she was launched again backward, not feeling the strange strand around her head and mouth anymore. Crashing on the ground and rolling, Himiko decided that her little morsel needed a lesson, so she called 2 more quirks from her blood. Her kneecaps began to take a green shine and her eyes began to slowly glow. "I'm going to teach you a lesson," Himiko began, blood claws slowly growing and prepping thrusters because right now the other 2 simply would not do anymore. "Then, I'm going to drain you." She had seen the dried blood on his hero costume, and she was certain that the only reason she hasn't tried to suck his blood at distance was that it would leave her open to whatever he might try. "Then I'll become you. After all, you become what you love and I love to become you. See how your family loves you," she said, her grin growing bigger and bigger. This apparently was the wrong thing to say as the air displaced and a small flash of light happened around him. Then he was bigger, like All Might bigger, buff too. His rabbit ears now matched his rabbit-like appearance. Yet the fact his fur seemed to emanate the same green strands of energy made her iffy a little. "You know nothing about love." The way he said those words, the way he hissed them made Himiko narrow her eyes at him. "And what do yo dash would na kest?" Anything she wanted to say died in her throat as his large fist embedded itself into her stomach. Even with Emerald restrained on, she felt the blow. Rolling onto the air, she was able to regain control thanks to thrusters, only for her eyes to widen when Midoriya was already in front of her. Was that a shovel? Bam! Toga cried in pain as she jumped away from the bunny with a shovel and put some distance. "Fine, you want it rough, I can do rough," she cried as she leaned onward and her eyes began to glow more. "Shit," Izuku cried, using the mark to latch himself to the ground and yank himself away as Himiko fired 2 gold beams out of her eyes and scorched the spot he was before. Izuku's eyes narrowed as his mind worked at light speed after seeing that casual display of power. Blood claws, enhanced strength, some sort of mitigation of damage, ability to dash midair and dodge, blood injection, and now laser eyes, multiple quirks. This has the troop written all over it if it wasn't for the fact she ain't a T-doll, just a villain ducking a sweep of her right claw. Izuku clenched his right hand and let a plasma out. The ion discharge that detonated the air molecules impacted her head-on, sending the school-themed villain flying away, only for her to somersault in the air and do 2 backflips, then digging her claws on the 3rd on the ground and stop her momentum. Can take hits and it's very agile, but her mid-A dash seems to be limited, time-constrained maybe. Izuku dashed at her, launching a single sweep kick to her legs, which she avoided by jumping. FUS. Letting a shout out, he destabilized her mid-A, only for a small jet of air to emerge of her exposed legs and allowed her to spin away of a nasty fall and expose herself. Knew it, depends on exposed skin. Right now her face and legs are the only exposed parts of her. She can manipulate blood of her for weapon creation. But there is more. Those fangs of her tell me she needs to drink it. Gets close, plasma or apobiosis will have to do, he thought as he grabbed a green strand from the air and swung it at the girl who did a split and ducked under the swing. With a hiss, Izuku took a risk and called both stasis and cryomancy. He needed to catch her off guard and get a solid hit. Feeling both powers mixing felt weird, but he had to do so. He cupped his hands together and then pushed onward. Immediately a blast of cold air came out of his hands, bluish in color. Toga's eyes widened as she jumped away 3 stories up and blasted herself to the left, seeing how the ground she had been on got frozen and began to form what she assumed was a glacier formation that felt wrong. This was coming from her. Fuck it, upping the ante, Toga thought as she called more quirks, and both combatants ignored a sudden explosion that shook the USJ. Right now what mattered was beating the other. With another blast of air, Toga hit the ground, knees now glowing green. Then they began to actually fire large bullet-size emeralds at Izuku, who in turn became a shadow being that dodged the attacks and began to advance at her. Oh, so cute. Toga cooed at the sudden transformation, her claws suddenly turning into 2 massive red clubs of hardened blood that she swung at the transformed Izuku, who jumped away and turned back into a solid form, an arm encased in an ethereal buff arm. "You nutcase, you damaged my siren powers," he screamed as he slammed the arm into the ground. Immediately several more arms began to pop out and tear the ground in front of her. Out of instinct, Toga backflipped, seeing how a massive arm tore the area where she was before in an uppercut move. How I am supposed to do dishwashing without extra arms. Don't worry, cutie. The dead don't have chores, she said with a sicker sweet smile before her cheeks puffed and baffed a large green sludge that seemed to burn the very air. Not the greatest time to test this, but fuck it, Izuku thought as he took a deep breath, then slowly channeled void light. Just because he could not use them did not mean he could not channel them. Nil nid sue him. Out of Izuku's mouth came a beam of pure void light that impacted the sludge and vaporized it on contact. Toga yelped as she jumped away, rolled somewhat, and began a mad dash at her prey, only for him to summon a gun and fire it at her. In surprise, she began to use thrusters to weave the rock fists fired of the 9mm gun. Okay, two can play the surreal game, she thought with a smile as she got close to him, then at the last second jumped above him. While in the air, she reached for her belt and grabbed a single marker and activate two her new favorite quirks. Graffiti permitted her to basically write in the air and turn whatever was written into solid, tangible objects, which she did instantly by simply swinging the marker up and down in a crazy manner, each black line forming in the air, floating and solid. Judging by the look of slight surprise on his bunny face, Izuku didn't know what to expect, which was good for Toga as she activate another quirk, a simply telekinesis one. This one pushed without any hand motions, all in the mind, but could only push objects that weighted 5 kilograms or less. And since each line she drew weighed less than 1 kilogram, well, she didn't delightfully. The lines, all 50 of them, began to spin in place, then they began to fly at Izuku. The transformed boy simply snarled as his hand suddenly was engulfed in shards of light and glass. They're holding a single tube, one that ignited into a blade of fire. He began to swing the flaming blade, each swing breaking the rods into pieces that smelled like burned ink. Toga was relentless, however. She drew more rods and launched them at them while at the same time her knees fired the same emerald-like bullets. Izuku had to activate blade mode to dodge 2 emerald bullets that got too close to his knees and be able to slice 2 rods that got too close to his neck. Yet he was able to close the distance and swing Mars towards Toga, who deflected with a bloody claw, sparks flying on contact as Izuku summoned his gunblade and began to swing with the other hand, Toga tossing the marker to the side and answering with her other clawed hand. Each strike rose sparks, and yet none gave away terrain, locked in a deadly dance. The heat from Mars made Toga uncomfortable, so she kept firing with her emerald-encased kneecaps. Izuku kept using blade mode to dodge the bullets and was starting to reach his limits, but he had to keep up the pressure. Eventually, Toga was the one to break the attack as the sound of something going off in the distance echoed over the battlefield. But right now Izuku didn't care. He swears at one point during the fight he heard the sound of metal being torn apart. None of that mattered. Right now what mattered was, wait a second. Eyes narrowing, Izuku vanished his shovel sword, then he used metabolism, the gathering of blue energy that coalesced into his hand and enveloped him actually put Toga on edge, even more, when his eyes sharpened and narrowed at her, all while the wound she had made to inject her blood on him spat globes of purple gunk that hissed on the ground. You were poisoning me, Izuku said simply, then shook his head. No, you were influencing me, he hissed. There Toga hissed. How the hell he realized she was using hormones to influence his thoughts and focus on her and her alone, to ignore everything but her. She had been somewhat aware of the fighting around them. The fact that Mustard had failed and that Bee and her cohorts had been beaten meant that he would have free reign on Gadget. He would have been able to get to the console room and be able to disable the lockdown. Worse of it all was the fact that he could reinforce any one of the students or teachers, seriously tipping the balance in their favor. This she knew. She might be obsessed but was cognizant enough to realize the legitimate danger he posed if he wasn't neutralized, failing that distract him enough for the others to finish the job. She knew All Might had arrived just minutes. She could hear the fight, and by the way, his ears were moving, so did he. He just realized, and he looked frustrated. Fine, he finally said. You wanted my attention. You got it. He snapped, the area slightly moving. She could see how small strands of green energy moved when he snapped at her. But first I gotta ask. Why? He began. Why me? He added. Toga looked at him for a full second, then blushed, her smile slowly growing, more and more. How considerate. He was the best. Because I like you. No. I love you, she said with a deranged grin, clawed hands on her cheeks, covering them like a blushing maiden. But Izuku was not seeing that. He was seeing something entirely different in those eyes. Madness. You remind me of him, she began, sounds of battle slowly drowning out. Izuku was sure she was using another quirk she pulled out of God knows where. So nice. So cool. So committed. So bloody. her lips curled, even more, a faraway look on her eyes. I just had to know, she gasped. Know what it was like. To be him, she shivered, legs slightly crossing together. It felt so good. Everything felt so good. His blood tasted so good. His skin felt so snug. His voice on my lips made me shiver, Toga said as she bit her lower lip, eyes slightly rolling back. Don't you see? When you love someone, you become that person. That is the ultimate expression of love. It is just natural to become the one you love. To emulate the one you love, she said with a grin and a far-off look in her eyes. I am just following nature's course. Society is the one that is the weird one, not me, she finalized with a smile and a blush on her cheeks. Izuku for his part blinked, face serious. He took a deep breath, then released it. Yeah, no. Mol QAHQO. Channeling whatever he could of arc light, he shouted. The result was instantaneous. A thunderous explosion enveloped him, lighting arched onwards and nearly hit Toga, who had to jump away and use telekinetic push to deviate several of the thunders. They had no mass. As far as she was concerned, she could push them away, but the force behind them more than made up for the lack of mass. Once the lighting stopped, Toga could see what had happened to Izuku, and she nearly got tempted to use every single quirk in storage for this one. The large rabbit boy was now a lighting rabbit. The visible fur was blue, arching with a barely contained electric current that burned the air, and the smell of ozone nearly made her gag. His green eyes were electric blue now, arching with the same electric power. Da los en I local. That is not love. With that shout, Izuku charged at her. Toga simply grinned as she swung one of her claws at his neck, his defense wide open only for her claw to bounce off his neck, eyes wide in surprise. Then he punched. She felt emerald restrain in her stomach break on impact, as stolen from her lungs and her ears were assaulted by the sound of thunder cracking and impacting. You know nothing of love. Izuku snapped as he brought his fist to the top of her head. The impact let out a thunderous crack as she suddenly spun in mid-air by the sudden force of the impact, the world shifting and pain being the only thing that made sense now. How? A backslap to her left forearm shattered her claw there and made her cry in pain. Can you claim? 10 fists hit her torso, each with a deafening crack that made her eyes roll back in pain and her bones feel like powder. That you love someone, he said as he suddenly clapped in front of her, hard. The sudden impact of both hands let out a resounding boom that made her everything vibrate in agony. When you can't love yourself, he finished as he suddenly spun and kicked Toga in the right shoulder, cracking the bone and sending her flying away at great speed, spinning. Straight at the console room. Straight at a horrified Gadget and a startled Shigaraki. Crack. The glass broke on impact, sending shards into the room as Toga fell into the room. On the ground, Izuku hissed, breaking into a sprint and reaching for his right hand. He could see it, a strand of green energy there. He just had to reach it, and he did. Threads formed on his palm and latched onto the air and pulled him on with the air. He filled this in later. He had a fight to finish. The impulse allowed him to reach the control room. There he actually blinked when he saw a kid with a laptop halfway into the same portal, all while Toga was being dragged by an unseen force to the portal. Well, he assumed it was her. All he could see of her were her feet. As for the third person, Izuku tensed, and so did the man with disemboweled hands all over him, the leader of this operation, glancing at him with hateful red eyes under a hand that acted as a mask. Izuku took a step forward. If I were you, the hateful-looking man said with a raspy voice, I would start to worry about your friends and instead of me. The troop is here, he said simply as he took a step into the portal and vanished with the kid and Toga. And I seriously doubt they are here to make friends. Especially after hijacking My Nomu. Excuse me, what? Was all Izuku could get as the villain left and the portal vanished. Izuku would have kicked himself if not for one single thought that came to mind. Everyone else. Turning to the console, Izuku began to tap at the buttons, seeing how screens lit up and showed the status of the USJ, cameras everywhere, and what was going on. He didn't like what he was seeing. Lickers. Lickers are on fire. Lickers on fire that vomited blood so hard that it renders skin and muscle if it impacted. Villains dying. His classmates fought against the Lickers and the villains who wanted to at least get a kill off the hero brats. All Might fighting what the villain called a Nomu, so-called beast having a metallic dome on its head and trading blows with All Might, equally matched. Looking around, he spotted a communicator and screen showing the frequencies for calls of aid. Without thinking, Izuku reached and dialed the first one. Hero Dispatch. Hello. This is Izuku Midoriya, from UA Academy. USJ is under attack by villains and troop forces. All Might is engaging a bow and there are several bows on site. Send hero teams to contain and detain. Over the second he felt after making the call felt oddly long. This is Hero Dispatch. Clarify. Troop and villains at the USJ. A voice from the other end of the line filled him with relief. Yes, confirmed Licker sighting. No sight of T-Dolls or other troop BOW. Villains attacked in mass and brought their own brand of bows. All Might is engaging one and another one is KIA. Over this is Hero Dispatch Student Midoriya, Heroes Endeavor, Ingenium, White Paste, Death Arms, Kamu Woods, and Mount Lady answered ETA 3 minutes. Be advised UA Academy has already deployed their own and has advised SWAT and EMT units. Estimate arrival of UA reinforcements in 2 minutes. SWAT and EMT ETA 5 to 10. Over Wilco, all students are engaged in combat with heavy quirk usage. Villains casualties confirmed, unknown if by self-defense or liquor attack, acknowledged, patching you to Endeavor a small crackle, and a new voice was heard. Endeavor here, Midoriya-san, you and your class have full authorization to deploy your quirks at full capacity. A little late now, Izuku muttered as he pulled a marble out of his armature and tried to infuse it with stasis, hoping it would act as before. Right now he didn't know he had other than a mess. Confirmed casualties on the villain side. The police will want to know what happened. Take it as a precaution. ETA 2 minutes. Yeah, you better come out swinging. Those lickers are on fire and vomit pressurized blood, and the bow the villains brought is fighting All Might to a standstill. I can think of 3 quirks that would permit that go for the kill on the get-go, Izuku replied. Understood, Hero Dispatch said. Bows to engage with lethal force. Villains to engage with non-lethal force. Inform your classmates and try to draw them out of combat. Dispatch over. Understood. Lifting lockdown protocol on USJ as a final precaution. Confirm arrival on comlink frequency 22.56 over and out. Acknowledged. Over and out. Godspeed. With that the line went dead and Izuku lifted the lockdown on the USJ. With that done, he jumped out of the room, landed on the ground, and reached for his mask, putting it on and giving the area one last look. He didn't spot the guy that had shot him before. He did spot his gun. He was with the others. Well, you can't win them all. With that, Izuku rushed away into the fight, tapping into the comlink with the others. Everyone, lockdown is lifted. I called reinforcements. ETA 2 minutes max. Hold on. Hearing Denki, Gyro, and Melissa let out some tired cheers while the sounds of battle in the background brought some comfort to him. With a single command he reached once more. He reached for Strand, that would be its name, and pulled himself into the air, swinging towards the battle. He hoped he wasn't late. Chapter end notes. What a month this has been. Things have been crazy enough that I actually took a small break from the fic to rest and gather my thoughts, and it worked because I came up with some neat things. Also was able to see the new chapter of MHA. Izuku's last quirk has been revealed and it's a beast. Also Horikoshi not giving a fuck with that cover he made. It's just so Japanese not to give a single fuck about outrage and just go with it. That entire island is populated with honey badgers that look like humans and I love it. Also, the surprise of the month, Cyberpunk Edge Runners, begins light and ends with you crying your heart out. Also somehow it was able to resurrect the game in a way no one expected and turned it into a revenge story. Whoever saw the anime knows what I'm talking about. So here we are. I broke this chapter into 2 parts, experimenting a bit here, making it easier to digest instead of serving everything. The USJ arc was crazy, and considering I am focusing not just on Izuku, this merits it. Next chapter will show what has been going on with the rest of the class while Izuku was fighting against Toga. Also, I told you Toga would be scarier than Canon Toga. Hope I delivered. So HYPN0S signs off with nothing else to say. Stay safe everyone. Apparently Mother Earth is trying to kill us yet again. No surprise at this point. Stay safe and healthy. Also, my TV Tropes page web address. https://tvtropes.org/pmwiki/pmwiki.php/fanfic/hackverse edited. Play with it. I pretty much demand it. This would be all for today. Next part coming soon, so please like, share, and subscribe to get informed as soon as the next part drops.